have to double check with Chris. Second.
That delay is built into it.
It's like a 20-second.
All right. Good evening. I call this special board meeting of the Vista Unified School District to order at 5:39. Please stand for the flag salute. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, trustee Kelly. Present. Trustee Morocco. Here. Trustee Smithfield. Here. I am present and trustee Vargas is not here. All right, the next item on the agenda is item 3, approval of the agenda.
I make a motion that we approve the agenda for this evening.
So moved.
I second.
So moved by trustee Kelly, seconded by trustee Morocco. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Next item on the agenda is item 4A, staff's recommendation for expulsion on case numbers E26-2022/23. We'll start with that one first. All in favor of approving the recommendation?
Don't you need a motion?
Chris.
I move that we approve staff's recommendation for, well, okay.
Do we do them together or separate, Dr.
You can do
Joy?
them both together, as long as you read out the numbers.
Okay, so
With a heavy heart.
let the record show that I'm asking for 4A, a motion to approve E26-2022/23 and S27-2022/23.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
All right, moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Kelly.
And discussion.
Any further discussion on these expulsions?
As normal, I will be voting to approve staff's recommendation, but it will be done with a heavy heart.
Any further discussion? All right, all in favor of approving the staff's recommendation, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries 4-0. The next item on the agenda is item 4B. And that is to approve the new positions to be added to the 2023-2024 budget. And we have our assistant superintendent,
Rachel, I think we'll be good.
superintendent. and Superintendent Thurl
She created the document.
here to discuss those positions.
The positions listed on this document are a part of our LCAP as new positions. We're asking that if they are to be approved, that they be approved a few weeks early so that we can start staffing these specific positions here. There are additional new positions in the LCAP that would come forward on June 22nd with the actual LCAP.
Any questions by staff? Trustee Smithfield?
Anybody want to go first? Because I have a lot. Okay,
Defer to you.
so, bear with me, because I have a lot of notes. Number 2, Director of MTSS. It replaces the Director of Student Services,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So they will take in the student service part of the job, plus develop our MTSS.
There's a little bit more to it. I can explain it.
Or Christine, can come up here.
Not necessarily. They'll have a portion of responsibilities, but we'll still have an executive director of student support services, should that be approved. And so the executive director of student support services would still have a lot of that role that the director is currently doing.
Okay, hold on, I gotta find that one right there.
It is number 14.
Down to 14 and 15. So
Executive Director of ENI Student Services. Okay, to replace the Executive Director of Elementary.
Yes.
Okay, so this person will do that job
Do elementary,
and
No.
high school.
the executive director of student support services will oversee student support services. Then number 15 is an executive director of TK-12. Currently, or PK-12, currently we have an executive director of elementary, an executive director of secondary. Both positions will work with both elementary and secondary in their distinct roles.
So we're still gonna have two executive directors.
Mhm.
It's just that they're gonna be two.
Different responsibilities.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna keep going.
Yep.
So then we have the coordinator of school counselors,
Mhm.
which I understand the counselors have been asking for two counselors, which we've been told we can't get two counselors, and we weren't gonna do it because of the community schools. And now, lo and behold, we're going to hire a coordinator of school counselors. So Sandra I've been taking over our counselors and working with them and trying to get everybody on the same page and what their job description is. And this person will do that?
Yeah, and this position requires an administrative credential, so they can actually supervise the school counselors too. Which is something that they've asked for as well, is
So
having
what are
somebody
they gonna do besides supervise?
help provide the training and support after the hatching trainings that we do and ensure that the implementation of what they're learning at the hatching trainings are being implemented.
And so we did hire some counselors before, like we couldn't find the two, but we decided.
There are counselors in the community school positions. And so this is an additional coordinator of school counselor. One of the concerns that was brought up at a previous board meeting was that our administration that was overseeing the counselors didn't have a counselor background. And so that's one reason why it's a school counselor coordinator. So they actually have a PPS credential. They're going to have been a counselor. They don't need teaching experience to be that counselor. So they would also continue the work that we did several years ago when we had our committee that came together where we designed the steps that they wanted to go through with a lead counselor. I didn't answer your question.
No, it's not that it
Okay.
didn't. I told you guys before, I have great concerns with us bringing all these new positions on. Well, we know money's going away. And we're gonna have to cut. We had to cut 24 million, several of us were on the board. It was painful and it was hurtful. And if it wasn't this exact board that we had, it would have been all cut from the kids. I don't want us to get back there.
Yeah.
So right now, we're bringing on all these new admin. We still haven't given elementary more prep. We haven't lowered the class size. We haven't given the stipends to our DLI people, but we're bringing on more admin. So, next one, supervisor, before and after school, I'm cool with that one. Number 9, 14 ed specialists to rope around school.
No, those are to meet caseloads. They typically would not be in the blueprint, but we are using the learning recovery block grant funds and that funding source is outlined in the LCAP. So this is to meet caseload. This is not for rovers.
So they're not just gonna be floating around from.
No, this is
They're gonna
contract.
Actually have kids that they get. to
We have
know
positions.
And
We have positions already ready for them.
so that's just. to fill.
That's
Okay.
contractual.
Director of compliance, we're changing it from a coordinator because the scope has become.
Right,
bigger.
absolutely. Mhm.
Okay, so I kind of coordinator, replace a COSA.
Mhm.
I have all this written down,
Mhm.
who's who and what do they do,
Mhm.
okay. So we're changing that to, now it's a TOSA.
No,
An
so
AP
it was an AP type of TOSA before, and now it will be a coordinator, which is it's a lateral move to be a coordinator or an AP in the high school.
So we do that. I'm not gonna give more money. This is just giving more responsibility.
Well, there'll be a coordinator of elementary that exists already, and now there'll be a coordinator of
secondary instead of just the AP POSA, A POSA.
Oh, so besides the person we have now, we're getting two.
That would
more?
be, no, that would be, so there's one elementary that exists right now that oversees just elementary and supports which previously supported the executive director of elementary. So now with the executive director of E and IT K-12, we're having equal, an elementary that already exists and making that a POSA an actual coordinator. So they would cover the secondary part.
And then, I know the transformation. Hold on a second. guys. Somebody else can question it.
All right, we'll come back to you, trustee Smithfield.
Thank you.
Anyone here would like, I have some comments, but I'll let you guys, I'll defer you guys first.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, so, I was present for those very, very painful cuts. But right now, one of the good, I guess, unintended consequences of the pandemic is that we have this one-time funding. Okay, so a lot of this is one-time funding. And this blueprint or these approvals would be set to expire 23-24. Correct, Dr. Doyle?
Well, when we get to that presentation later in the evening, our goal is that we would expand it out for 2 to 3 years.
Okay, so nevertheless, it's a short term,
Correct.
3-year, 4-year, depending on where the discussion goes. So we have these monies that we do need to spend. In addition, now we have 9 more community schools that have been approved, which help me out with the amount, but I'm estimating it's $2 million per campus, extra per year, give or take.
$20 million over 5 years. This will be over 14 community schools.
20 million per 14.
Elementary schools are 300,000 a year, and secondary schools are 400,000 a year. That comes to $20 million total.
For 5 years,
For 5 years.
for 5 years.
And the goal is that we would sustain that as soon as the money goes
Right.
away. So it's the second largest program in the entire county of San Diego.
Right, so that is extra funding for a position or two, i.e. an extra counselor, i.e.
Correct.
Who else?
Liaison.
Liaisons, okay, at the school. So, although I understand it was so horrible to make those cuts, I feel like some of this money has to be spent now within 2 to 3 years, or in other words, we wouldn't be bringing those folks on.
Amy, what's the final year it's spent? I think it's 27.
It's 26, 27.
26, 27, okay.
For just the learning recovery.
Keep with your thought process.
Uh-huh.
So then that runs out.
Yeah, I
Then we have all these admin.
Yeah, I think that if we are, as a board, transparent with the understanding that we know that this is, that the well might run dry. That, it's not being irresponsible to bring some of these positions on, because with all this extra funding comes more management, and we could put it on our staff that's already doing extra work. A lot of our staff, whether it be classified or certificated, to have a very big workload right now, or we could, approve these positions. But yes, I understand exactly how you feel, because it was very, very hard and very painful to make those cuts. It was the first month I got sworn in, it was like, yeah, we're cutting 29 million. And we were very deliberate about how we did this as a board. We got a lot of input from parents, staff, stakeholders, and we went all across the district to hear what people wanted and what they felt was essential for their children. And so I don't feel like it's exactly the same situation because of all this one-time funding. So,
I have a question.
yeah,
Can we defer this action item until after we've heard the presentation that would have perhaps explain to us the plan? I think we're, putting the cart before the horse, because you've already mentioned we have a presentation coming that's showing us, like, I know there's an intentional plan, so maybe that will answer some of the questions that we have, which are valid questions. How can we get, add more to the administrative side of our budget, knowing the darker days are coming soon. I understand we have to approve this item
We
this
absolutely,
evening.
we absolutely can.
Can
I offer something too that a thought that might.
Your turn.
Okay, yeah. It seems to me we have declining student enrollment. We also are looking at shortages, labor shortages, especially of our certificated employees. We're looking at shortages. As those shortages come, we may just see a certain amount of matriculation happen with some of these positions. So I think, while I understand and keeping an eye towards it is important, I'm not so sure that we need to completely alter what we do today on what happens tomorrow, you know what I'm saying? So, there could be, this could just naturally work itself out too, just as a matter of course. And I know that we have our assistant superintendent of business services, who's our award-winning assistant superintendent of business services. We'll be keeping an eye on a lot of this stuff and possibly, probably making recommendations. I know that also Rachel will be working with Amy and, so I would say that, yeah, if that comes to it, it's horrible. I get it. I don't want to be on a board that has to make those tough decisions either. But
You have
perhaps,
to plan so you don't have to move. them.
right, but does that mean that we throw the baby out with the bathwater? We've got these funds that we can use today. And we don't know what tomorrow's necessarily gonna look like, where there might be, like I said, a matriculation out where we start consolidating and we go, okay, well, we don't really need to refill this position. So perhaps that might work itself out.
I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing because I feel like it's them. and you don't.
Did that.
Signs aren't permanent, we can put Cipriano over there.
So,
Exactly.
Okay, and I understand what you're saying, and okay, whatever, but I've also lived this life for a lot of years, and I know exactly how it turns out. And the kids are the ones that get screwed in the end, but right now, let's talk about this. So what's our priority? Is our priority to fix something at the sites where the kids are, to make it better for them? Well, here and now, and then when we get that done, you can say, okay, some of these things are necessary. I'm not saying none of it, I'm just saying that I
think that some of it is absolutely necessary coming out of the pandemic. We have, our kids still have needs that they're still, I mean,
Right, so
we're
you have
technically
to
out of
get
it.
the people that touch base with them every day to help those needs. That's what I'm saying, spend the money on the people that are with the kids, so.
I can appreciate that, and I agree with that. But I do think, I personally think this coordinator school counselor, that's kind of the one that I'm kind of thinking of, is that's an important position to give our counselors some relief and
And
guidance.
I agree, I totally agree, and I've been in this whole counselor,
Mhm.
we're getting more, we're not, blah, blah, blah. I just needed some clarification with you, but I
Yeah.
think in the big thing, it's like, whoa. What are we doing? We spent a lot of time to make this district go here, to make the kids here.
Yeah,
And now I feel, and I could be wrong, that we're going back, it's not how we used to do it.
okay,
So respectfully, I'm gonna say, both of us, both of you and myself and Martha might feel differently after we've heard the presentation. So I think
So,
what we wanna do.
Yes. As the president of the school board, I'm gonna ask that we postpone this item to after the presentation on the LCAP. And that needs a motion to delay consideration until later in the same meeting. Okay,
so change I move that we alter the agenda to,
and we're
move this.
after the public hearing, it would be after the public hearing.
So
So that,
considered item 5C, or 4B becomes 5C.
I move that.
Okay, need a second.
okay, so it was moved by trustee Morocco that we postpone this item to 5.
You wouldn't call it 5C though, because you already approved your agenda. You would just call it the same number. It would just be after the public hearing.
Okay,
Gotcha,
Fair.
that we move 4C to after the public hearing.
okay.
So it was moved by trustee Morocco and seconded by trustee Kelly. All in favor of moving this item to after the public hearing, say aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay.
All right, the next item on the agenda is 4D, ratify and approve contracts. And that
4C.
is,
4C.
oh, as you were.
We're close, we're close.
Wait a minute.
Are any of these positions on the personnel register? This one?
No.
Okay.
So Rachel, come up and explain what they're looking at.
4C.
So as we go through our several workshops through June, we are looking at trying to contract our certificated staff as quickly as possible prior to them getting contracts with other districts. So there are several teachers on here. These are open positions. None of the positions up there are any position here. We would not do that. If these were approved, we would bring these back on the 22nd. So these are positions that were open at this time: counselors, principals, assistant principals, and ed specialists. We're hiring those as fast as we can as well.
I think just a point of clarification on the previous item that's aligned to this. Our intention was never for us to hire the positions you looked at previously until after the board voted on it on the 22nd. So we were never going to get ahead of the approval of the strategic plan. It was just for us to have time to prepare for that.
I move that we approve the certificated personnel register.
I second.
Moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Kelly. Any further discussion? All in favor of approving 4C, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries 4-0. 4D, ratify and approve the contracts, and this was for ELOP. Extended learning opportunity.
This is a new contract with an organization called Strategic Kids. Alevo's contract expired on June 30th. We do still need some extra support for staffing while we try to build all of our internal staffing just for our ELO program. So for this summer, we'd like to hire Strategic Kids to help with our summer program staff.
I have a question about. I work in a school district across North County, and we do a lot of work with these outside agencies. What is the difference in their hiring practices versus our hiring practices? And why are they able to hire people to do these jobs on a contract basis and we're not?
It's a very good
I'm
question.
very
and I can't-
confused, and it's not just our district. I know that everyone is doing this. And I see these people come in with their uniforms and their bright shirts, and they're working with their kids. And what's the difference?
Yeah, well, let me tell you the difference about how we will use Strategic Kids this time, different from Alevo.
Okay,
So Alevo, we hired to be a full service provider. They hired staff, they provided the program on our campuses. Strategic Kids, we're using it basically as a staffing agency right now. And so they actually come in at the same rates we pay our staff at,
okay.
and we train them under our programs. So they are hired by another agency, but they're technically going to be overseen by our own people. So Sherry Borger will be overseeing all of this now, and it will be trained just like our AMPM program. And they're part of our program. It's just an outside agency helping us with staffing.
Yeah.
Different than how we had a contract with Alevo.
But I think the original intent, and Rachel will give a little bit more specifics on answering your question, but the intent with this is that we're slowly migrating into
Yes.
everyone being employed under our umbrella.
Mhm.
This is just a temporary step. And Olivo served a
They did.
purpose. They helped us get through the first year as we were trying to figure out the rules and responsibilities of ELOP. So this is like the second step toward
Yeah.
being completely within, but employees completely within this unified.
Mhm.
But explain like the hiring differences. They don't have as many rules, the regulations.
I don't know exactly what their process is, but I'm assuming, their process would include the fingerprinting, would include having applications, but as far as we have our personnel commission, so applicants do have to pass an assessment.
Right.
To become a permanent employee, they have to pass probation. These are temporary employees, and so
That might be there home from college.
it could be,
Or
and
something hypothetical.
maybe a full-time job at a school district isn't, what they're looking for.
Or going to
But it-
school.
Yes, but the new, there is a new, I don't know, it's a legislation or it came out
Yep.
in where it has to be the same pay.
Right.
So they're paying the same as what we are paying. Now, we just passed an MOU several months ago on increasing our hours, because our idea is to build our employees and build career pathways, so people will be, wanting to come to a school district versus going into a temporary agency.
Our goal is that they're employees of this unified. We're just getting ourselves to that point.
Yeah, got it.
So just to clarify, so the goal is to so that we would have our own employees
Mhm.
instead of, and we wouldn't have to hire these outside.
Right.
This money would go to our
Right.
employees.
We're looking for permanent
Mhm.
employees that are going to stay with us for their entire career. These would be temporary.
Gotcha.
Thank you. So the 305,700, is that the management
Yeah,
of the contract?
So you do, yeah, it's tough for staffing, so the hourly rate for the employees they're hiring, and then, of course, there's like a 10% charge to do all the administrative fees that go along with that.
And that equates to roughly how many months of staffing or people
I'm
or?
gonna turn to Cherie, because she was helping me with this. Cherie, do you recall how many employees we're going to get with this contract?
I don't recall the number of employees, but we're covering the 5 elementary sites that are gonna have the expanded program. So once they've gone to the 3 weeks of All About Learning, this would be the afternoon inclusive of going all the way till, I think, 2 days before school starts. So we're looking at starting next Monday, all the way through, what would that be, August 11th? 10th, 11th, something like that.
Yeah.
Got it. Any further questions, guys?
5 elementary schools for the summer program?
Yes, so what we did was that,
You don't have to-
that's where we put the expanded programs that typically Sherry Borger's group would run, is we mirrored the method of those 5 groups. So we're really trying to keep that one site where the children don't have to be on the buses during the day as much. And then they would stay there until 6 p.m.
And then next year, during the school year, it'll be at all the sites.
Correct. So we would be looking at using strategic kids for the summer, kind of seeing how their program works. We believe we are going to need to partner with a group right now because we have so many students we're bringing on in this new comprehensive program. Again, like Rachel was saying, our goal is to bring in our own folks, but we know that we're going to need some additional support. But it's going to be under our umbrella, not a separate program that's run on a different side of the school.
Amy, have you done the numbers on this? And like broken down, like based on, because I want to make sure that like, because it's 61, if it's, we're talking about summer program, $61,000 per school. That includes how many employees on each, at each school site?
I'd have to run to my office and get those numbers, because it's our entire summer program.
Okay,
And
so
so it's a full day from 6:30 AM to 6 o'clock PM. And so it's shifts where we're making sure there's coverage for students in between all of those times.
and this is,
The goal is between 400 and 500 students, where our goal is to service between 400 and 500 students.
during the summer,
Yes,
okay,
at those 5 sites.
I get that, but $61,000 would, for a 6-week program, that's like $10,000 a week per school.
Hours. So we actually have also the AM PM staff that is also already working.
Okay.
So it's
we're-
internal, yeah, this is just the
Oh, they
external.
totally are, not, no, I'm not discounting that they're worth every penny, I'm kind of looking at trying to cost it out to find out, like, you said a 10%, like, administration fee, I just wanna make sure that that pencils out to a 10% administration fee and not like, oh yeah, we're paying the employees what you're paying them, and then they're actually, it's coming out to be more.
No, and when we get the bills, we track all of that.
Okay.
We track administrative fees versus, I put a label through the ringer when I got their bills, because I'm like, wait a minute. You're charging me for a full program, but we weren't fully staffed yet. So why am I paying a bill for not being fully staffed yet? So we went back and forth a
Right.
lot with the label. So we do the same thing.
You know what, I like hearing that.
Well,
So
on
that-
that point, I was gonna bring that up, not to hammer you. Are we confident that this provider will be able to fully staff?
Yes, they've been doing a good job staffing. Yeah, they're in Escondido and they're in San Diego Unified too. So they're able to provide staffing.
They do it at my site.
Yeah.
You like them?
I
So
like them because my kids don't have to go home to an empty apartment.
That's right.
I like them because they get to exercise at school and they get a snack after school, and for that, I love it.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right. Any more discussion? We'll call for the vote. All in favor of approving 5D, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries.
Wait, was there?
I don't know if there was a
There was no motion.
I make a motion that we approve.
I second.
Well, then maybe y'all should not ask questions. until after the- to that. Yeah. Get used to that.
Yeah.
All right,
These are called for discussion.
motion, you made the motion.
I made the motion.
I second.
Hold out, we could tell. All right, you got that, Chris? You got made the motion, all in favor of approving 5D, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 4-0. Next item on the agenda is 4E, the May revised overview.
Okay.
And there is a new handout.
Oh, is that what it is anymore? Okay, so.
All right, so before Amy starts, just I just want to kind of frame our conversation. So tonight, we have, this is a preliminary slide deck that I asked Amy to prepare. Typically, as we move from January to June, the governor has two statements he puts out. You know, the January recommendation is the initial recommendation for the budget, and then the May revise. And then in June, it's our responsibility. This is the first of two sessions that we're going to have. And the governor's May revise included some recommendations that would have a dramatic impact on our funding streams. And so as a result of that, I felt it would be appropriate for Amy to do an update on the May revise and highlight how those potential changes could have an impact on the development of our LCAP. Normally, the adjustments aren't as dramatic as this one. That's the purpose of this May revise. And then when we get into the public hearing, you'll see that we're going to do the budget first, because I think it's appropriate for you guys to have the background before we talk about actions. So this is the first of two. Go ahead, Amy.
So as Dr. Doyle mentioned, I'll be presenting an overview of the May revise this evening. The general main theme of the May revise was around the general fund revenue growth slowing down. And so originally in the January governor's proposed budget, they were looking at a projected shortfall of approximately $22 billion. Now they're looking at, as of the May revise, it has increased $9 million to approximately $31.5 billion. And so what's driving that increase? So California has a progressive tax system. For those not familiar with the term progressive tax, what that means is they charge higher tax rates the more that you make. So how that gets impacted, as an example, the S&P, the stock market, for anyone that's looked at their 401k recently, took a little bit of a dive. There was about a 20% decline. And so that impacts those high income earners because they pay almost 50% of our state total revenues for the general fund come from capital gains. And so when the stock market goes down, they pay less capital gains, which means less revenue to the state. I added a little diagram to the right so that you can see the breakdown of the what we call the big three. The big three make up about 95% of the general fund revenues. Our personal income tax is the greatest. It's about 62%. And that gets impacted by capital gains. Corporate tax is about 18%. Sales tax is about 16%. And so when the stock market doesn't do well, then it impacts our personal income tax. Another area that's being impacted in the, we'll call them the PIT or the PIT, is and corporate tax actually, is the delay of taxes that are now not due until October. Why that is a challenge, because the state has to pass their budget in June, districts have to pass their budget in June. And typically we would know by the end of April what our tax collections are. Delaying that out until October creates a huge uncertainty because what's projected to be received in October is $42 billion. The significant amount of money that we're not going to know the status of until well after we pass the budget. And so after the tax deadline, the end of October, we'll generally have an idea mid to late November. And then in January, when the governor puts out his proposed budget for the following year, that's when we'll get the first indication of what, if there's a shortfall or a surplus, what the proposed plans are for those funds. Ideally, revenues come in, or if they do come in less, there is they don't propose any actions until the following year. What we hope doesn't happen is potential mid-year actions. And it's happened a few times in the past. It has not happened recently.
They try and wait to the following budget year. And so just as a reference point, also, when I mentioned that 50% of total revenues come from capital gains, approximately 1% of the Californians pay that 50%. So you always hear that reference of the 1%. Those are the ones that generate the most of our taxes. And I'll actually have a slide later that talks about what's going on as far as income migration. So moving on to the next slide, risk to the economy. Interest rate hikes, everyone's aware, particularly as an example in the housing market. We've actually been in a housing market recession for the last 2 years. Interest rates are almost 7%. Inventory's down, purchasing's down, capital gains go down. Inflation, we're actually improving slightly. We were at its peak 9.1% last summer. We're about 4.9% now. But that has ripple effects in all the different areas. Another example of financial institution instability. We had 3 banks go under in March, since March. I already talked about tax receipts, continued supply chain issues that is impacting us all over. We've had several conversations, particularly in the construction, what those rising costs are doing. And also everything from our utility costs are up, food costs are up, office supplies are up. We're feeling that impact all through the economy. And then most recently, they did finally resolve the federal debt limit ceiling impasse. Very early to tell what the full impacts are going to be, but preliminary, we do know that the proposed increase by the president to add additional funding for IDEA, which is our special ed, and also with our ESSA funds or Title I, 2, 3, 4s. Those proposed increases were removed from the budget. So it's basically flat funding. So that's another area where we are hoping for additional funds in the future. As of now, we're not going to see that. Other areas, unemployment, very low right now. Our wages are going up. We're seeing below average growth in our gross domestic product indicators, not to get too geeky on GDP. Last year, we did have 2 quarters in a row where we had negative GDP. What that typically indicates is that usually a recession is coming. We've been very fortunate to not be in that recession as of now, but another little geekiness around economy is that we're in an inverted yield curve right now. We've been in that inverted yield curve since last summer. What that means is that investors are seeing greater gains in short-term investments versus long-term. That historically has indicated that typically when you're in that inverted yield curve, within 1 year, there's about a 2/3 chance we go into recession, a 98% chance within 2 years that we'll be in a recession. So we're seeing a lot of those indications that there could potentially be a mild or moderate recession. They're projecting right now potentially 2024. They do not mention the recession in the current year may revise, but that's just a lot of the discussion that's been going on. As I mentioned, the big 3, you can see here, it's a little bit of a busy chart. What we're trying to reflect is how revenue projections have changed by the purple line was where we were at budget adoption. The green line is the LAO. The LAO is our Legislative Analyst Office. It's an independent from the Department of Finance. They support the legislature on their independent analysis of the economy. And the May revise is the governor, what he includes in his May revise as far as revenue projections. You look at 23-24 at budget adoption, we were sitting high at $220 million. That was included in the state budget. It's now been decreased down to 193, and the LAO is actually projecting a lower amount than that. And so you can see how revenues have been rebenched essentially since the original budget was approved. And so as I mentioned earlier, migration trends. And so we talked a lot in the past about enrollment declining. It's happening all over the state of California. What we haven't really talked about is one of the other implications to the California economy is people, when they move out, that income goes with them. And so this chart was created by Public Policy Institute of California, PPIC, and it shows over the last 11 years, the trends of lower income, middle income, higher income, and that migration out of California. And so you can see in the most recent years, since 2018, those higher income rate of decline or people leaving or staying, I should say, is actually dropped dramatically compared to lower and middle income. So we are losing more of those higher income residents. And that, as I mentioned before, that progressive tax model is going to be impacting us as well. Very briefly, Prop 98, that's how K-14 is funded. You'll see starting the last 3 years. It's important to note we get to 23-24 at original budget adoption, projecting to Prop 98 would be $110 million with the revised revenue projections. $108 million billion in January. It's now been rebenched even lower to 106 billion as of the May revise. And so, as I mentioned, just seeing that decline in all 3 years of the impacts to Prop 98, we are continuing to be in test one. Test one of Prop 98 means that we get funded based on a percentage of total general fund. We're roughly about 38%. Each year they do, with the expanded TK, have been rebenching the percentage of Prop 98. And so you'll see if for 23-24, it's been rebenched to 38.48% because they do now include a TK add-on in our LCF calculator. Very briefly, Public School System Stabilization Account, the PSSSA. Even with the lower revenue projections, the governor is still projecting a deposit would be needed. The LAO, because they disagree with the revenue projections, disagrees with that calculation. Basically, it's projected that the reserve cap will hit the 10% rainy day fund in 23-24. And there's a series of calculations that have to occur. We are still in that, we have met all of the criteria still, and so in 23-24, our reserves are capped at 10% unless they are committed or designated for specific purposes. Statewide attendance, very briefly, just on the left side, you'll see where we are with attendance historically statewide. As of 22-23, first P2, which gets reported in December, we're about 91.92% statewide, down from 96% a few years ago. Our district's at 92%, so right about where the state average is at. It's important, the attendance rate percentage is important to note because California is one of the few states that do fund based on attendance, not on enrollment. So we've got a couple of different factors that impact our revenues from the K-12 perspective. As I mentioned, declining enrollment projections. This chart just reflects the major counties, and as you can see, statewide decline is 8.27%. You don't see San Diego County on there. We're not the top 10, but you can see Los Angeles and Imperial County, some of our neighbors, where they are is declining. And then you'll note on the right side that we do have 12 counties that are projected to lose more than 10,000, and 18 counties that are projected to lose faster than the state decline rate.
We go too fast, we good? Yeah.
LCF entitlement. So part of the May revise was the COLA increase, so 8.22%. And so that the COLA impacts all of our base grants. And so you'll see that calculation. You'll also note that we do get the grade span adjustment for CSR for TK and K3, and 912 is the CTE add-on, the $312. You'll note the TK add-on, $3,044. That's part of the rebenching of Prop 98. And so you'll see the adjusted base grants ranging from our TKers get approximately $14,000. Our 9 through 12, we get approximately $12,000 per ADA, not enrollment, but per ADA. We are an LCF district, so we do receive that 20% supplemental add-on for all of our students. And then we are also a concentration school, a concentration district. So that 65%, as a reminder, was increased from 50% 2 years ago. That 15% difference is allocated for those concentration schools to have additional staffing. The intent is to have lower adult to student ratios at schools, not in the district office, but directly supporting students. And so those funds are ongoing as long as we are UPP. stays above the 65% to qualify for that.
For which we're close to,
Yes,
How close?
pretty close.
yeah, we're 67,
Yeah.
but yeah. So we're close. So one-time block grants,
This is the important slide.
this is so in the May revise, actually started with January governor's proposal. The governor originally proposed to reduce the arts music block grant by a third. And then with the May revise, basically, it would be reduced in half. So we have actually, we're forecasted to receive $11.6 million. We actually have half of that cash in the bank already. If the proposal goes forward and approved, as recommended by the governor, we would be down to $5.7 million or a loss of 5.9%. Those funds, what they're being used for, so we had originally developed a spending plan that would allow us to have 3 years of pension relief, approximately $2.5 million a year to help pay down the pension increases that districts have been incurring. And then the remaining $4 million was to go for furniture for the schools. With that January proposal, the $4 million right now is out of the plan. If the May revise plan comes to fruition, instead of having about $2.5 million a year, we'd be down to about 1.85 million for 23, 24 and 24, 25.
Just a point of clarification. It's a lot of numbers and so far the pace is, I've been able to keep up with it, but with the allocation of 11.6 million, you said that we have half of it in the bank. And that because we might have a loss, you said 5.9%, but you meant 5.9 million. So out of that 11.6 that we already plan to spend, right? We already plan to spend it. We might lose almost $6 million because of this.
Correct.
We might never
Receive
receive
it.
6
Yeah,
million.
Correct.
That
So
we've
we were
already-
supposed to receive the second half of the payment in May. They actually postponed that payment pending the outcome of the state budget.
So a couple of really important things. This is the main slide.
Right.
One, this is not something he recommended or outlined in January. This is a difference between January and May.
Mhm.
Two, the LAO and both houses do not agree with this approach. And part of this process is they all have to agree before the budget is approved in about a week.
By the 15th, the legislature has to pass a budget that then goes to the governor, and then the governor has until the 30th to approve the budget.
Okay.
And
Those are
so
all-
right now, the governor is proposing basically reducing this in half, where the Senate and the House have recommended very small reductions. And the LAO is recommending not to reduce it at all. So that second main bullet on the page, it creates an impact for districts across the state. So not all districts in California are LCFF districts. So some districts receive more funding than others, but these two one-time block grants are available to all districts. And so the arts, music, the AMIM DBG
Mhm.
has the most flexibility. You can use it for pensions, art, music, instructional materials, basically discretionary. And so some districts, because we already received half of that payment, may have already spent it or used it in negotiations as an example of one-time off schedules, or committed it to, anything from textbooks, contracts. And so the challenge is you've already allocated the funds, how can you take it back from districts? And so that's why the Senate and the House and the LAO are saying, don't touch the one-time block grants. The governor is proposing to use the one-time block grant reductions and take those one-time dollars, I'm getting ahead of the slides, and use it for ongoing costs. And that's another debate that's going on right now.
Amy, you mean the Senate and the Assembly?
Yes,
Yes.
sorry, Senate and Assembly.
Okay.
The state, the two houses.
State,
Yes.
yeah. I was like, wait, for a second, I was like, wait, federal?
Okay. This is a state conversation,
Right.
not a federal project.
All right, I just wanted to make sure I got that, because it's a lot of
Yeah, there's a lot of
information and so far the pace is good, but I just want to make sure I
I'll slow down
Okay.
on the rest of this
Okay.
presentation. And I'll go through this again when we get to the actual public hearing on
Yeah.
the budget, so it's repeated in that presentation as well.
Got it.
So the second one-time block grant is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. We have already received $27 million. We have that cash in the bank. What the governor is proposing, and it was new in the May revise, is actually to reduce it by a third. And so that would reduce us from the $27 million down to $19 million. That would be a loss of approximately $8.9 million. And so that would impact the district, and we'll get that into that when we get into the LCAP, because that's part of our sustainability model that we'll be reviewing later in the meeting. And so, as I already mentioned, these funds have already been started to be received by districts, and also some districts have already been committing and spending those funds.
Question. The worst case scenario out of the first half of this slide is a net loss to our district in our current budget of $15 million.
So from a cash yes, from what we are projecting our apportionment or what we're expecting to receive, worst case would be the 9 plus the 6 or $15 million. From a cash perspective, depending on if it gets approved and how they take it back, because then they have to take back the funds that we've already received, that could impact our cash flow, most likely in 23-24, and that's a different conversation. And until we know what that happens, we won't know how it'll impact our cash flow, because they'll reduce the cash that they give us for other things. They'll offset it by that, so that's how they'll take the money back.
Thank you.
So one of the things that makes this whole process really complex is the timing of it. So when they develop the whole LCFF process, we have to do what we're doing now in June. That's kind of the legislation on it. And the budget is developed at state level, January to May, and then discussed in June at the same time. And so we have to develop our plan, like every other school district, based on what we think will happen. And then this just happened a couple of weeks ago in May. And so now we have this plan and a contingency plan, because we have to address both. We have to be ready, because we don't know where this is gonna go. This could actually end up clearing itself up, and both of these funding sources can be fully funded if the governor backs down and the LEO and the two houses get their way. So that's the part where we're kind of in this weird no man's land, where we don't know exactly what's going to happen. So our proposal is to move forward with what we think, knowing that we're not gonna do any hires until after the 22nd, and by then we'll have an idea of where the governor is going. So we're kind of in this no man's land.
And there is another layer of complexity that I'll cover when we get to the public hearing on the budget, is guidance that we receive from our county office on what we include in our budget adoption. And they told districts to implement those cuts. So what you'll see in the proposed budget later is
Assumption.
yeah, those assumptions. And then if it doesn't happen, then we add it back in the 45-day budget. So that's that complexity. A lot happens in May and June and July. And so it gets a little bit crazy with all the moving parts.
So July, we can't take a break from board meeting. Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah, we're not good, like.
All right, we're almost finished. No more slides here.
And so I referenced the LAO a few times in the presentation. So just as a reminder, they are an independent, nonpartisan agency. They provide the guidance to the legislature. A lot of agencies do reference their projections as well as another source of reference for revenue projections. And so they currently project the big three that I've talked about previously to be $11 billion below what the governor has already reduced in the May revise. And so their proposal is they're recommending that to the governor, because he's also included new programs, albeit small programs. They're recommending to not introduce anything new. And then also to avoid the reduction to those block grants. And we talked about that previously. And then that third point, which is really important from a financial management perspective, is the governor is reducing those one-time block grants to fund the COLA. The COLA is an ongoing cost. And so once you spend the one-time funds once and they're gone. So what happens next year, because you have to fund the ongoing COLA plus the additional proposed COLA, that's almost 4% next year. Yet this year you've done a significant portion of that with those one-time funds. And so you're putting that fiscal burden on next year's budget and you don't even know what your tax collections are this year. And so next steps for the California budget. So they have been completing their budget committee hearings. The legislature, as I mentioned, has to approve their budget by June 15th or receive penalties. The governor has until June 30th. At the same time, we have to approve our LCAP and our budget at the same time that the governor's approving the state budget. And then as a result of the state budget, we then statutorily have 45 days to submit a revised budget, or approximately August 15th from whatever date the state budget is signed, and that will need to resubmit a revised budget.
Any further questions?
So, timeline wise, you're saying that the governor has till the assembly and the senate have till June 15th
To come to a consensus and agree on a
on a
budget.
budget, and then June 30th for the governor to approve it.
Yes,
And
and
then,
we approve ours also by June 30th.
right, okay, I got it. So we are under the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so this August 15th, then what is,
So
oh, we
each,
have to get.
it's 40, yeah, so
Back to them.
yeah, so any part of AB 1200 statute, we have 45 days to submit any budget adjustments as a result of the state budget.
Oh, I gotcha.
So that's why in July could be a busy month because depending on what happens with the state budget, we'll need to have a meeting to review, decide, discuss, and then come back.
Because we're doing it at the same time. So we're building our budget based on what we think the state will do. We don't really know.
Right,
And they're both due on the same day. So they give us 45 days to make adjustments.
that's. Wow, that's good. I don't want the job of the person that's gonna get all these adjustments by August 15th. And having to register those or whatever. Yeah, no, okay, thank you.
Where's the good news? Missing a few pages of good news here.
8.22% COLA, partially funded with one-time funds.
Do you have any questions? All right, thank you so much. That includes 4E, the May revised overview. And then on the agenda is item 5A, the public hearings on the 2023-2024 adopted budget and review of fund balance reserves greater than the state recommendations. We will now convene. Do I have to hit the thing with you?
Yeah, you're supposed to.
Okay.
You're supposed to
I'm
end.
supposed to adjourn.
Adjourn.
Okay. So I'm gonna adjourn a special board meeting at 6:36, and now I will open the public hearing. Right, I have something to read. We will open the public hearing at 5:36. We will now convene a public hearing on the 2023-24 adopted budget and fund balance reserves. Under Education Code Section 42127A1, the board must hold at least one public hearing to solicit comments from members of the public regarding the adopted budget proposed and review the ending fund balance reserve limits. After the public has the opportunity to comment, Amy Shackelford, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, will provide a brief presentation on budget assumptions for the 2023-24 budget and review the components of the ending fund balance. This matter will then come back to the board for final adoption of the 2023-24 budget at the June 22nd, 2023 board meeting. Anyone who would like to comment, please line up. Yeah, each speaker will be given 3 minutes for such comments for this public hearing. Seeing no public speakers that would like to speak to 5A, this public hearing. Ms. Shackelford, will you share your short presentation on 2023-24 budget assumptions and the ending fund balance reserve? Please come forward.
Define short.
I am proud of it. It's actually shorter than normal. So
Okay.
not bad.
No, I'm proud of you too. Yeah, Amy's the best.
It's also early, so I'm gonna make sure everyone's
Okay,
accommodated.
let me share the screen. We'll get started. Okay, here we go.
So this evening, I will be reviewing the estimated actuals for 22-23, and then we'll move into the budget development update for 23-24 and the impacts to our multi-year projection. And then requirement that all districts have to complete is to present the general fund statement of reserves. So that is a breakdown of all funds that are in the reserves and purposes, and then close with next steps and board feedback. So what you see here is a comparison of where we were at second interim for the 22-23 year compared to estimated actuals. This is the total general fund. So you'll note that we started with total beginning fund balance of 63.5 million. Revenues, total general funds have decreased by $31 million. So we're projected at $374 million. That is primarily on the restricted side, and I'll get into explaining deferred revenues and carryovers, because that does impact our restricted balances, and that's what that 31 million is. And then you'll under expenditures, you'll notice that we have a decrease of $11.4 million. So when you defer revenues until the following year, it's because you're not spending those revenues, and so your revenues decrease as well as your revenues. And then, so that brings our ending fund balance originally projected to be at 111 million, now down to $91 million. Obviously, when we close the books, that number is going to change again. But looking at our required reserves, you'll note our 3%. So when your expenditures go down, the calculation of 3% goes down. Restricted grant carryover, originally projected at $62 million, now at $45 million. That is mainly from the timing of our restricted, our COVID funds and our other title funds. And then also, I'll talk about the one-time block grants because that is the other impact of revenues. On the committed funds, no change. That's the $1.4 million that we received as part of that boundary exchange with San Marcos. We are still expecting to receive our second payment at the end of the year, so that should increase to approximately $2.3 million that will be committed just for future textbook adoption. You'll notice our assignments was $14.2 million second interim and is now zero. That was a set aside for salary increases that now have been embedded up above under expenditures. So that's the raises. So overall surplus still fairly flat, 21.8 million above required reserves, now 22.1 million above required reserves. And so, so now to go down one step to just the unrestricted side of the general fund, our revenues, we only changed by about $450,000. That was an increase. Basically, we since second interim, we reported our P2 attendance to the state. So it was a little bit better than projected. So that increased our LCF up. And also our UPP was slightly better than projected. So that was roughly 450,000. Expenses. So overall, we reduced by about $100,000. Two main reasons for that small change. So our supplemental concentration, I'm going to talk about those dollars a lot throughout this presentation. At second interim, first interim budget adoption, we had to project that we were going to spend all of those funds because from a district perspective, we have to spend all of our supplemental concentrations because we have to achieve the how the plans in the LCAP of improving and increasing services. Based on a recent legislative change initiated by Assemblywoman Weber, there is legislative language now that districts can no longer have those dollars fall into reserves. We have to designate those funds to support those same student populations. And we have to outline plans in the LCAP of how we're going to accomplish that. So last year, 21-22, we had approximately $10 million carryover for supplemental concentration. We carry those over into 22-23. And now we're sitting at approximately $11.9 million of carryover that's going to roll into 23-24. So that's one of the challenges that districts are having. We received with all of the one-time funds that we're receiving, all of the other grant funds that we're receiving, and the supplemental concentration funds, we're not able to accomplish everything that we have in the blueprint. And so strategically, we prioritize our COVID funds because those are going to expire first. While the supplemental concentration, we are at specific purposes, there's actually no expiration date in legislation. So that's one of those areas when we talk about sustainability, making sure that we're focusing on those one-time funds first, and then these supplemental concentration funds would be then the next source that we would use for our sustainability. And then, so essentially carryover dropped by $11.9 million, and then we increased by about $11 million for the unrestricted portion of the salary increases. The other piece, because as I mentioned, it was $14 million, that $2.72 million impacted special ed, so that's their portion of the raises. And so you, the 10 million is sitting under expenses on the unrestricted side, plus your 2.7 in contribution, that's where the $14 million of raises went. But overall, on the expenses, it's really just a net change of 100,000. And so moving on to the next slide, I'll show the numbers a little bit for those that like to see numbers instead of words. You'll notice our beginning fund balance on the unrestricted side, $33.7 million. Our revenues, you'll see change by that 450,000. So we're still at $254 million. Expenses, roughly that $100,000 change. Contributions, that's the special ed increase, 2.7 million. Our ending fund balance went from 48 million to 46 million, a drop of 2.3, as I mentioned, the special ed. And so moving down to required reserves, again, that 3% economic uncertainties gets funded from our unrestricted budget. So a little bit of savings there. You'll notice that we now have designated that supplemental concentration carryover, $11.9 million. And then you'll see the other reserve impacts. So again, overall on the unrestricted, our surplus above required set asides increased from 21.7 to 22.1. I've added in the text box to the right because you may ask, okay, what's the impact to our reserves? So at second interim, we were projecting to end the year at 8.73%. We're currently at 12.81%. But that includes the 11.9 million carryover. If we back out that carryover, and assuming that we had spent all 11.9 million, we would have ended the year at 9.06%. So a little bit improvement from the 8.73% at second interim. On the restricted side, so these are the main changes. On the revenues, obviously, we had the reduction to the one-time funds. In addition to, on the federal side, if there are funds that we haven't spent, we can't recognize the revenue that year, we defer it to the following year. And so it reduces our expenses, it reduces the revenues. And so that's why you see that drop of $31 million. That's the change between the one-time funds and deferring those unspent federal revenues to the next year. So they'll be available to spend. And so when we close the books at first year, we always see that big bump up on the restricted side of revenues and expenses. Those are those funds carrying over from the previous year. And then as mentioned on the expense side, reducing that, we do have underruns in our title funds, community schools, lottery, the A to G grant that we have. We'll talk about that later in the LCAP. And then some other miscellaneous local grants. And then that last one, which makes me very happy, is CNS kit funds. So you may ask, why are there CNS funds in the general fund? They have their own fund. One of the grants that we received this year, we actually received 2 kit grants. And so these are good for us because CNS Fund 13 is very restrictive in nature and we can purchase new equipment, but we can't purchase the electrical, we can't purchase the plumbing. And so the general fund has to purchase those, has to basically pay to plug it in where CNS purchases the equipment. These kit funds, however, benefit us because they are actually general fund funding that we can use for the plumbing, the electrical, those types of things that Fund 13 couldn't do. So Fund 13 has a larger balance. So as an example, they want to replace all of the ovens at all of the kitchens because they're aged. But anything that needed electrical, we would have had to pay for out of the general fund. Now with these KIT funds, well over $1 million, we'll be able to cover that cost and not impact the general fund. So very briefly on the restricted side, you'll see the change in the revenues, the drop of 31 million, the drop in expenditures, and then that impact to the restricted grant carryover. And so basically zero change because whatever is your ending fund balance becomes your carryover. Very briefly, and we'll also talk about this in the LCAP, just a summary of where we are with our COVID funds. Originally, we received $104 million between 2019 and 2020. They do expire at different dates. They have different assurances as well. So again, using that strategic approach of how to use the fundings and how to bucket and pair them. And so you'll notice some of these funds have $0 balances because ideally you want to spend those funds that expire first. And then that gives you the flexibility of those funds that expire later. And so we've got about $31 million remaining.
So we're going too fast, we good?
Multi-year, so moving on to the multi-year, we, as a data source, we use school services dartboard. School services is one of the premier agencies that provides guidance to school districts. We have included the COLA of 8.2%. Just noting on the unduplicated count, the UPP, it will be an estimate until we submit our CalPADS reporting in December. CalPADS reporting is based on our CBEDS or enrollment the first week of October, and then also designates our free and reduced, our English learners, foster, homeless. And so we won't have a good UPP percentage until after we submit in December. Similar with attendance right now, using a projection of 92%. Historically, we have been at the 95, 96%, but because we've been lower, we had to assume in our projections what that current trend is. And so that is a projection until we do our what's called P1 reporting also in December, and our P2 attendance reporting that is due in April. And so, as I mentioned, one-time block grants have already been reduced per the May revise, and enrollment projections, we are continuing to decline. And so that is reflected in our multi-year projection. And then, as I mentioned, the 45-day budget in August will have any updates once the state has approved their budget. So assumptions as we build the budget. So 23-24, this is also the first time that you will see 25-26. So we've outlined the enrollment that is projected. We were about 18,800 this year. So again, that declined 18,600, 18,400, 18,200. That assumes that we realize that TK growth, because we do have that expansion for the 2 more years, and then also offsetting that secondary loss. LCFF funding, go back to the previous slide. The LCFF funding ADA, just to note, also legislative change last year, that rolling 3-year average. And so you may look at the 18,600 and try and multiply it by 92% attendance and not get that same number. That's because it's an average of the previous 3 years. And so it's very favorable in 23-24 because we had higher funded, because we also received legislative relief in 21-22 that we were funded back at the attendance levels for 19-20. The second year and the third year, you'll notice more dramatic drops because those hold harmless in those higher years are now dropping off. And so we get to the 25-26, that's where you really see what we've been talking about, that ADA funding cliff, because now we're being funded on 17,100 projected with enrollment of 18,200. And so you'll notice the COLA, you'll also notice the slight declines in our UPP. Overall, our new supplemental concentration funding receiving about $42 million a year. And then for 23-24, that $11.9 million carryover would put us at about $52 million of S&C in 23-24.
So Amy, let's just take a minute for the board members and talk a little bit about these projected ADA numbers. First, explain just briefly the difference between 18,415 and 17,655 ADA. How do they come up with that number?
So it is based on enrollment projections over the 3 years. So you'll see that the slight decline 200. However, it is the ADA calculation takes our funded ADA from last year, the year before that, and the year before that. So it doesn't even assume our current year enrollment because we're being funded on the 3 previous years of funded ADA.
Right, so that's taking into account the COVID years.
Yes, and so that's why we have a higher, you'll notice in 23, 24, we look really good because we're being funded at 18,397, but then those years start dropping off, and by the time you get to 25, 26, we're being funded on essentially actuals, and our actual, yeah.
23, 24 is like they gave us a pass because of COVID. And 24, 25, it goes to actual.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
And I wanted to point this out because this number that she developed here, 17, I'm in 24, 25 school year, 17,655, is based on about a 92% attendance rate. If we increase that to our historical average, which is somewhere closer to between 94 and 96, then how much would that change that? We went from 92 to 94, 96.
I'd have to do the calculation, because it's not a 1-for-1, because even though you increase your enrollment or your attendance in the current year, you're still funded on the previous years. So something as an example of what we're trying to do for 23, 24 is submit, as you may recall in our audit report, they removed independent study ADA because some of the boxes weren't checked on the contracts. So we can go to the state, appeal, and hopefully get 200 ADA back, and that would be part of the rolling 3-year average. So it's the previous year, so that impacts us next year. Another example would be submitting a waiver for September. What happened at Vista High? We had lower enrollment. We can submit a waiver to hopefully get approval to get that lost ADA back. And so that's the challenge, because we get funded on the previous 3-year calculations. And so if we improve our attendance this year, then it'll help us next year for the next 3 years.
So as that number changes, funding goes up.
Yes.
Can we talk before we switch slides about the COLA and the drop that we see starting next year?
Just take a look.
Yes. So those are the current projected COLAs. They did improve slightly from January. But we're still sitting at half of the COLA that we were funded for in 23, 24. And if you recall, in 22, 23, we were funded at almost a 13% COLA. And so an important discussion piece is the impact of COLA and the loss of enrollment and loss of attendance. And so there's not a 1-for-1, and I'll show you that in our multi-year projection and the impacts of what it does with our LCA revenues. Because even though we receive 3.94% of COLA, we actually don't receive the equivalent of funding because we're declining and our attendance is lower. So that COLA gets offset by declining enrollments. And so now you're literally getting into the discussion about dollars and not percents, because the percent doesn't mean anything because we're a declining district. If our enrollment was flat, our attendance was flat, then that COLA, we would get $1 for dollar on that COLA. But because of the declining enrollment and our attendance being lower than historical, then we're losing the benefit of those COLA dollars, but our expenses are not going away because we still have to maintain salary schedule, special ed, utility costs, and we'll see that in our multi-year.
I have a question, but it's going back a little bit. Sorry.
That's okay. I feel bad because I'm looking just like.
I know. It's totally fine. The $11 million that we carried over. What do we do with that?
It's in the blueprints, and so, and we, similar to what we did this year, we outlined, supplemental and concentration services that qualify for those student subgroups. And then we basically split the strategies, between, you'll see the CO in the blueprint, and then you'll see S&C. But overall, there's $52 million of, planned services and actions in the blueprint. Because we have to show when Kelly submits her LCAP, she has to show what we're doing with that $11.9 million of services. So we've outlined it, planned for it in the blueprint.
Okay, so it is being spent
Yes,
Yes.
yeah, we have to spend it. That's one of the requirements.
and only carried over once, right?
No, there is actually no expiration in the language. So it will keep carrying over until it gets spent. So last year we carried over 10 million. It's grown to 12 million. Because we've been focusing on using the COVID dollars because they expire and in language, they expire. And so that's part of the strategy, is making sure that we're using the ones that expire first. And then when those funds expire, then we have the S&C carryover supplemental that we'll be able to use. And so and so we talked about that. That's kind of our sustainability strategy, is to make sure that we're using the one-time funds first and then utilizing those funds that don't expire.
For in the past, you came in and fixed that, we weren't doing it that way. I know I get that, but it's kind of like, okay, so, you know, we all know what we need, and that's just a lot of money to be sitting around, not spent on services and stuff, so.
And this, yeah, and we have a plan for the services. We just may not necessarily, use
So
them.
let me clarify though, because it's really complex, and we're not trying to make it complex. This is just the state of California and all their requirements. We may not, like, for example, with the $10 million, we did not spend that $10 million. But in the plan, we identified actions and services for us to spend it. We just didn't end up spending it. And an example of that was, there were a variety of professional developments, for example, that we wanted to do. And last year, a lot of our staff were tired. We weren't able to fulfill all the professional developments. So that money falls to the bottom. The complexity of what the state has set up now is, when we have $10 million at the bottom, we can't just set it aside and say, we're just gonna wait, we're gonna wait on that money. They make us identify actions and services and put it into the plan. So we have to say that we're gonna spend it and put it in the plan, even if it ends up not being spent. And in the book that we gave you, you can track, I want to answer Rosemary's question, you can actually track which items are identified for the $10 million S&C. It's right here on the left-hand side. It'll say
So
S&C.
that was the 10 million from before, but now there's another 11.
There's another 11.9, and so we've identified in the 23-24 year to get services, to increase services, because between the 42 and the 12, we need to get to about $54 million. The challenge is, when we actually go to close the books in September, that will give us the actual true dollar amount. Right now, we're projecting it's 11,900,000, but if something doesn't get delivered by June 30th, we might end up with more money. If hourly timesheets show up in June that we weren't anticipating, we might have less than 11.9 million. So right now it's a guesstimate, but we've planned for that in the blueprint. So between the new funds and the carryover, we have plans in the blueprint.
Okay, so what are the rules about reallocating it? Are we allowed to reallocate, like if we
Yes.
identify it for staff development?
Yes.
Okay, and then once we identify it on the budget, do we have to wait till the following year to reallocate those funds if we don't use them? Or can we, like, during the school years, identify that and say, okay, well.
That's a really good question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So the guidance that we've received, if you're making significant changes to the LCAP, you have to bring it back to the board for approval. And so the board would define what is significant. If you're moving 10,000 from this to that, they may not be significant, but ideally it's about transparency with the community. If you're moving $2 million from, or you had planned, say, 3 adoptions totaling $6 million, and now you're going to buy $6 million of furniture, the board could say, that's a significant change. We need to bring it back so that the community knows that we've made a change to the plan. So that way they can give input and feedback to the plan. And that would be, but if you're making small adjustments, that's where the county is like, it depends on the significance.
So, but according to the state or the county, there's no rule saying that we can't do that. And I understand there's a
Correct.
procedure to
As
it.
long as
The
it's,
board
you're,
can, absolutely. We've done that. in the
Okay.
past. We've done it one time since the inception of LCAP, if you remember. We did it in January.
we reduced $5 million, a mid-year reduction. Primarily from supplemental concentration. And so we had to redo the LCAP. But based on discussion with the county, it wasn't significant changes because it was for the following year. Versus the January one was $5 million of current year and it wasn't supplemental concentration. So that's kind of the nuances, it depends on where your reductions are. But the criteria is you have to improve or increase those services because there's a calculation. New funds are 20%. You add in the carryover, you'll see in the LCAP, it's 27% of improved increased services for those student groups. And so that's the criteria, is to make sure that you're improving and increasing for those student populations.
When you redo it though, we would have to have community sessions. We'd have to go through the design of a new LCAP, we'd have to go through the review process, including the county and back to the board. That would be a multi-month process.
I got you. I just was curious as to whether or not we were kind of locked into it once it's allocated.
On the expense,
I did. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
on the expenditure side, as far as step and column, certificated up slightly 1.95%. As we hire, newer staff and same with classified, that are no longer at that top step, the cost of step does increase because we have more junior staff that are moving through the ranges and the steps. And so you'll note also CalSTRS and CalPERS, we finally have reached the max on the CalSTRS, 19.1%. CalSTRS is unique that it takes legislative action to change the percent versus CalPERS, which is voted on by the board, their board, and based on investments and their actuarial studies. And so you'll see CalPERS changes every year. And so that right now is driving a lot of the pension increase, is because that percentage times your payroll is increasing. Other benefit areas, 23-24 is the last year of the 2018-9 CERT payment. So we will have completed the 5-year payment for the last CERT that's on the books. And as I mentioned, the arts, music, discretionary block grants, that pension relief. Sorry, I said 1.85% earlier, it's 1.79 million benefit this year, benefit in 24-25, 25-26, there is no relief because in the event that the governor does cut it in half, we don't have 24-25 would be the last year that we would have that relief. And we originally planned for 3 years anyway. And then you'll notice materials and supplies for and contracted services. I referenced the carryover of supplemental concentration. Our lease contracts for our computers have expired. Yay. We have a little bit of funding in 23-24 to wrap up that final contract, and going forward, we are 100% new purchase only in the LCAP. You'll also note special ed that the increase of contribution each year, roughly $3 million. And then in 22-23, we have used $10 million of our plan for $10 million of our COVID funds to help offset our unrestricted expenditures. There is no assumption going forward to use COVID funds for that solution. So what does all that mean? So in front of you is now the 3-year projection. I always put my big little red arrow because that's how I signify the funding cliff. So it's important to note that declining enrollment in the 3rd year. And so I'm going to go a little bit slower on this slide because there's a lot of data. That very first, and you'll see, sorry, left to right, our expenditure and revenue type across the top, budget year, and our 2 projection years. So starting with our LCFF, projected to receive $252.1 million, 23-24, based on enrollment attendance UPP. In 24-25, incorporating that continued declining enrollments and also assuming the COLA is about 4%, you'll see our funding actually drops $251.4 million. Because that's that while we're receiving a COLA, we're losing ADA. And so in year 3, same impact. We projected to receive a COLA of about 3%, can still continue to declining enrollment, lower attendance, and UPP. So receiving projected 251.6 million. So those year 2 and year 3 are essentially flat, even though we receive a funded COLA. So that's when I reference, it's not just about the percent of COLA, it's about the dollars now, because we're districts that are declining that 3-year, we have fruit flies, I know.
I know. It's.
They really like you. That rolling 3-year average, now we've been benefiting this year from it, but that benefit drops off. And that was intended by the legislature to kind of give you that soft landing as we phase out of those hold harmless years. Very little change on all of the other revenues, assuming that they stay fairly flat. Contributions. So 2 pieces make up that contribution: routine restricted maintenance, requirement to fund 3% of your total general fund expenditures. The other majority of that piece, as you saw in the previous slide, is special ed. And so that's the maintaining also of their salary, pension, and their increasing costs. So approximately $3 million increase in each year. So overall, total unrestricted revenues, 208 million, 205, 202. So our revenues are going down because our contributions are increasing and our LCFF is basically flat in year 2 and year 3. On the expenditure side, you'll note maintaining the step and column for salaries, benefits. You'll note while pension is increasing, we're getting the benefit of that pension relief in year 1 and year 2. You'll notice in year 3, we're jump up to $52 million. That's because that benefit of the pension relief goes away, and we still have increasing pension costs. You'll note books and supplies and services and other operating costs. I basically split the $11.9 million between the 2 expenditures. Assuming that we spend 100% of that 11.9 in 23-24, because we have to assume that we're going to spend it in the budget year, and then it just depends on how you close the books. And then in 24-25, you'll notice that those that carryover has been backed out. And then the other important line you'll note is indirect costs. So indirect costs are a good thing for the unrestricted budget. We get a percentage of, I basically define it as overhead. So that's our support that we give to our restricted programs, our payroll support, our HR support, our IT support. And so that percentage fluctuates each year, but the more restricted resources you have, the more credit you get on the unrestricted side. As our restricted funds start to expire, that credit relief starts to go down. So that's another area that impacts us in year 3, because at that point, our COVID funds have expired. Learning recovery, all of those other funds have, educator effectiveness have basically also expired. So we're back down to a more historical perspective where it's the title funds and local grants and things like that. So overall expenditures, 215 million, 207, going up to 212. It's a little bit of a roller coaster because of that carryover, but it's important to note we are deficit spending in all 3 years. And our ending fund balance, roughly 39 to going down to $27 million from a percent reserves. We are over the 10% projected in 23-24, 10.08%, going up to 10.5%. With that funding cliff going on in 25-26, projected to go on in the 3rd year, we could be down to 7.7% because of that $9 million deficit spending. And so it's important that it becomes another complexity of managing the budget is we have to manage the reserves over a 3-year period, because if your reserves are too low in year 1 and year 2, you could get into the point where you're just at the 3% or below. So that's something that while we're higher in year 1 and year 2, that's because in year 3, we want to stay above that 7% goal.
So, let's stay here just for a moment. So we're right here on the bottom where it says the total expenditures reserves, basically. So these reserves, as they kind of go up a little bit and then drop down with the funding cliff, are inclusive of the assumption that the governor would get his way and that we would lose that funding, that one time.
Well, the one-time funding is on the restricted side, but essentially we would lose the benefit of the indirect costs. Yes.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure you're all clear on that. So we would be at 7.7%. And when we went through the process, that painful process that Ms. Smithfield talked about earlier, our goal was at least to be at 7%. Because we don't want to go into qualified status or negative status. So right now, this budget, while it's tough and there's some cuts coming up, when we knew the funding would come up, it's it's still like, it's positively, we're projecting a positive certification of the month.
And the benefit of being at 7% gives you, in the event that something happens with the economy or the state, gives you that a little bit more runway to make those adjustments so that we don't get too close to that 3%. And just very briefly, this is the restricted side multi-year, phasing out the one-time funds, and spending down those carryover balances and the deferred revenues. And so, roughly going from $156 million of expenditures down to $128 million expenditures, that impacts our 3% calculation of routine maintenance. So that would be something that we would have to be mindful of because our facilities are in the condition that they are. And as our total general fund expenses go down, the value of, because their budget is based off of that 3% calculation, that budget would also decrease as well. So that's something that we have to manage as well. And then also the 3% reserve reserves also would go to economic uncertainties, but also go down because our total general expenditures are going down. General fund statement of reserves for excess reserves.
Yes.
Okay.
The decline over the 3 years of the total certificated salaries and the total classified salaries, is that?
That's just as the one-time funds expire.
I see.
Yeah, so we have like additional hourly put in the blueprint, and there may be, and so also like with the Title I, we've been having the carryover for Title I, so as those carryover dollars dry up, we have also a surplus of Title III. There's almost $1 million of Title III carryover. That's also like certificate and classified salaries, and so
Okay.
that's just spending down those carryover balances.
Okay.
And so that is, but it is a good point because as our restricted funds go away, we do have positions that we maintain with those those traditional restricted resources, the Title I and Title III, as an example. And so that's also part of that sustainability plan that we have to look at.
So when we go from 47 billion down to 38 billion. But you're saying, looking for verification here. So that's money that we would have earmarked for different programs and different things, correct? Because it's in the restricted. That means when we go down, things have to go. Yeah. Thank you.
So statement of excess reserves, so $77 million in reserves, you back out your 3%, so essentially $66 million. We just outlined $250,000 revolving cash. Those are essentially our cash on hand, credit cards, things like that, that the most liquid of cash items. Stores, the $95,000, that's the inventory that is projected in the warehouse. We maintain a small warehouse of office supplies and art supplies and things like that. So we have to inventory that every year. Backing out the restricted routine and grants, the $1.4 million of the curriculum adoption that will always be in the reserves until the board takes action to bring it out and to spend it on a textbook adoption. There's the $11.9 million carryover, leaving approximately $26.6 million. Our description is for budget stabilization, declining enrollments, attendance decreases, etc. And so that is just a requirement of AB 1200 that we outline all of the uses in our ending fund balance. And moving on to the next slide. All other funds. So similar format to other presentations, left to right are other funds, adult ed as an example, Fund 11. We receive about $3.7 million of revenue, anticipating to spend about $4.1 million of expenditures. They had a beginning fund balance of $3.3 million. They're ending the year with $3 million. Another important fund, I'll touch briefly, child nutrition. They have a very healthy balance right now. They started the year at $9 million. Anticipating to end the year next year at 8.3. They've had a lot of vacancy savings. They've been able to get some grants and some additional funding relief. And so they have a lot of capital plans that they have. It's just from a timing perspective. So that's why they've got that healthy balance right now. Fund 21, that's our Measure LL. Projected to have an ending fund balance next year of $64 million, depending on the timing of our Vista High and Beauvier projects and the completion of Vista Magnet. Fund 25, developer fees. We've actually seen our collections go down. Previous years, we were over $1 million. Projected a little bit conservatively because we don't, as the demographer's report said, we didn't have as much development going on. But we still have a very healthy balance of $11.3 million, so we can find appropriate qualifying projects to spend those funds down, only on facilities. Fund 40, those are commonly called our COP funds. Dr. Loescher has been doing a fantastic job spending down the $41 million. We did have $9 million before he started with us, and we receive about $4 million projected each year, and then our COP payment annual, you'll see that transfer out, that $3.5 million, that's the repayment. So we're still ending up with funds even on top of the $41 million that we borrowed and paid back. So that fund should grow each year, depending on Dr. Loescher's spending habits with our lovely facilities. Fund 63, that is our AMPM program. And so as Dr. Ohm said, talked about the summer program as an example, we're partnering the AMPM program with our ELOP funds and our ACES funds. And so we still maintain the AMPM program in Fund 63. They had a beginning fund balance of $200,000. They'll end the year projected at $100,000 next year. Self-insurance Fund 67, that is primarily our workers' comp. You'll see that services outgoing $7 million, that's workers' comp. And so our costs keep going up. Basically, the revenue, the $7.2 million comes because we take a percentage, 3.6% for every $100 of payroll has to be moved to Fund 67. And then we pay the insurance company the premium of $7 million and in additional, any claims or additional costs. And so that, and then there's VTA, self-insurance for dental, and some skeet funds that are still in there. So they have an ending fund balance of 1.8 million. That's primarily on those self-insurance and outside of workers' comp. Next steps, we will be back on June 22nd for final adoption. As we discussed earlier, Governor Newsom has to approve the budget by June 30th. And then we'll be back by August 15th to present any revisions to the 45-day budget as a result of the state approved budget. And until then, we will continue to monitor and look for funding opportunities to maximize our one-time and restricted funds. Fee terms. Just a little reference, because I talked about deferred revenues and carryovers, BOLA, ADA, and UPP, so that's just a reference at the end.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
And so board feedback, because we are over 10%, the calculation for 23-24 is approximately 130,000, 24-25, $1.3 million. We do have to commit those for a purpose, and so looking for feedback. If there's any particular usage for those, or we would just add it to our declining enrollment fund. So with the requirement that we can't have more than 10%, anything over 10% has to be committed. So we would come back on June 22nd with a resolution for these funds to be committed. Just means that then you just need board action to uncommit them, because we can't have more than 10% that's not committed. And
Well,
so
let
this
me
is-
give you an example so you understand what that means.
Yeah.
Let me give you an example of what that means. So, remember when we ceded that property to San Marcos and got the approximately $2.5 billion? We brought a resolution back for you guys to commit that money to textbooks. So this money, this what 0.5%, 0.8%, would have to, we would have to have a resolution and the board would commit that to a certain area. You can commit it to textbooks. You can commit it to professional development. You can commit it to a variety of things, but it has to be committed.
The alternative is,
You commit it to anything the board chooses to do, as long as it's within the
Well,
parameters.
it gets a little complicated because those funds are needed in the future, potentially in year 3 to be at that would get us to 7.7%. It gets complicated because if you're over 10%, two things, either A, you take action to commit those funds, knowing that you're going to spend them next year anyway. Or you can ask a waiver from the county and you can get a waiver 2 times for every 3 years or every 5 years to be above the 10%. And so this would be something that we would commit, but then in 24, 25, we would end up spending it by year 3, because by year 3 in that multi-year, we would be down approximately 7.7%.
It's
It's
a
really
technicality.
complicated,
It's a technicality, but we still have to do it.
So it could
I get that, I just want to know what we're spending it on.
So you could allocate it to like declining enrollment or attendance, something like that, because we know that we're gonna have declining enrollment in the future, and that would just help. Because eventually we would spend those funds by year 3, because by year 3, we're gonna be down. But the law states that in the current year, if you are above, you can't be above 10%. Even though in our multi-year, we know by year 3, we're
No,
not
I
gonna be.
understand the
Okay.
10%, I'm more thinking of the dollars. And where they're going, and where have we prioritized what's important?
In theory, it's to sustain the salary schedules and COLA and special ed contributions in year 2 and year 3. Basically is what we're doing, because our revenues are dropping and our contribution for special ed is increasing. So that would be an example of.
I know,
Oh, okay.
I totally understand this, believe it or not, after all these years, I guess. It was just.
So, I think we should just put it in our budget for, ADA.
Perfect.
That's what I
Declining
proposed.
For declining.
So there were, yeah, our declining enrollment, the average daily attendance, it's lower than what it's been historically.
It's gonna be what we're gonna have to pay for later.
So that's what I propose. If we have to say something about that right now.
Do we need a motion for this or?
No, it would be back on June 22nd, would be part of budget
So
adoption.
this is, so the purpose of this meeting is for the board to give us direction, so we can finalize the action we will take on the 22nd. So we're looking for tonight is what Martha's trying to engage you in, which is there some consensus about where you think Amy should prepare that commitment?
I personally think that furniture RBB is necessary.
Well, explain that a little bit more, because this is kind of a faux commitment.
Because we're actually gonna end up spending the funds in year 2 and year 3. Because we are not receiving enough fund revenues to sustain our special ed contribution, our pension, our step and column. And so artificially, this 10% is gonna go down to 7.7% in year 3 because we're deficit spending the next, over the 3 years to sustain our salaries, our higher utility costs, our declining enrollment. So it's, if we were to add a new cost above what we've already included in the 3-year projection, I would then have to take that 7.7% and drop it to assume a new expenditure versus using these funds for something like attendance relief or ADA relief or pension relief.
You might
That,
as well commit it to the
Yeah.
area we're gonna get hit.
yeah,
Any consensus on my, suggestion for ADA?
That's fine.
Those two?
Okay, sounds good, that's all we
yeah,
need.
it's new because we haven't been over 10%
Give them
before.
a chance to settle in. That's-
No, I mean, the only other thing that comes to mind is marketing to recruit more so that we get more ADAs, but it's like interconnected.
Yeah, it would be for declining enrollment relief.
So when we talk about ADA, you're not talking about the postcards we send out.
No, I'm talking about because our numbers are dropping, right? Then our LCFF funds are reduced.
So we do that.
Yes,
It's not
Yeah.
actually to bring them in because, or to say you're not bringing the kids, so that's not working.
no, it has nothing to do with the postcard. It has to do with mitigating the effects of having lower average daily attendance.
Or if our projections are come in higher or lower, they come in higher, obviously we would have more revenue. If they come in lower, these funds would go to offset that loss of revenue.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Shackelford, for your presentation. The public hearing on the 2023-24 adopted budget and ending fund balance reserve review is now closed. And we will recess for 7 minutes. Please be back at.
How did you take 7 minutes?
the local control and accountability plan and the blueprint for educational excellence and innovation. Now, we have 3 speakers, but that would be when I call up 3 people to the podium.
You do not have the whole.
They don't have to have a whole card. Got it. Okay. All right, so we are, what time is it? 7:30. 7:39, we're gonna open the public hearing. We will now convene a public hearing on 2023-24 adopted budget and fund balance reserves. Under Education Code, section 42127A1, the board must hold at least one public hearing. Hold on a second. That was the wrong script. Let me go back to the right script. I apologize. Item 5B.
Yes.
We will now convene a public hearing on the 2023-24 Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP. Under Education Code Section 52062, the board must hold at least one hearing to solicit recommendations and comments from members of the public regarding the specific actions and expenditures proposed in the LCAP. We have also included details about the blueprint for educational excellence and innovation. This is an expanded version of the strategic plan that includes all other funding sources from COVID relief to federal Title I to IV funding. After the public has the opportunity to comment, Dr. Matt Doyle, Superintendent, and Dr. Christine Olmsted, Assistant Superintendent, will provide a brief PowerPoint presentation on the purpose of the LCAP, community involvement process, development of strategies and action plans, distribution of funding and structure of the LCAP, and the blueprint for educational excellence and innovation. This matter will then come back to the board for final adoption of the LCAP and the blueprint for educational excellence and innovation at the June 22nd, 2023 board meeting. So we do have 3 people who would like to speak, but if anyone additionally would like to comment, please line up at the podium. Each speaker will be given up to 3 minutes for such comments. So we'll go with the order. Alejandra Hoffman, then Marcela Ramos, and then Corinne Devine. Alejandra?
Yeah.
Ready.
Okay, good evening, members of the board, cabinet members, and Dr. Doyle. My name is Alejandra Hoffman, and I have worked as a district translator/interpreter for the special education department for 7 years. The USD has 4 trained district translators, interpreters, more than any other district around us, making Vista an example for the other districts that are beginning to develop their language services, but we still fall short. Tonight, when you look at the LCAP budget, I ask you to consider adding a 3rd position to our department. All students, including our English learners, deserve access to high-quality education and support for positive outcomes. Their families also need to receive information about their child's education in addition to accurate information from the district to actively participate. District interpreters and translators play a crucial role in conveying this information. Adequate language access builds trust within our community. According to the data that we have taken for the last 6 years, the need for our services has dramatically increased. In the 2017-18 school year, we had a total of 1,543 requests for IEP meeting interpretations. This school year, 22-23, we had a total of 2,125 requests for interpreters at IEP meetings. 23% of these requests were declined due to the lack of availability of trained interpreters. We also translate confidential documents such as IEP and multidisciplinary reports. These documents vary in length and complexity. Some have a couple of pages, while others have 40 pages or more. The translation take on average up to a month to complete, since we only translate when we're not interpreting meetings or processing IEP interpreter requests. And this data is only for special education, interpreting and translation requests. The district has 2 general education interpreters and translators assigned to translate and interpret site and district level communications and meetings. They also coordinate and manage interpreting requests for after-school events. To fulfill our district's demand for language access services in a timely manner and comply with the U.S. Department of Education Office of Civil Rights requirement to have trained interpreters and translators providing these services, we need a third full-time professional trained interpreter on our staff, not only for special ed, but for the district at large. Equity is part of our district's core value. We want to provide equitable access and resources across the district to all students and adults to reach their full potential. And language access is essential to equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Marcelo Ramos?
Good evening, board members and cabinet members. My name is Marcela Ramos, and I address you today as a district interpreter translator in the Translation Interpreting Service Unit for Vista Unified School District. This is the third year that a district interpreter has to address the school board about the lack of a budget allocation for a unit in the LCAP that is being presented to you tonight. The district is fortunate to have a large staff of bilingual employees, but there are only 4 professional trained interpreters translators. Without any professional training, the bilingual employees in our district, including community liaisons, are burdened with the expectation to interpret or translate for their schools, community members, and student families. In the last 2 years, we have heard the district make comments like, quote, "We have a very robust set of support systems for professional development. We have parent liaisons which do an incredible amount of interpretation. We do have other people who do translations as needed," end quote. Well, the last time a 40-hour training was offered to bilingual employees by the district was in 2019, before the budget allocation for our service unit was removed. This information is important to know because if the district wants to rely on bilingual employees to fill the gap for interpreting and translation services, training on the topics on the role of an interpreter translator, the ethics of interpreting translating, and the need to maintain confidentiality must be provided on a regular basis. Our unit has already developed a proven training regimen, but it cannot be implemented without designated funds. As the school board, you are our last resort. The TNI team has followed the chain of command and has addressed our concerns of being understaffed and provided with no additional resources to our supervisor and supervisor's boss. So with that said, I want to extend an invitation to each one of you board members to come visit the translation interpretation team to learn about our profession and learn how we support our Vista Unified families and community. Hear it directly from us, the experts in the field, because mind you, the people we report to have no background in doing interpreting and translation work. Let's truly implement our value of collaboration and have a dialogue about why we need more resources, more staff, and collaboration partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Next up, Mr. Devine.
Good evening, board, Dr. Doyle, community members. My name is Kern Devine. I am a teacher at Grapevine Elementary School currently, and currently it's a DLI school, as long as with an English only program. And I absolutely love what I do. I just adore showing up to work every day, working with the kids. And our DLI program is unreal. We're increasing every year, students. This past year, we had 2 TK programs that were dual language. It's very impressive. We've hit a little bit of a little speed bump, and I'm here to ask for the board to allocate a little bit of funding. And it's for students and it's for some district assessments that we do. One of them is Bridge. It's kind of funny, we had a 7-minute break. There's 7 subtests within that. And if you were to magically plant a student in front of me, they're like, bam, right here. I don't give them any instructions. They just start doing the test. They have about 7 minutes to do it. We do 7 times 52. That's about 6 hours to complete. And I see students for 3 hours each day. So it would take a full 2 days to complete the assessment. And then that would be if nothing else happened, right? Like in a magical world. It takes about for 26 students in an English only, and you have a full day and you're able to do everything you need to do. It takes about a week and a couple extra days to do one subset of the test and then the next one, because it's broken up into English. And then it's also has the math sub portion to it. And if you're looking at other schools and how they get extra little help, some schools had extra help with this. We did have allocated extra help at times for teachers to help with the fast reach assessment. I don't want to mislead you there at all, but that is going to kind of fall to the wayside a little bit this coming year. And I'm looking if we could just budget a little bit of funds to help K1, especially at the 50-50 model schools, so that we can have a little bit of extra help so that those students don't lose the quality education English for those weeks. And it happens 3 times a year. I'm not looking for extra help with my own personal assessments for report cards. I'm not looking for extra help in the classroom. We just need it 3 times a year for a couple days for K and 1 at the 50-50 model. Thank you, I appreciate it. And thank you for having a DLI school, actually 3 of them in our district. It is a magical thing to have in our district, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Devine. Anyone else that would like to address the board for this public hearing? All right, step up to the podium and state your name, please, sir.
Mario Borges, First Vice President of CSEA. I'd like to speak, I wasn't going to speak until I heard Trustee Smithfield. I feel that the board needs to take seriously the idea that increasing management somehow is going to help the students in this district. Those chickens are going to come home to roost in a couple of years. That money's going to stop. And then what? Classified employees are typically on the chopping block when there are cuts. And that's what's going to happen. These managers are going to talk about that they are essential, that we need them. We don't. They do not make the work of secretaries who are doing 3 different jobs, interpreters who are overworked. How are more managers going to help them? Another boss? No. I believe that we need to take this seriously and use that money elsewhere. More managers, when we're going to lose students, are not going to help. Consolidating the schools, that's also on the horizon. Why are we spending more $200,000 a year salaries, benefits, secretaries, offices, all for these managers? Why? I think all the trustees need to look at that carefully. We see when that happens, we see when those cuts happen, custodian loses their job. But that $200,000 a year person we don't need, they're keeping their job. That's all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board for this public hearing? All right. Thank you for your comments and recommendations. Dr. Doyle and Dr. Olmsted will now begin the presentation of the LCAP and the blueprint for educational excellence and innovation.
All right, thank you, President Alvarado. So we annually, for the past almost 10 years now, go through a process where we develop some recommendations in terms of the strategic plan for the following year. And at this, in this area, this particular meeting is where we want final feedback from the board, so we can make adjustments to the actions and services for the meeting coming up on June 22nd. So that's really the purpose of this. This is not an action meeting, it's simply giving us feedback. We will not be voting on anything at the end of this session. So we're going to go over some slides. There's quite a few slides on this deck, but I'm going to go through at least the first half very quickly. Please slow me down, but we do have to go through these slides because it's a requirement of the state of California. Like if we're going too fast, we'd be more than happy to slow down.
I have a question.
Yes,
So we have our book,
yes,
and then we got this for this meeting,
yes.
and then we have all these charts. Has anything changed? Is
No.
anything different than everything's the same that's in
Yes.
here?
Yes, well, let me explain that. I think I appreciate you pointing that out. So let me help you understand the materials. You have this slide deck. This slide deck is an abbreviated version of this book. Obviously, we could put everything in this book. It would take us hours to go through. In the book, the main item, of course, is the full detailed budget. And in the full detailed budget, it actually tells you very specifically, all the way down to the action step, what action steps we're proposing to use this funding. And on the far left-hand side of the book, it tells you the actual funding source. If you remember earlier this evening, we talked about the supplemental concentration funding source. So on the left-hand side, that would be called S&C. So this is kind of the Bible we use, so we can go very granular about it. The slide deck here is a kind of a more of a higher level 10,000-foot view of what we're proposing. But for the purpose of tonight, you can use the book or the slide deck to give us feedback. That is why we're here tonight. Ultimately, if there's consensus among the team, we would then make an adjustment to the LCAP and the budget for the 22nd. Any other questions before I start? All right. So a couple of things, just some front matter, just to make sure that we follow all the rules and regulations. Our district is unique in the sense that we actually do not use the LCAP to drive our ongoing decisions. We use a new strategic plan called the Blueprint. They're identical documents. The blueprint's just formatted in an easier to follow form. You can see the process of developing our actions and services. We had a whole variety of community forums. Dr. Olmsted will go over some of that feedback. We fulfilled our requirement to engage with some of our committees like DLAC, DPAC, get official feedback on, and we've engaged the board in a number of conversations over the past couple of months to get feedback. And ultimately, we're right here at the public hearing. We'll end this process with our official meeting and board action on the 22nd. The 22nd, we don't typically do a presentation. It's just an action item. All right, we know that the entire process of developing the actions and services is based on a 3-year plan. Next year is year 3 of a 3-year plan. And so much of what's in the blueprint is the same by definition, because we want it to stay the same over a 3-year course. But one of the requirements of the state is to engage our community and the board in conversations about needs, because we know that needs change every year. And so based on those changes in needs, we develop additional actions and services, and sometimes we remove actions and services because the need is no longer there. So it's a needs-based document. Obviously, our needs are based on our vision, our learner portrait, and our adult portrait. We know we have our learner portrait. That was an embedded part of the conversations we had with all of our community groups. We embedded our conversation about the adult portrait, so that leads our conversation about needs and ultimately our system portrait. And then finally, every meeting we started with, we engaged different groups. We we kind of put the foundation of our values in place, so everyone understands that as we develop these actions and services, they really should be put through the filter of how we treat each other. We know that every year we have this huge 100-page plus plan. We can boil that down to 3 specific areas of focus. This current year, our areas of focus from left to right were beginning to operationalize for the first year our learner, adult, and systems portrait. We also wanted to continue our conversations about the balance between learning and addressing the social emotional needs of our students and behavioral needs and well-being. And then finally, continuing our work toward developing a performance framework that's more relevant and meaningful for our students and focusing in on their abilities, this asset-based approach as opposed to a deficit-based approach. So strategic planning process is super simple. It's a continuous planning process. I'm going to hand this off to Dr. Olmsted at this point so she can walk you through that process.
So as Dr. Doyle said, we use a continuous improvement model as we look at strategic planning, and that's really what the LCAP was designed to do, was take us through a continuous improvement process. And so it's that plan, do, study, and act, right? So plan what you want to do, actually do it, study what you've done, act upon it, and keep the cycle going. And so that's what we do here. Part of the process with LCAP is you have to engage your education partners. We scan the environment. We look to see what are our academic needs that we need, what are our behavioral needs that we need, and what are our conditions of learning that we need. And we set those goals, and then we move into action. And so the framework for the future helps us determine our goals, create our strategies and actions, and then we continue to apply that feedback loop. On the next slide, the LCAP is actually designed into these 5 sections, and we have to order the LCAP in these 5 sections, which is different from our blueprint. And so that's why having both the documents, you kind of have to look at side by side. But our LCAP, when we get to that section, includes a plan summary. And so that's just information about our district. How do we engage our educational partners? What are our goals and actions? What are our increased and improved services? So as Amy talked about, we get that supplemental and concentration funding. For all of those dollars, we have to show a percentage of increase dollar-wise or a percentage of increase towards services that we're doing. And then we have all the action tables that go in there with the budget. And that's the last section of the LCAP.
So one thing I wanted to talk about in terms of the pie graph on the bottom left-hand corner, this is for our newest board member. The LCAP is a portion of the blueprint because we've chosen, and most districts don't do this, to include additional funding sources in our blueprint. So the LCAP actually only requires us to focus on supplemental concentration funding, which is a small portion of the large, and you'll see it's over $100 million. So that's unique to our school district because we want to be as transparent with our community as possible.
Then, as you recall, this is a 3-year plan, and earlier this year, we had a conversation, being that we're at the end of a 3-year cycle, do we want to revise board goals? And we ended up saying, yes, we do. And so we've been leading with these board goals as we've had conversations with our community and as we've had conversations as we've built the budget and our actions and services. So you're very familiar with these goals, so we're going to go through these quickly. Our first one is really around those conditions of learning. That is a requirement for our LCAP, is to address the conditions of learning. That's for our facilities, maintaining our credentialed teaching staff and our classified staff, facilities in good repair, our textbooks, those kind of things. Next slide. Goal 2 is around student engagement. So what do we do to keep kids in school? So that's where you'll see things around project-based learning that we plan to do, universal design for learning, all of the professional development that we need to do around student engagement. So in the blueprint and in the LCAP budget, you'll see actions and services around meeting these targets. And then our last one is implementing our multi-tiered system of support. And so as we build our blueprint and we look at the actions and services, we want to make sure that the leading measures we've identified are part of the blueprint so that we can actually attain the goal that we've addressed there. Next slide. This is our internal system of how we look at our highest needs school. We do it by a D score, and the D score calculation is our number of students who are counted as unduplicated. And I think you all understand how that's calculated. Okay. And
one question on the date on the bottom left footer, is that really from over a year ago, or is that just this a typo in the year?
No, I think that's a typo. We'll double check that and send you a clarification tomorrow if we're wrong on that.
thank you. Okay, and then into that also goes different student groups, and then parent education levels are adjusted for the D score. And then our funding is based on, as Amy shared with you, a per student base amount, then by grade level, and then by demographics, and that makes up our budget for LCFF. And then Vista Unified, years back, in order to help explain actually what an LCAP is, built it into a house of learning, which helps explain it a little bit better with our various strategies, how you build a foundation, the separate rooms you need to have, but technically it all works together as one functioning system as our households do.
So just a quick reminder, on our website, since last week, we have copies of every document you're reviewing in English and in Spanish.
And then this one just talks about the community feedback that we need to engage in. So we do surveys in English and Spanish for all of our families. Our staff also can respond to the surveys if they'd like. Guiding coalitions, we have forums that we've attended and actually in-person meetings where we go through all of this. And then we posted everything on our website, so people had time to go look at the website and fill out that survey if they wanted to do that there as well. So through that, the team went out and actually to every school site and worked with groups of students around our new board goals, as well as how they feel about how we're doing on our actions and services. So over 500 students participated. We did this last month and we went over that feedback, but really, what's working well, appreciation of all the expanded learning opportunities, the courses that we're offering that have been developed based on student voice and those kind of things. Next slide. And so just elementary, middle and high school, you can see the things that they loved. They feel safe, it's amazing, it's exciting, it's interesting, it's all right. And then we're motivated, it's good. Julie?
I wanted to have you comment a little bit on the selection of the 500 students. Did they opt in? Did you pick ASB groups?
We left that to principal, and we told principals they needed to select around 25 students representative of their student body. So it was all those groups were represented. Yeah. As low as kindergarten participated. So we had kindergarten voices.
And it was,
Dr. Doyle did
it
one.
was actually amazing. Some of the best advice came, I'm not making this up, from kindergarten students.
Well,
They're very articulate.
and based on that, Dr. Doyle and I have had a conversation about the superintendent's council for innovation. We're actually going to do it with students.
Yeah.
We've been doing it with adults
Council what?
for innovative learning.
Oh, yeah.
And so we're going to take what we're working on and we're going to go back out and just monthly meet with kids.
I do have a question. Is there any fear that perhaps it's maybe the higher achieving students that are responding?
No, we were
No.
really careful to make sure that it represented all the student body, in terms, including special ed and English learners.
Yeah, so the principals were given this is what your makeup needs to be of the 25 students that
What
year.
about the kids that like are in the principal's office a lot, you know?
Those kids are selected too.
Okay,
Yep. We make sure they're all
I
represented.
mean, it's just, yeah, because we want to get decent feedback and
Yep.
so that we know.
And then our adult feedback came from a variety of ways. So online surveys, we met with DPAC, DLAC, SELPAs, PTAs, administrators, BTA, CSCA. So I think everybody in this room had a part in developing this process with this.
Can I say something about that? I have kind of I'm concerned that we only hear from the same parents when we do these types of surveys, and I'm just wondering if there's a way to do more outreach with these surveys, for example, maybe at some of the community events, like when you have, I know Monte Vista Rolla, so it's like, let's say the fall festival, you know, and have somebody there from the district passing out the surveys and taking surveys so that we're getting more input than just the PTA parents and the parents that are already, you know, involved.
So we do also, besides doing the LCAP survey, because that's just one survey of multiple surveys we do for the district, like our community schools all have to do a survey and they try to get participation from every single parent. And that survey feedback is similar to what we collect for LCAP. So we're looking at that community school feedback too, as we're building our LCAP. So we do look at multiple surveys, not just the one we send out.
What
to
about,
LCAP.
are you doing, what's the methodology that you use for the surveys? Is it something that's sent home, a paper
We-
survey?
We do
Or
both.
phone survey?
We do all of them. So we do paper, we do online, and when we need families to really participate, phone calls. Yep.
Thanks.
But the surveys really are not, that's not the lion's share of the feedback that we get, just to be clear. It's in
the forum.
in person.
Mhm.
And for our parents who generally are not as connected, it's actually the in-person that does it. And we use our liaisons who leverage like coffee with the principals, those types of things. And they're actually extremely well attended.
I get that, but what about, like, you have the single mother that, you know, she's working. I story, I went to work, I got up at 5 AM, I had dropped my kid off at 6 AM, and I was at work until I picked him up at 6 PM. I didn't have time, I would never have had time to participate in a survey. So, I mean, those are some of the parents that we really do need to hear from.
Our school principals and our liaisons are really good about reaching out to those families
Okay.
and making sure that they're connected to school and getting their feedback too. Because
It's good
every,
feedback, though. We're not
Yeah.
100% perfect on that.
No,
Yeah.
no, I get it.
Better.
I get it, but that's always my it's my concern
Mhm.
is, you know, making sure that we're hearing all voices.
yeah, it's very
All
important.
right, so this is exactly the same slide that Amy showed you earlier, but obviously there's a relationship between what we're doing with actions and services and its impact on our budget.
So what the chart reflects, is, so originally we received $104 million of COVID funds, came from state and federal resources. They do expire at different timeframes. You'll see on the state side, we actually have until September 2024 to spend all of our AB 86 funds. On the federal side, the ESSERs expire one each year. On the state side, we still have some ELO funds. The para funds, we've spent very little of those because those are specifically for para educators. Our challenge is we have to balance that from meeting our MO compliance as well. And so if we were to move actuals over to the para funds, then that would hurt us on the MO side. So for the last 2 years, we haven't utilized these, but we will utilize them for the years over, because with our extended hours and recruitment efforts, we're hopeful that we're not going to have a MO challenge for 23-24. And so that's why you see that $1 million there. And then on the COVID side, you'll see that there's about $25 million. Originally in the blueprint, I just wanted to note that we had HVAC over all 3 years. And so we were funding them with multiple sources. Because we're still in the design phase with the HVAC, we're going to be spending $9 million in the last year. And so that's why you see that significant balance of 25, but a majority of that, or almost half of that, is our HVAC plans.
So it's important to note that this is not the only one-time funding, but we promised the board that we would use this slide until the funds are gone. So we're just simply following through on that narrative. But this is a really good time for me to explain the concept, if we're going to get to it in a moment. So earlier, Board Member Smithfield pointed out something that's 100% true. The purpose of the COVID money is to expand services to address the impacts and effects of COVID. We all know this, we lived through it, right? And it's for a variety of things. It's not just for classroom things, right? It's for health and safety, the masks. There was a whole bunch of different things. So on purpose, the state and federal government intended districts to expand services, people and stuff. And at some point, and you can see on this slide, when the one time goes away, the intended purpose is for us to slowly contract over time. And we're gonna have that conversation today. The question on the table, no one knows the answer. We just have to have a conversation. Ultimately, the board has to give us direction on this. How quickly do we contract? Or when do we stop expanding? Our responsibility is to bring to you some ideas and some recommendations. Ultimately, the board has to give us direction on, so when do we stop expanding? When do we start contracting? And that's a magic number because there's still moving parts that are happening. You heard us talk about the governor and what the governor is proposing to cut. But the LAO and the two houses in Sacramento are not in agreement with him. So in the next 30 days, we'll have an idea of what's going to happen with that. So we're in this process of us giving you a recommendation based on some information, but not all of the information. So this is just where we are right now, based on what we think we should do with the school district. And a couple more points I think are important. As we expanded services, our district actually can point to tangible impacts and effects of the expansion of those services. We talked about the community schools, the work that we did on that. We talked about what we're doing with English learners and the fact that we're actually expanding the percentage of students who are reclassified. We expanded DLI programs. We expanded health and safety support systems. So all those things had a demonstrable impact on where we are as a school district. And I think all of us enjoyed over these past 2 weeks celebrations of learning, right? On a variety of different levels, all the way from TK all the way up to high school. And we're starting to see that our district is really caught its stride. And we're really moving forward nicely. And a lot of that has to do with the great work we've done with the board to expand services. So ultimately, we're at a point now where it's kind of uncomfortable because you have to decide, do we continue to expand a little bit more? Should we start to contract? And then how do we time the contraction with the funding? So and that's the conversation we want to go through with you tonight. And our team isn't suggesting we have all the answers. We're simply suggesting that we have some recommendations based on the knowledge and expertise that we have developed over the years. All of us have a set of knowledge and expertise.
Right, don't go too far because your strategy
Yeah,
too.
go too far, don't
Okay.
go too far.
All right, so we're gonna start getting into the blueprint, LCAP. And so if you want to be in your blueprint document, just go to the blueprint tab and then. So, ready? Ready. Okay, so in strategy 1, that's our family and community as partners in education. We will use a system that promotes two-way communication, engagement, and partnership that sets the conditions for student success. So this action is really around kind of the communication tools that we use. And so because it's centered more around communication tools, we moved previous actions and services 2 and 3, which were around community schools and our FACE network, to strategy 3, which we'll talk to in a minute. So just so you know, there is a change there from last year to this year. If we go into the next slide with our highlights there, we're really excited about the website and actually being able to provide a webmaster in this upcoming budget as a recommendation, and then expanding our supports for communication through hiring an agency that can help us with some public information and promotions and things like that when needed.
So I want to pause this at this moment and ask the board president and the board members, in terms of feedback, we can do this in a variety of ways. We can get feedback by strategy, and then we actually have a document at the end of this slide deck, as we always do, that Rachel's capturing feedback. Or we can wait till the end. So what is it? We're comfortable either way. How would you like us to do?
Ms. Hilda, what do you think?
What were our options?
Either,
Right during the process, one strategy at a time, or at the end.
Trustee Vargas,
One at a time, otherwise we're gonna give you a whole lot in like.
Yeah.
Board plan.
trustee Vargas,
I agree, one at a time.
trustee Kelly.
And I think as we go through each strategy.
Okay.
Right, then we're ready to go. Rachel's ready to go. So
And our entire team is here to help us answer questions because they're all involved in building this blueprint and budget. So Dwayne is here for strategy 1, if we have any questions around technology and the web. So any questions on strategy 1?
Yeah, the community engagement It says enhanced family and community engagement. Is that like a third-party public relations firm or? Tell me
Yeah.
more.
So the thinking on this would be that, the feedback we've gotten from the board on a number of occasions is it would be great if we got a little bit more sophisticated with getting our positive story out. We've tried hard and we'll continue to try, but we're also trying to do our main job. So the thought is that we would work with some outside agencies to kind of get better at getting our story out and engaging the community with the positive things that are happening across our school district. That's the thinking of.
Right, and how is that different than having a communication specialist?
Well, it would be a lot less expensive. It'd be a lot less expensive. We only have about 80,000 and we may not use all of that. So it'd be a lot
Okay, got
less
it.
expensive.
Wait, it'd be a lot less expensive to hire an agency.
No.
To
have
go
it-
there.
We would just use some of their services. It would not be a full-time. Yes, so we on
Yeah.
purpose chose not to identify an employee.
Got it.
I have a related question. Will this be a multi-year commitment to an agency or are we just gonna go project-based?
Well, I think based on whether or not the board approves this, I think we would just do 1 year to see how it works. And then if it works well, we would bring it back to you and tell you what, how it went and adjustments we think we might need.
It's budgeted for 1 year right now.
And well, everything is budgeted for 1 year, because remember, this is the year
The
three,
end of it,
a 3-year plan.
Yeah.
By definition, everything's 1 year.
When you said it was 80,000 budget.
Well, we just see in, I'm on the third tab of the book, the second bullet down has 100,000 earmarked for professional expert services to support webmaster, local and regional press relations and general public communication and relations. So is that two things combined to total up to the 100 or is it not 80?
Yeah, if you look on the same page, well, I'm in the blueprint document on page 2 of 3, the full detailed budget.
Uh-huh.
So I was referring to professional expert support on the webmaster for 80. And then above it is professional expert support for this local and regional newsprint and everything else. And Julie, the 100,000 is a guesstimate for us. We've never done this before. We have no idea.
Okay.
It will likely would come in less than that. So there's really 2 types of professional expert support that we're asking for. Webmaster support, and then any communication about just getting our story better.
Any more questions on strategy 1? Because these are the highlights of the changes, right?
Yes.
These are like the highlights of what has been modified, added, or subtracted from the plan last year.
Right.
Yeah.
There's 2 questions that I'm waiting on strategy 1. I'm moving ahead of myself.
I think, are you gonna say the thing I think you're gonna say?
Yeah.
I think that's strategy 2.
Yeah.
We attended a CSBA
Oh, okay.
delegate assembly together.
Okay, got it. It's coming on. Okay.
Spoiler alert, Dwayne.
Okay.
Talking about cybersecurity.
Okay.
I
Got
have a note on that.
On strategy 1, there's more accounts, like.
Yes.
We're obviously investing more money, so they're
Yes.
being impactful, I'm assuming.
They are being impactful, and some of it was some sites were paying for their own. So because everybody is really liking SMORE, we took it in as a district expenditure instead of a site expenditure.
And the SMORE account is a really good example of the using the outside agency where we started slow and we're ramping up based on usage. With the SMORE, what we found is that our own district SMORE has been hugely successful. So it seems like it's working really well. So that's why we're suggesting.
SMORE?
SMORE is our newsletter. When I send out the
it's a
community,
It's a software program
Gotcha.
that lets you kind of do desktop publishing.
Nice. It's like a weekly
Yeah.
newsletter from every source.
yeah.
Yeah.
But there's one other element, so because it's not just the newsletter that we call SMORE, it's also using Remind.
Remind.
And just historical perspective on Remind, previously, individual teachers were using their own Remind. We didn't think that was appropriate. We thought it would be better for the district to pay for those things. And so that's why and Remind is quite popular as well.
It is, yeah, and that's why so both of those things we brought in to all district paying for it, instead of sites paying for their own.
Are we looking for more questions on?
From strategy one, yeah.
Yeah, so unless trustee
go ahead.
Smithfield, you have any? I noticed on the aggregate, I'm looking at page 3 of the granular plan. We see that the spending for strategy one is going up quite a bit. But I understand that that's primarily because of what we've just discussed about the addition of
Right.
some contracting support and the alignment of the SMORE accounts to one funding source. So this isn't really an increase in spending so much as a realignment. Well, and a slight
It's
increase.
yeah, it's an increase. I mean, the biggest change in strategy one in this section, action plan one, is that what we're trying to do, and this has been consistent feedback from the board and the community, is get our website and our communication to the next level. And so we don't know if this is gonna work. We think that it will work. And that's why there's increased funding here. And the most of it is the webpage. And one of the things I've learned over the years, and some of you have been with us when we changed web hosting platforms, that's a dangerous shift. It has to be done right because we have to make sure all that information and all the training goes so that everyone understands how to get their information to the right place. So it's a big deal. And it's one of those things that's too big to fail. So that's why it's going up. Now, it likely won't be that high in the future, but for this year, we need to make sure we have all those support systems in place.
Yeah. And if you're looking for feedback on that, I totally support it. I think our website right now is a warehouse.
Yeah.
And we need to make it like a curated museum, not lose the information, but organize it so it's more accessible,
User-friendly.
user friendly.
Yeah.
It's the number one thing I hear from people.
I'm sitting here, I never wear a sweater, but I'm cold and you're.
And she's always cold.
I'm always cold, but
She's great.
not today. I'm drinking coffee.
That's right.
Got ESP.
Ready to move on to the two, or is there any more feedback?
Any more feedback on one?
No, I'm good.
All right, sounds good.
Just looking to make sure we can move on to two. Are we good to go? All right.
So it looks like there's no official feedback on changes. You just wanted information. We good?
All right.
Yes.
No consensus on that?
Yeah, there's consensus on,
Yeah,
we need one way. The reason we're asking this question is we have to finalize this and bring it back to you for a vote. And so it sounds like we're good on one. We're gonna leave it the way it is. Okay, moving on.
All right, strategy 2 is high quality facilities and resources. Our strategy statement is we will create and implement ongoing safety, technology, and facility systems and structures that provide all students and staff with optimal learning environments. And so these actions and services are around our technology replacements, our software and equipment, our facilities, and those type of things.
And that
So,
way starts on page 4 of the full detail. of it.
So I will let Amy and Dwayne speak to their section because it's their section.
Tag team.
So some of our key areas that we are addressing, the first one is student device technology refresh. So in the past, we had originally had more of a PC lease. And so what you saw in the older versions of the blueprint was those annual lease payments. And then with COVID, having the COVID funds, we were able to strategically use those funds to get us out of that leasing structure and into a purchase. And so the last couple of years, we've had to budget both types, a lease payment until they expire and then new purchases. And so what you see now in year 3, there's just a small residual payment for the last contract that expires. You have to turn those in by September. And then we've increased actually the intent of the PC refresh, because what we found out last year, because year 3 was supposed to be $1.3 million. We still had additional student needs at those grade levels that were being refreshed and program needs. And so we've increased that funding from 1.3 to $2 million to address those refresh needs. And then Dwayne can go into schools and grades as far as refresh.
I do have a question about, what was the benefit of switching from the lease program to a purchase program? Was there a financial benefit, or is it just better for the kids, or what was the reason behind that?
Good question. So the leasing structure was before my time, so I can't speak to the logic at the time. One could say that it's a cash flow, but you end up paying more for that $300 device Because these Chromebooks are more, we're paying 4 years for a device that that gets beat up a lot, and so may not actually make the full 4 years. And so for us doing a purchase made more sense, because some of our devices, like the Apple, the iPad's an example, last far more than 4 years. And so doing a lease, you have to turn it in, you have to pay for the shipping, you have to pay for all these additional costs versus,
Really?
yes, there's a lot of shipping costs, and I don't know,
The best analogy I can give you, because I was here when they recommended that, is like leasing a car. And if you lease a car and you can only drive it 9,000 miles.
Gotcha.
And you drive it 15,000 miles, it costs you money.
That's true.
And that actually impacted us. So we've learned that the lease, even though it sounded like a good idea, it didn't really work.
Gotcha. Okay.
whereas like the iPads, you can buy them for $1 and you keep them, because they last much longer than what the lease structure was.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Other areas of increase were on the network equipment side. We had originally planned for a 1-year refresh of $1.2 million. What we've discovered is we have a lot more needs within the district for that network upgrade, as well as at the sites. We had originally planned for 2 years of $500,000 allocating to schools to refresh their classroom, make sure that they have standards. What we found was that they still had they were still going to have needs at the end of those 2 years. So we added an additional year to address funding needs at the school site as well. And so those were, Dwayne, do you want to talk about what you're doing with the network, the data center, those areas?
Yeah, one of the issues that we face with trying to refresh a lot of this equipment when it comes to like the cabinets and the other parts is everything's on back order. So we've been trying to do our data center. They say we're going to get equipment in July, don't know. Same, we're trying to build out space here as a secondary redundant location. And it just takes a long time to get the cabinets and the other type of parts. The servers and the network switching, we're trying to leverage the E-rate program to basically maximize our dollars. So this year, we went out for E-rate. I believe you saw that in March, and we got about 1,100 new access points that will be coming in this summer that we'll install.
And so the access points are end of life. Another area that Dwayne talked about was redundancy, and it goes in line with cybersecurity. So right now we have the main data center. We don't have a secondary offsite location for disaster recovery. We have a small location. It's not a complete replica of our existing network. It's just key applications. And what we want to do is to build out that second site as another layer of protection in the event of a cyber attack.
Well, or a failure.
Or
About
failure.
a year and a half ago that we actually did come close.
Well, we came close to a failure, not a cyber attack.
Yeah.
So, and the landscape has changed. So we talk about cybersecurity. There's, evidence all around us. San Bernardino County city schools, San Diego Unified just recently. Sweetwater, people I personally know, San Mateo County Office of Ed a couple years ago. So it's very real. It's just a matter of time. And so we've done a lot of things that you haven't asked yet, but I'll talk about a little bit about cybersecurity. So what we've done is we've tried to focus on the employee education side. And you all have access to Keenan. We've tried to use that. Well, that's kind of a passive way to do it. And so just recently we've implemented a little bit more aggressive method of training for all staff members, and you'll see these frequently. So we've initiated our own phishing campaigns. So that are come out of my department. So you don't know if it's real or fake. You may get something, say, for example, from
SDCOE.
or SDCOE or Tony Thurman. So
I didn't send anything
No,
to
I
you.
know, I know, I know.
You can blame Dwayne.
So the point is you don't know if it's real or fake. And so if you go for the bait and you click on it, then you're led to a training video that explains some of the things to look out for. And so that's one of the things we're doing is just-in-time training. It's very important. We don't want students or staff to give away their credentials and have some type of financial loss. So we've implemented that. We're also implementing multi-factor authentication, which is in the blueprint as well, which goes back to that redundancy that we talked about a little earlier. Is again, the landscape has changed. If we have a ransomware attack, it doesn't matter if we have a backup location here. we actually need to have it offsite, something that we turn on, turn off, that people can't get to actually restore things in case we're under a ransomware attack and people have our data.
Would a VPN help out with that?
So we'd actually have a VPN to that data to get there. But that's not something that the general users would use. That would be something the IT staff would use to access it. And we'd actually turn it off and on. Because if we were under attack and they say, have my credentials, then we want to make sure that one of my staff members can turn it on and get to it. And it's not like wide open. And so that's for the IT department to take that, it's called a bare metal restore. So everything's wiped out in Vista Unified. We can go and take that back up and restore it and be back in business.
I do have a question about, it's not necessarily about cybersecurity, but a little bit, is there any way that we can block kids from accessing social media at the schools?
So there's a couple of things with that. So we actually don't allow social media from district devices. And so that doesn't matter if it's at school or if they take it home. If they're using a district device, social media is not allowed for students and hasn't been since we started doing this in 2000.
You get like a red banner that says, yeah.
Right.
Gotcha.
So we've had different products that help us do that on and off network. Now, so the other side is the social media usage of students on campus is typically through a personal device.
Right.
And so as far as I know, we can't actually do anything to block that legally.
So that's a really important question, because we've actually been letting the community know through our community updates that we will be going through a process in the fall. This is actually the direction of the board to investigate a process to address the use of cell phones on campus. And so we'll be leading a process and that obviously bringing it back to the board about perhaps refreshing our board policy on cell phone uses to address some of the bullying that's happening with social media while kids are on campus with their phones.
Well, I mean, that takes care of it while they're on campus, but what about when they're not on campus? That's.
We have less control of that.
Yes, it's out of our circle of control as
Yeah.
long as they're not on our device.
One of the issues with the devices while they're on campus is oftentimes, when there's altercation on campus, is actually the use of the cell phone that causes a problem more than the altercation itself. So
Yeah.
that's why that will be a process we'll start. We've already told the members of our public that we're going to engage in that process, and we'll be bringing that information.
But you mean like if there's an attack and people are using their cell phones recording it?
Yes.
I don't know if I have that kind of also helps us with discipline too. Those things have been.
Well, that will be a conversation we'll bring back to the board. The board can give us feedback on that.
I'm gonna jump down while Dwayne's up here, down to smart sensors, because this is another area that Dwayne's been working on. He's actually working on several products, all the way from our bell system, our intercoms, student badges, and smart sensors, which, sorry, there's a fruit fly. We're not doing the Godzilla thing.
Should we get a fruit fly sensor?
We need the little red apples.
That's something AI can help them.
So smart sensors is something that we've been looking at for a while. That actually came from our middle school principal group with a need for something that detected when a student's vaping. And so we looked at it, and it turns out we have an issue based on the discipline data in areas over time that vaping is an issue. But so we looked at these smart sensors. They do more than just that. They do they sense the particulate matter in the given area where they're at. They can also detect gunshots. They can detect if there's loudness or violent talk. And it ties into other systems that we're working on, communication systems, safety systems that will, the intercom, that those systems can alert and send either a silent alert, text, or push notification to anyone that's designated at the school to receive that information. So we're trying to work the safety angles into everything we do and use a lot of integrated systems.
One really good example of what Dwayne did with previous blueprints was the check-in system.
Yes.
That thing has been amazing for us. Yeah, the badge system, the check-in system, I'm like, it's like 100
It's
times
the right-
better.
yeah.
Huge improvement.
Massive improvement. What I mean by improvement is a savings of staff time. This huge savings of staff time, but just give one example of what that can do, because this is basically building on that.
Yeah, so that's what we're saying is everything we're trying to, instead of just buying things and saying, okay, now we check the box for this, trying to integrate all these things together. And so, one of the small tiny things on there, but it's really important, is trying to unify the badges that we all wear. And so we're not getting into the smart cards and things like that yet, just yet, but what we did, a couple of years ago is we upgraded the systems at schools. So you can walk in, it takes, as Dr. Doyle mentioned, takes less time, the staff member doesn't have to be there actually monitoring the system, you just badge in, and if there's alert, it goes to the appropriate people. And the system's been really successful so far. I believe if you've ever done it here, coming into the district office, just walk in, it's seamless. So we hope to use that in addition with some AI that's built into the camera systems that we can, if we ever had a restraining order, restrained person, that we can put that person's picture in, and then if they come on the facility, then I could alert through these different communication methods.
That's really cool. Would that work with like, coordinating through their driver's license?
We already does.
Yeah, that's the
I
rap,
know,
the
I
raptors.
know, but like with the restraining order with, like, the coordinated with the driver's license, I don't know if the courts already do that.
We would have to know who the person is and have to be someone where we either have a picture or we've seen them before on camera. And the AI and the cameras, which were another thing that we're working on next school year, is to at least get one of those at the front of every entrance of every location. So they capture who comes in and it ties into the system, it ties into the alert system. Also working on panic buttons, but I can go on all day.
Is that, so are you talking about having it on the exterior or with that, are you talking about still coming?
Depends on the facility. So, for example, here it would be on the interior as you walk in.
Right.
But you say like a Lake Elementary where you walk between those gates, it would be exterior.
So in the interest of time, it's 8:35 and we have a long book to go through. So what I'd like to do, if it's okay with my fellow trustees, is stick to the highlights and the differences, questions about that or anything in there. And also just kind of rotate between us as well, so that we can move through this document, because there's something else we have to go to. Can we do that? Or like the way I usually do it?
My questions are often not on the highlights, so
Okay, so,
yeah, then the limit like
okay,
25%.
well,
budget.
got it. I'm just trying to be more efficient with our time, but we'll proceed.
Yeah.
No, not for y'all, I know, but I'm just trying to focus our questions. Proceed, please.
So just to recap, there's just a couple of other item increases in here that since Dwayne's standing up here, the other one is the emergency radios. We've added $500,000. Dwayne, do you want to talk about the emergency radios?
And so, we spend a lot of time reviewing it and seeing where we are with radio communication, and we're all over the map. So what we're trying to do is unify the system. We've worked with the vendor. We've worked with a few schools that have had communication issues. I believe Mission Vista was one, and we replaced that system. So what we're gonna have to do is we're changing technologies. So, and I just learned this over this last year. I'm not a radio person, so I am now. But we're changing technologies from the VHF, which is different than the cassette tape thing, to UHF. And how you identify that is the radios are slimmer, thinner, and they have a little short stubby antenna instead of the long antenna. And so we're just trying to unify everybody on the same communication platform. So then in the future, we can have some cross communication between sites. So it is.
Is that a one-time expenditure for next year?
So it's gonna be ongoing. There's as you think about the radios that you carry, there's the batteries associated with it. Those batteries have a 3-year life. And so we're probably gonna have to make accommodations for schools to.
Similar like to PC refresh, you're gonna have a radio refresh. The upfront purchase is gonna be higher because we need to get everyone on the same system. We'll have everyone trained, and then we'll need that refresh budget going forward, similar to.
Same to,
Yeah.
towards PCs, you know, where there's replacement
Well,
items.
We have some ongoing refresh of the existing system, I'm guessing, as well.
It's been a site expense in the past, and that's why we have different models, different technology, different, so we need to standardize as part of our safety plan. So that way, we're all using the same language, the same devices, same technology.
I think you skipped over the new duty.
Yeah, I was gonna go back, but I didn't want Dwayne to keep, if, I figured we could, if there were any technology questions for Dwayne, and then I can go back to the original list.
Well, back on the topic of cybersecurity. How equipped do we feel we are for all the various types of cyber attacks that have evolved? The panel that Cipriano and I had the benefit of sitting on said, you know, these attacks are increasing, they're getting increasingly more sophisticated. It's targeting student data, but also data of employees and their children. So it sounded like, you know, there's no way you could possibly do enough to prevent against attack and be prepared for recovering from them. So where do you think we would rate ourselves in our preparedness, and if we're not well prepared, what do we need to do? Do we need to where do we need to allocate money potentially to be optimally prepared?
So again, the landscape has changed in the world of cybersecurity. We used to be concerned with, you know, students doing malicious things inside the network, and that was easy to block them from it. And then it was like, who's coming in from outside? And then it became an international thing. Who's coming in from other countries? And so we worry about all these people coming from outside trying to get in. And I think we've got that down. We have a service, again, that's in the blueprint. That's, I believe I listed it as intrusion prevention, intrusion detection. And so I put that term in there because it was familiar. It kind of makes sense versus what it's really about. But that's intrusion prevention, intrusion detection. And so we use a managed system. But again, that's looking for anomalies on devices when you've already been compromised, and it's trying to prevent you by mitigating some of the vulnerabilities that are in systems. The issue is we have sixth grade students, not our own. But I think they're around sixth grade. They're doing low-level phishing attacks on staff and students around the nation. I don't know where they're sitting, but
They're practicing their coding skills.
it's very low level. So I can create a Gmail, pretend I'm Dr. Doyle, send it to you, and it's very low level. It's a Google form. Please enter your username and password. Someone enters it because it's coming from Dr. Doyle. I have to do this. And so they build that sense of urgency. That is the weakest part of what we do, unfortunately. And so the education and training is a big part of that. The other thing is what I mentioned earlier about, so we have a little bit about disaster recovery in the blueprint, but the level of what we're going to need, which is when we get into the revision after this year, is going to be a little more money to make sure that we have the right systems in place so that we can fully recover. It's going to happen at some point. It's just the reality of communicating in the world these days that someone's going to break in. It's just that the traditional way that I mentioned before, coming into the network, is not the traditional way. It's through email. And so that's why we're doing things like multi-factor authentication and making sure that people are educated to not click and open everything. Even though you want to click it and just see what it is, it's not worth it. So if you really have a question, call the individual.
We will never ask you for your bank account information.
Or username and password.
Please do not give your routing number and your social security number if you get an email from Dr. Doyle.
So the two-factor, if that's I can't say authentication, has that already been implemented with our staff?
So this, so we've done it with key people that have already given up credentials in some cases.
I didn't give up
And
credentials.
then some, the IT department has used it
Sensitivity
for
of my data.
several years, maybe 7 years. We've had it on all of our, as a practice. So key people we've implemented with, but now we're moving to a comprehensive system. And so not just a Gmail system, but we're moving to Cisco Duo. And what that's going to secure is from the desktop level to the different applications that we use, what our goal is. So imagine you work in a district, you access PeopleSoft, you access your student information system and these various systems. We want to make it so there's one login, you log in one time and it takes care of all of that, but it's verifying. Unfortunately, it's come to the point where we have to use what's in the IT world is called zero trust. We don't trust who you are. You have to prove who you are. And so this is what we're getting to this next school year. So starting the 12 is we're moving towards that zero trust with the district management, the district leadership teams, which includes all of you. And so we're going to have to engage in the multi-factor authentication, no different than when you access your personal financial information. They've been doing it for years. It's time to K through 12 do the same thing. It's past time. And so we have to engage in that. And so we have the district leadership, and we try to target the group that is a high value target. You all have access to confidential information, financial information, student data, staff data. And so we're starting there, and then we're into various classified groups, and then we'll hit the teachers after the spring break.
So
But
they will also eventually,
all
every single
every staff
employee,
member.
every
yes.
single employee.
So we don't want a staff member to be compromised and then to pass that on to students, because that's what could happen.
And that would make us a little bit safer. That's like an insurance policy for us.
Absolutely, actually, it's a required, very good term. Is
That
it?
is a very good segue. So we do have cybersecurity insurance. We will receive more coverage if we check all the boxes. One of the boxes we haven't checked yet is the multi-factor authentication. And so that is our goal for 23-24 is to ensure that everyone has that additional login. So in the event that something happens, we'll have additional insurance coverage than we would have if we didn't have check all of the boxes. Sorry, I knocked on wood a lot.
Any more questions on this section?
Going back to the contracted service you mentioned, Dwayne. I'm guessing they've done audits, and so they're giving you feedback about what are our weakest points, what are some areas of improvement.
So it's a little different than that. So you're talking about a traditional assessment. So before pre-pandemic, we did some assessments where we basically contracted with someone to break in a certain amount of times a year, and they come in, they give a report, and we go over that report. And that's great. We went through that, we implemented some things to improve. But what we felt we needed was this is more than like, it's a team effort. And so, and it outpaces the team because there's thousands of people out there that have nothing better to do than to knock on the door until they can get in. And so what we felt we needed was to identify high value targets that people would attack and make sure those are being monitored by the service. And so that's one of the key things we're doing. So when everything is in line, we'll revisit having the audits and going through the audits. There's a number of frameworks out there that are recommended for organizations, and we've selected a framework and we'll continue to work through it.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned pre-pandemic, like 3 years ago, technologies has drastically changed since then, and so with them getting those skill sets or infrastructure have gotten more efficient and more sneaky.
Yes. And that's why I say the change is now the low grade, just send it out. And that's why the phishing has been so effective. Just send it out, and it's very low tech, and it's like any sixth grader could do it.
Got it. And then going back to the technology rollout, what would you say, what phase are we in? I know that in the past we received reports of like, this school is at this space and they'll be implementing it in the next 2 months.
Right, so we're not there yet. You typically start that order after the blueprint is approved. And then we can actually use those funds next fiscal year.
So we don't have any like iPads or laptops that are brand new sitting in our office.
No. Hope not. School year's over.
Perfect.
So,
Before we have you sit down, there was an item, page 7 of the granular report, allocation and formula for technology items. Going from 50,000 in this current year to 750,000 is about.
What page?
Second half, page 7. Yes, second half. I just wanted to ask about that jump.
Yes. So there's two pieces to that. So, you'll notice on the left-hand side that, the two different funding sources. So, I referenced this very briefly, that we had an allocation for classroom technology to ensure that all of our classrooms had standardized technology needs. And we had previously, had planned to sunset that after 2 years, so 22, 23. That's why you see that third year is 0. However, we realized based on feedback that there's still a need at sites. And so trying not to use any more ESSER $3, because this gets back into the strategy to ensure that as much money as we can use for HVAC and air quality, because there's very limited funds that qualifies for. But S&C was a good use because we're already using it. So that 50,000, because we had increased to $250,000 because once upon a time, it was a larger dollar amount that they used for peripherals, headsets, keyboards, power cords, power strips, iPad covers. And so that $50,000 was nowhere near what it was with rising costs. So we had increased that to 250,000. And then that's a combination of also adding a third year of the classroom of that 500,000. So that 750,000 now all comes out of S&C. And it's a combination of all of the peripherals, covers, printers, chargers, all that. And in addition, the 500,000, one more year of the standardizing and replacing, because we still have schools that have needs also in their NPRs, also in their libraries, front office. And so we were not done after 2 years. And so we're proposing a third year to continue that. And then also with the peripherals, we have an iPad school, the funds that they were getting, if you took $50,000 across 29 schools, they couldn't even buy 10 iPad covers. And so then you're exposing those brand new iPads to have no covers. And so that's why we had to bump that 250,000, because after years of only receiving $2,000 to $3,000, they were decimating essential things like the chargers and the peripherals and keyboards and headsets. You can't buy a headset anymore for $2 or $3.
Thank you.
I have questions, but in a different topic. I can move on from it.
Are we done with technology
Yeah.
strategy 2? Any more questions on this section?
Okay, the next highlighted area is deferred maintenance. So this year, 22-23 was the first year that we funded deferred maintenance out of supplemental concentration. We had it at $500,000 and we've increased that to $1 million for next year. That $500,000 went very quickly because we hadn't been funding deferred maintenance in several years since the induction of LCFF. And so that $1 million also helps support, because we've got the routine restricted maintenance now, we have deferred maintenance, we have the COP funds, and we have Measure LL. So those are 4 different key funding sources for our facilities. The next item, I don't want to jump too quickly. Any questions on deferred maintenance? The next highlighted area is furniture. So in 22-23 in the blueprint, we had included $1.1 million to do some additional furniture, to do actual furniture replacement. And then we were hoping to use the $4 million from the Arts, Music, Instructional Material Grant. That $4 million isn't, with the reduction, could potentially go away. And the $1.1 million, we have significant needs, particularly at the high schools. We have students that are still in the one-piece chair desk, and the $1.1 million isn't enough And so we wanted to add additional funds for that furniture. And so using the $1.1 million we haven't used yet this year because we had to go through a whole process with our ed specs to determine what types of products, what we wanted to use. So we have that $1.1 million that is part of the $11.9 million S&C carryover. That $1.1 million with the additional funds of 1.5 would at least give us $2.6 million of funds that we can use in 23-24 to replace furniture. And we want to start at the high school, and we also then want to start at the oldest schools and work our way down to the newer schools.
Well, the older schools for the high school, so I know with the XQ grant, Vista got a lot of newer furniture.
Correct.
So then we would go to just by default, I mean, did most classes at Vista High get newer furniture or did some?
Yeah, that's a really good question. There's actually two levels of furniture at Vista High. It's Measure LL too. So walk her through how we're going to approach this.
Yeah, so Vista High will have, with the classroom replacement, there's an estimate of about $1 million of Measure LL funds that we call the furniture, fixtures, and equipment. And so furniture is part of that. So they would receive their furniture for those classrooms out of Measure LL. There are some classrooms that had the XQ. We would need to do an inventory of that, but from an age perspective, that would mean that RBB would be the next school that we would prioritize first, and then fill in the gaps at Vista High would be the second school.
And the last school would be Mission Vista. It's the newest in the district. They actually have a lot of the furniture we want to purchase for RVB is already at Mission Vista High.
Yes, we wouldn't need as many funds, but the other two high schools, they still have that traditional one-piece unit. Funding for additional funding for safety supplies and training. We talked briefly about some of the areas like the intercoms, emergency radios. One of the areas that we also want to address is the emergency supplies at school sites. So this past year, Cherie's team worked with the schools to get red backpacks in all of the classrooms because there was not consistency and not every classroom had that, or it was a PTA funded. And so we wanted to have consistent emergency supplies to go with their safety plan. So all the classrooms now have that emergency red backpack, and also the emergency bucket toilet is now in all of the classrooms. So we have consistency there. What we don't have consistency is at the site level, that emergency equipment and supplies, whether it is in the event of an earthquake and you have to break through a door, you need like certain equipment, or emergency supplies, such as medical treatment, basic things like that. And also not all the sites have a dedicated storage. Sometimes it's been overtaken from other purposes, or it's Conex boxes that are rusted and you don't want to store medical supplies, as an example, in an old Conex box. And so what we want to do is standardize the location using the tough shed, and also designate a red. So the plan would be to have a red cross on it, because it doesn't help in the event of emergency and people are walking around like, where do I go? So incorporating that easily identify, and especially if like law enforcement or the fire department comes on campus, they know that this is the designated facility that has all the storage, and then it would be something that would be inventoried each year and replaced as things, either anything that was aged out or as different needs or technology. And so there's $1 million in there to address those efforts. We have a little bit in there for administrator training. One thing that we need to address is FEMA incident command training. And so in the event of an emergency, if the district has not been certified or trained in that incident command training through FEMA, we would actually not get reimbursed. It was something that we learned. And so what we included in here was some extra additional hours for administrators to do that online training, so that we can ensure that that is completed in the event of an emergency. We don't want to get into a place where we don't get reimbursed for any incurred costs. And then there is some funding in there for a build out of the EOC. We've had a little building at the end of the hill that when we used to have a manager of safety and health, was a little bit of build out, but with current design and needs in an EOC, we just need to build that out. So in the event of an emergency, then the district EOC command, and we would also need to have training as well, so that we're ready to go in the event that there is an emergency or.
I have a question. This is the part where you talk about the risk management director. What was Steve Geyer's, title?
Rachel, what was his official?
He was
title?
manager.
Manager, not risk management, but a manager.
Safety manager.
So he had a piece of risk management. He didn't manage the umbrella of risk management. So he did the safety, like the physical safety and like the safety plans, the school sites. But he didn't complete what I call a traditional risk management role. And so ideally, why you see that that is a director level is we want someone to come in and create the processes and systems. And ideally, once everything is developed and we go into maintenance, you could peel that director off and then you could go back to having a manager role. So this wouldn't be something that we would need long-term. We need someone that has that expertise and knowledge to fill in the gaps of what we don't know. Because right now we're doing double duty and we've all got different pieces. You know, Julian's got a piece.
I know we definitely need somebody, but it was just what we were hiring them as. Yes, but.
Would it be a director?
Yeah, so it would, yeah.
And Steve was just a
Yeah.
manager, but he didn't do it all.
Yeah.
Good job. Okay.
Actually, his role was a lot more, what Sheree was doing with safety than risk management.
And then student services actually had the health piece that Cherie took on that used to come from students. So yeah, we've got it in a couple of different places. And so ideally,
Steve Hargrave, right? And then Jeff.
Well, Steve was student services, Jeff Geyer I'm just saying that his work that he did was closer to what Sheree was doing, some of what Sheree was doing than the risk management. position.
Okay. All right.
new duty campus supervisor allocations. So we had done an interim increase of hours at the sites as a result of COVID. And the feedback that we received is that they wanted that to continue. The community felt that having that higher level of supervision also was still needed. And so we've added an additional year of funding for campus supervisors and new duty in the blueprint. And you'll notice that previously it was coming of a split of S2 and S&C. And so in year 3, it's all under S&C, the $2 million for the new duty. And then we've added the campus assistant support of 612 in there as well. So you'll see that it's increased from 2 million to 2.5.
So that's a really good example of an expanded service that based on feedback, everyone believes we should keep expanded at least for now, but eventually we would contract that. For right now, everyone thinks technical principles that it really, the behaviors are still there. So we probably should leave it expanded. So that's a really good example of keeping it for now expanded, but eventually we would then go back to the original.
We've discussed the smart sensors, and the last item is increasing maintenance technician support. This would be increasing our maintenance techs by 4 positions. This would assist in our facility repairs and maintenance. We have a back order of work orders that we would be able to address those more expeditiously. And also it would help us not having to use third party at higher cost if we could do those functions in-house. And those funds come from routine restricted maintenance. They're not an LCFF funding source.
So we're at, go ahead.
We envision that those are long-term permanent position needs.
Do you want to comment, Sean? It's hard to assess. We have so many facility projects. Ideally, in a perfect world, if we're able to replace like our aging portables, we're able to replace our plumbing, get caught up on our asphalt, our painting, those different areas that the number of work orders in theory go down. And then as folks retire out, that's how you would peel off the 4 through attrition and retirement.
Do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think you're asking a much deeper question, which is when you're addressing declining enrollment, you need to address the total number of square footage of facilities. We're not funded by the total number of sites that we carry. We're funded by students. And I think we've got a very difficult 5-year period ahead of us. Part of that is you would continuously reassess how many acres that you are servicing, which pertains to what you do for grounds, and how many facilities that you need to be addressing, and their square footage, or if that property should be repurposed, and that would change the ratio. But the ratio of the people you need is directly tied to the square footage you have, the age of the site, and the conditions of the facility. And if you don't take care of it in-house, then you end up having to contract, which is more expensive. So I think that's probably the road ahead.
Okay, maybe stay there. On page 15, a lot of our transportation budget items are itemized. And observations I have that probably can get some questions answered would be, we know we weren't able to restore 100% of our intended routes this year. So that, basically that first line item, the 825,000, have we underspent that amount? Or did the cost of hop, skip, drive and other things keep us more at our budget, even though we weren't able to provide as many routes?
Sure, so two separate items. One has to do with, yes, some of that went to contracting services that balance things out. The other is that the strategy that we put in place was effective. However, we had two things that offset the strategy. The first thing that offset the strategy was we have a number of people that are retiring. They're getting older and they're retiring at a faster rate. So we're replacing drivers as quick as people are retiring. We're actually replacing them quicker than people are retiring. However, hop, skip, drive and other contracted services, I know you would ask about other contracted services, why they can fulfill. They're actually not fulfilling.
Yeah.
Other services are not able to fulfill for the same reasons that we're not able to fulfill, which is even in the gig economy, not everybody is interested in providing those services. So the strategy that was put in place by HR, highly effective, but it didn't get us there this year. We're hoping to make progress in the upcoming.
Well, that was my next question, of course.
You did get a big group of trainers the other day.
Yeah, we have more in training. I mean, it is a continuous thing. I stop by myself, superintendent, others to see the night classes. If you drive out sometimes, if we're not here till 10, they break about 9:45. There is a group constantly going through training to bring in new drivers.
Okay, so I saw also like related to the contract piece, like that's going up projected in 23-24, but I noticed also our transportation for middle school athletics is either getting funded from another source or going away. I'm kind of skipping down from the 84,000 line to the 0 line.
I think we have a general transportation budget with athletics. This was consolidated with other transportation.
Correct.
Okay, so we're not gonna drop that
Correct.
service?
We actually
yet?
increased that.
Yeah.
So.
I remember we did,
Yeah.
so you know, but I know
This is
that the rainy days are coming. And then I guess my last question on this page was about expanding transportation opportunities for students, 2 routes to Mission Vista and 1 route, you know, for Rancho Minerva. How optimistic are we that we'll have staffing to actually implement that on a scale of 1 to 10?
With 10 representing the most ideal future state. My outlook for 23-24 is about a 4.
Okay.
My outlook longer term is that it will bounce over time. But what you have to do is we need to continuously engage in this strategy. You have to address that this is twofold things happening at one time. A group of people is going to retire out. We're bringing new people in. Sooner or later, that line crosses and you'll be able to bring those services up. So we will get there. And again, I am highly confident that the strategy is working. I'm not going to overpromise though to our community or to the board for next year, because the numbers that we have that are preliminary right now is that we're probably going to bring in 1 more driver than those that retired this summer. And that's not going to be able to restore the route. And the fact of the matter is, our special education numbers are going up, which means that extra driver is probably going to be repurposed and reallocated to that as a legal mandate that we first must meet as part of our fiduciary obligation.
Trustee Kelly, page 35, identified the increase in transportation for athletics, 100,000 to 250. We just consolidated it into another area.
Fantastic. Well, I trusted it.
Yeah.
Just wanted to ask. Okay.
And so, while I have you on strategy 2, For committee, I have replacement of maintenance vehicles. Are these electric vehicles or what?
I would love for these to be electric vehicles. However, these are heavy vehicles. These are F-350 large scale vehicles that currently the technology is not in place for those. We're talking about boom trucks that are currently in the fleet that cannot fully be utilized, that are 25+ years old. The goal would be beyond this to look for electric vehicles. That's not just per our climate action plans and other items, but that's just more economical over the long run. They're easier to maintain. They're just more economical.
Got it. And this is the 21st century storage and resource strategy. So question on this, when are we gonna get electrical charging stations?
Well, electrical charging stations are going to be addressed through long-range facility master plan. So the goal will be to continue to go after funds as grant funds are made available and to pursue those funds. But then we are mandated as part of touching any site as we move forward to provide at this point for the sites under construction conduit, but for future sites like Bovier, you actually have to provide the charging station.
That's, we can do them on this budget right now, right?
That is the board's prerogative.
Can we explore that? How much?
We can.
Can we get some cost to that?
Okay. Well, interestingly, Vista Bank at Middle is gonna be our first site that will have the conduit stubbed out in that brand new parking lot we're building. So that could be an example of one we can experiment with. I'll make a note of that.
Dr. Bush. I have a question about the vehicles that trustee Marks brought up. At the very least, can we get them to be flex fuel?
All the vehicles that are purchased in the Ford series are flex fuel.
Okay. Okay, so that's something at least.
Yeah, they should all be flex fuel vehicles and have that capabilities.
Another one for me, please. Page 12, which I don't know.
Following along,
Last line item on there was consultant fees to facilitate our 7-Eleven committee, and I just wanted to check that we're paying that retroactively. For, obviously, that work started in 22-23, but I don't see it appearing until 23-24. But are we anticipating that 23-24 ends that expenditure?
Well, that is really going to be part of the board prerogative. What we did is we put a line item in. So first, to answer your first question, yes, that is for retroactively for things that have occurred, which is the first part of your question. The second part is putting in place a budget should the board choose to reassign items to that 7-Eleven committee. When we stood up the committee stood up for a total of 2 years. So for 2 years, you have that capability to go through and look at what's there. So that would not just be for consultant fees, that would be for any additional studies that might need to go along with that. So that's why you see a rather robust item type to that.
So the goal for the 7-Eleven committee, as it stands right now, is to end their work on June 22nd, when they deliver their recommendation. If the board chooses for us to continue it, you would give us direction for that, and that's what we're going to spend additional money.
when do we give you that direction?
That would happen on the 22nd or in the future meeting. Could be in July, could be in August, whenever you guys choose to continue to direct us to continue the committee like that, to investigate other facilities, or other sites. Yes.
The reason you don't see it in year 2 is we can't change year 2 in the blueprint,
Okay.
but we wanted to at least get it into the blueprint, so it's in year 3. It's developer fees, so we have the funds in there, fund balance, regardless of the year to cover it.
Thank you.
A lot of the funding sources we talked about, they're not all SNC funding sources. You have to look to the left-hand side of the page.
Yeah, no, it's more just when, you see a number and you're like, what, next year? And we're doing it this year. Same question, different topic, though. Page 13 down at the bottom is the $536,000 line item that appears for 23-24. That's SROs. Starting to be spent out of S&C funds.
That's the campus assistants
Yeah.
at middle and high school.
Yeah.
That's not the SRO line.
That is not the SRO line. Okay.
We, in addition to increasing elementary noon duties, we increased campus assistants as well.
So they're now 8-hour positions.
I think what threw me on that is that it's 0 in, sorry, Rachel?
If they chose to be an 8-hour position, they were increased 8 hours back.
It was a timing, so we developed this blueprint back in the spring of last year. And campus supervisors were added, so we can't go back to year 2 and add things because it's past the year.
Okay.
So that's why it looks like it started in 23-24, but it was done this past year.
Thank you.
So I think we're at the end of strategy 2, and I am mindful of the time is 9:13. Is there any official feedback you would like us to consider in terms of revisions in order to be prepared for the 22nd? Similar to strategy 1. Say again?
Charging station.
Yeah, I have a note on that. That would be, we'd probably pursue the grant option on that, so that wouldn't necessarily need to be written in here. Unless you're recommending that we consider funding for that.
Need some cost estimates before saying yes.
And we will try to get that for you before the 22nd. We may not be able to get it by then, but we will work on it.
Yeah, and with the time, right?
Yeah.
We just finished that strategy. We have 4 more and we have 2 hours.
Well, the last 2 will go quickly, so I think it's 3 and 4. You're gonna take your time. Any other feedback? So aside from the stations, Rachel, the feedback we have is that there are no major revisions, strategy 2.
I'm supposing I'm in process, the charging stations, you don't want to worry.
No, look how to investigate cost estimates for potential charging stations at this event. That's the way we would do it if we did it. That's where the. Great, let's move on to strategy 3.
So, I'm sorry, one thing, in that, can we also look at any cost benefit, like for charging for electricity, so we get a full cost analysis, not just the cost of putting it in, but like.
We'll do that, but I want to be careful that I don't want to commit to something they can't deliver on. That's a really big ask. We can attempt to do it.
Okay.
And I can tell you, we've already addressed this stuff in the law and so about the plan.
Right.
We can bring them information.
Okay,
I just don't know if I can turn it around in a week and 2 weeks.
don't worry about it.
All right, strategy 3.
So strategy 3 is really building our social emotional system of support. And so we want to create positive school climates where students feel safe, connected, respected, and engaged in a continuum of services that meet their social, emotional, behavioral, attendance, physical, and mental health needs. And so all of the actions and services within this strategy adhere to that. So if you see what we're highlighting here, we're looking at an MTSS system for social emotional support, for behavior, for health and wellness. It's implementation of our equity board policy, expanding our community school program. We just got the official notification this afternoon that we have our 9. Thank you. I was gonna say 11. I knew it was 11. 9 more joining us. So official notification today. So that was exciting. And then our expanded learning opportunities program is in this section. And then this is where we move phase 2 as well. So that you'll see that in here. Highlights in this section is our continued expansion of our MTSS system, expanding our PBIS and restorative practices. So we had half of our district go through PBIS this past year. The second half is going through this next year. It is about a 3-year process to go through the full PBIS training. So cohort 1 was this year, they'll continue next year. We'll start cohort 2 and then move on from there. We also want to expand our athletics program. So there's continued funding for athletics and expansion of athletics. Our expansion of community schools isn't all in this budget right now because we weren't sure if it was funded, so that will go in here. And then our expanded learning opportunities and our FACE network. Some things I want to highlight here as well is that there's been talk around the school counselors and adding that position and how are we going to sustain funding over time for this. One thing that happened this year under the Children's Mental Health Act and our school-based funding for mental health is that school counselors can now charge Medi-Cal for their services to students. So it's another way we're going to be able to start recouping funds for our counseling services is if our counselors do their billable services for seeing students. So that's something that we're going to build and work on next year is that billing system. So our counselors can start getting credit for the hours they spend with students and we get reimbursed for that financially.
They're doing the paperwork.
The rate of use an outside agency to do.
Yes, we currently use school-based in systems, which we use to develop our psychologists and our speech language pathologists. So we would use the same company that we have been using. Not only that, they do track services for the services that are provided to students. And a portion of that amount we're able to use for reimbursement.
It's part of our SB HIP program too, that we're in a consortium with other districts across the county, is that they're looking at bringing in possibly San Diego County Office of Ed to be the consistent provider biller for all of the counties that are, or all of the districts that are part of the SB HIP program.
Yeah, that's the concern I hear about with paper, because if we don't have systems, then it's gonna get tricky.
Absolutely. So the hope would be that they don't have to actually do that
But at
work.
the same time, as other districts try to utilize the same strategy, then, you know, are they gonna be, are they gonna have the staffing to make sure that they do the job?
And so that's why our SB HIP program is actually looking at San Diego County Office of Ed to be the billers because they have the staffing to do it.
Do you have any ideas? Is there any general idea of how much revenue that's gonna bring in?
You did an estimate for me the other day, and I didn't think it was close to.
While she's looking at it,
Yeah.
and social
Yeah.
workers also, Bill?
Social workers can bill, psychologists, yeah, all of those, but nurses, yep, yeah, all of our mental health professionals or people who provide like services can all bill. Yeah.
Nice.
So we're trying to, part of our SB HIP program is to make sure everybody's billing appropriately, but as Fiona said, the paperwork is time consuming, so if we can get somebody in to actually help us with the paperwork, we actually get more reimbursables. So we're excited about that.
So it does have to do with the number of sessions that the social worker encounters students. So say if they end up having about 20 encounters a month, we could reimburse at a rate when you're looking at annually. For 50 counselors, it could be up to annual reimbursement of $200,000. And of course, the social workers are separate. So they could actually also get up to $25,000 a year. And very similar process that we use for the Medi-Cal when we did the breakdown for the reimbursement. So the same process where they would be able to use this these funds for professional development to purchase items that they need to continue to provide services.
And that's just a ballpark general.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's just an estimate without us actually
right.
having the numbers, and we also have to check the PPS credentials, making sure.
And does the County Board of Education charge any fee for processing these papers?
It would be through our SB HIP funds that we're getting, so they would get a percentage of the funds that we get in order to do that. It's the same way we pay the outside agency right now to do this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One of the other positions in here, that we haven't brought forward, but it's in the blueprint, would be to a coordinator for PBIS. And the rationale for that is that with the expanded services that we're providing, and as you build a multi-tiered system of support, there's a lot of follow-up work that goes into PBIS. And one of the goals of PBIS is attendance and engagement. And so by coordinating our efforts around our positive behavior intervention supports, we can actually recoup funds for attendance. And so I recently worked with the elementary principals just for the last couple months of school on a focus on attendance. And they wrote a wildly important goal. They created, leading measures on how they're going to track progress. They created scoreboards. They talked with each other about, what are you doing at your school? What are you doing at your school? Oh, I like that idea. I'm gonna try that at my school. And they had a lot of collaborative discussions around attendance. And in the last 2 months, we were able to increase attendance by about 2% by just focusing on it for a couple months. So we know when our principals work collaboratively together with a goal and they have time to share ideas with each other, we see progress happening. And so this is a way we can kind of sustain some of the positions, is by having people that can follow up and provide the needed support so we can continue to make sure kids are at school and engaged. So PBIS really helps with student engagement and student attendance.
And
So
I didn't, you probably have the same question I do, go
No, go ahead.
about this postcards.
No, I wasn't going to even.
Oh, you're talking about A2A. Okay, we're looking at that whole system. Like, we've heard all of the feedback. We tried it this year. We've heard the feedback on it, and Sandra and I are gonna sit down this summer with Joanne and really look to see what are the hiccups within the system, what positive aspects do we get out of actually using the system? But we do know that there's some tightening up we need to do with our A2A program and our work with our principals on pulling letters and things like that. So we're gonna do an analysis of that and then provide a report to the board in July on how our A2A system works this year.
And that's an outside vendor?
It's an outside vendor, yeah.
And some context on that, I went to a workshop at CSBA. And they were ranting and raving about us. We're higher than the average for attendance. So this contractor said we're like a similar school districts across the state that we're higher than the average, like 2% higher. So I know that.
Know if it's because of A2A though.
And that's what we want to analyze.
My firsthand experience as a parent was I got two identical letters after spring break was already over and we were not saying, don't forget to come back from spring break. So yeah, this was a little, the timing was off and I, double spend on.
We're gonna analyze all of that and give you a report, because it was our first year.
So how many million did we, or what do we use, spend on that contract?
Not, yeah, A2A.
I'll look it up.
Okay.
You can go on with your work.
300. You kind of want to look to see if the system, if we could attribute gains in ADA to using the system, what was the offsetting cost, right?
This
So
would be the
we'll-
time.
Yeah, so we'll provide that analysis for you.
Thank you. And I took your question.
So you have a director of MTSS and a director of PBIS, coordinator, PBIS, what is that? Coordinator?
Coordinated PBIS.
Who does the one right now?
PBIS?
And the MTSS?
That's a really good question.
So
So,
on this paper, it's the director of MTSS to replace the director of student service.
so within the restructuring, it's not replacing the director of student services, it's repurposing the position.
Okay, here it says replacement. So when I think of this thing that we are replacing, it would be. Oh, there she is, right there. And she comes in, she gives us our reports on our students and does all that. And I know the principals come to you about other things, so it's like, okay, we're repurposing. But we're.
Wait, can I provide an explanation? I think that might help. So, because Amy and I talked about how do we represent this on the document. So when we say replace, it's funding. So not necessarily the position. So the student support services position will still exist. It will be as an executive director position now, and that will relieve those funds for a director of MTSS, because right now, district-wide, MTSS, I mean, we need those structures in place to help with our special education, just identification. So when we say replace, because Amy and I were going back and forth, like, how do we write this? How do we, navigate through this? It's really just replacing the funding. So we take the funding from that position and we put it over here into a different position doing different things. And so that's where student support services still exists, but now they're gonna oversee a larger scope. They're gonna oversee MTSS, they're gonna oversee PBIS. And that's really at an
So-
executive director position.
The executive director that you want to make a new position is gonna oversee everything that Sandra does now, MTSS and PBI.
Yes.
And community school.
Yep.
And the face
And
network, and ELOP, and
Okay, so then, and that is what Lori and Nicole did?
No.
Who's
So-
gonna-
Nobody-
who's
nope.
doing this?
Yeah.
So that's a great question. We haven't been.
Let me help explain this. It's a totally appropriate question. So when we think of all these different programs that we've worked with the board on to build up, right? So after school programs, ELOP, new program. Community schools, new program. MTSS, we're just barely starting on that program, and obviously that got interrupted by the pandemic, but we're starting on it, pushing forward. So in PBIS, these are all programs, our internal staff was doing it. But the problem is we're scaling them up. They're becoming bigger. And so to answer that question, this year, after school programs was an EE&I program department. And so, and community schools was in the student services department. So what we're trying to do is consolidate all these new programs that are having an impact on our students into under one executive director of student services. Because now, because of all the impacts and effects of the behavioral needs and this, student support needs, we have larger programs that are growing. Example, PBIS. We now have 11 schools that have entered in and processed through the first couple of years of the PBIS program. It's been successful. 8 of those have been identified as silver, 1's gold, grapevine. So we're making progress, but now we want to bring on the rest of the schools. We have 28 schools in the school district. The scope of that's going to be huge. That's an important part of the equity board policy.
So
So-
with PBIS,
Yes.
so Grapevine did it.
Yes.
Remember when she came in and she did it and it was right, some kids were crazy and
Right.
she was awesome at doing it.
Right.
So what would a coordinator have had to do with her? She came in, she did it herself, it's been successful.
Okay.
The other schools that came in, they're working together, but now we're creating a whole brand new position for something we've been doing. And I understand we're gonna have more people do them, but we just had our 8 schools do it
11 schools.
for 11.
So yeah, it's my understanding, Sandra, come up. My understanding, I was looking at every single meeting, but those schools did not do that alone. They actually did it with the support of student
So
services.
then you were in charge of it. You were the one that was not in charge, but
It came from student services. Yes, I said that.
I was in charge of it, but I was like leaning heavily on TME to provide support because the level of, we had 4 professional development days. Somebody needs to oversee and coordinate all of that. Each school has to have a minimum of 1, ideally 2 school walkthrough visits to do the implementation. So part of what the county office is asking of us is to have a dedicated person who can go out and provide the coaching and support, because we'd like to have every school get silver or gold. And some of the schools just didn't have the internal capacity to get up to speed. So it would be coordinating the professional development, going out, providing the coaching and support, conducting the external review with the county office people, to at least 2 times a year, so that our schools can do that. And with all of the schools coming on next year, that's a pretty big task. It's grown a lot.
Okay, and so you were kind of that person, and also for MTSS?
For what portion of it? So
Yeah.
the social, emotional, the behavioral portion of it.
Yes, so Joanne takes the load of the SEL component, I take the load of the behavioral component. And Joanne and I were both working on the attendance component of MTSS, but then we also have the academic component. And I mean, in my personal opinion, we're all working and we need some coherence. We need sort of a point person, because we really need to make sure that all of our
I thought
schools.
that's why we put it on the assistant super, EE and I. For the point person. I didn't know we were gonna bring her on, and then all of a sudden, we're gonna have all these extra things to do at this point in time, before we finish doing what we wanted to do as students.
So that a multi-tiered system of support is a structure.
Right.
And currently, the way we're operating is very fragmented. And so in order for us to build more coherence, we need to bring in some extra support to build that coherence. And so E&I is a very, very large department. And we are all working our tails off to meet the needs of students. But in order to build a robust tier 1, that is lacking right now, we need more support in order for us to be consistent. So we do not have a consistent message right now around MTSS in this district.
We need to hire a person.
I need somebody to support everything that we're trying to do. Because there's a lot of work to do within E&I. So my job is to help create the systems and the structures and have people go out and support the school site. So we can.
So just to say that, and I know I'm getting a little punchy, Because this just doesn't set well with me when you're saying we're all working and we're doing this. Have you seen what our principals are doing? Have you seen what our teachers having to do?
Yeah.
But I don't see anything in here for that. So,
That's what the whole building, the structures and supports are for, is for helping our principals and our teachers.
yeah, but there's more to it than just that. There's many other components that they need at the site level in the classroom. So that's why the priority, but okay, thank you. You answered my question.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, my question is, I think Trustee Smithfield has led me to something that part of what your question was at least, is this a structure that we will put into place, but then will need to be contracted at some point? Or is this permanent, would this be a permanent structure?
Which part of it?
The director of BIS,
The director of MTSS?
yes, well, the position, let me go back to it, that you were looking at. Yeah, the director, the one that,
The multi-purpose.
yes,
MTS.
MTSS. yeah.
Is that in?
Would
So
that,
the conversation we're having is just a complex conversation
Right.
because there's a lot of different things we're talking about.
right,
So the MTSS, the director of MTSS, is actually a repurposed position that already exists. So there's, in the blueprint, there are new positions, and we can identify what those are, and then there are positions that already exist in our district that we would repurpose. So the answer to your question, the direct answer is, we wouldn't intend to eliminate that position, that's an internal structure. There are some new positions that we're proposing to use and then sunset later. Amy went over it earlier, the director of risk management is an example.
right.
So, and there are others that we can talk about that we intend to grow, and then like PBIS example, that's a perfect example of position that we might use for 2 years to go to scale and do it in a way that we can identify them as silver and gold, and then sunset that position because the structure has been built. That's, but again, remember, these are just recommendations. We're bringing to you recommendations about what's possible.
Well, I can tell you from I'm an employee in a district that has a director, and we've been recognized for the county. Having a person come in and give professional development is way better than a slideshow. If schools are being asked to implement PBIS and they get an hour at a staff meeting or 2 hours via slideshow, it's nothing like having this trainer come in and work with the staff. It sticks better. And it's not just once, it's twice. And then if you have I don't know if we have this structure, but if you have a kid who is a high level behavior, they come in, they observe the kid, they work with the teacher, what is the antecedent, what's going on with the kid? They can come in and stay with the kid for 2 or 3 weeks and figure out, well, not the director, but the people who work under him, right? It's helpful. And being in the classroom, I don't think it's gonna really be purposeful just to kind of have it watered down. If you really want to implement PBIS in a way that will have longevity.
But we have that too, though. We have the team that comes in, helps with the teacher, helps with the student, with all those.
So part of that we're contracting out with San Diego County Office of Ed to do a lot of that work. Then to replace some of that contracted work we're doing, to bring in an expert who can go out and provide that coaching and support directly at school sites. So we have some school sites that are doing better with their implementation of PBIS than others. So a coordinator could come in and help our schools that are struggling a little bit more with their implementation, meet with them, help them with their learning targets, help them just move their systems forward. That aren't as strong as some of our other principals who have been able to take it and run with it. Other
Would you like us to
questions
continue
on?
with the
Yes.
both? Okay.
So those were all the biggest highlights in strategy 3. Any more questions in strategy 3?
I have a question for you, Matt. In our big book on page 28, 129.
Okay.
We had in here when we first put this together, we did that assistant principals and we can only do them at first. For schools that had a lot of students and
Right.
then we had to push a little bit to get
Yes.
them at our high needs score, and then we had to push a whole lot to get them at all of our.
That's right.
So in the up part, are we allowed to take So it says 8 assistant principals for K-5. We have to leave that in here even though we've already done that. And it's not just for that 750.
Correct, correct.
We have to leave it in
Yes,
here.
yeah, so just so everyone understands, it's a really sophisticated question. This is we have to follow the state criteria when we develop our plans. Remember, it's a 3-year plan. This is year 3 of a 3-year plan. I'm doing this more for board member Morocco because she's newer. And so the way we design the plan on year 1 has to remain the same. And then when we do 2, that has to remain the same, and 3. So they're not all clumped together because that's not the way we design the plan. So over time, it builds. So, but the simple answer is we are recommending to maintain assistant principals at all of our schools for next year. It's just, look, they're just broken up into pieces because they came on board. They came online at different times during this 3-year process. Did that answer your question? Yeah. They're right there, they're right in place.
Anything consensus, I mean, definitely in favor.
I do want to point out, and again, I know it's late, so I'll be quick, but I just want to point out the athletics. That's really important because the school district, that is an area that we failed miserably. This board, I want to thank this board, they recognize that. And as a result of that failure, we had Title IX problems. And so the purpose of this athletics year is to continue for us to build the infrastructure for female athletes, to make sure they have what they need to be successful. Now, it's not exclusively for female athletes, but Title IX is to address those discrepancies. So I just wanted to point that out.
So in this section, still on page 29, I think, under 9. When you go down, action plan 2.
Okay.
And then it has social, emotional, academic, certificated staff, 5 million for training, it looks like.
No, that's for counselors. Those are all of our counselors, 44 counselors.
Oh.
Afro funds.
Say again?
Afro funds.
Yeah. I'm on page 29. Are you on page
29.
Okay.
Yeah, so what happened there is that moved line items. And so if you look above at page 28, you'll see it's SNC, social emotional counselors 43. And then if you move back down to this one, move to 4, yeah.
The 44 is the mission in place.
44, what?
And it just,
We added one more.
Yeah.
There were
Oh, yeah,
43.
okay.
We added one more.
So this is just for that group of people?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We
I
have
thought
to.
it was saying trained and provided.
No.
no, this is their salaries. This is for 44 counselors.
Yeah, but that's really important to note, because that's our foundation. That's our
Yeah,
backbone. So
absolutely.
if you look to the far left on that page, it says F and C.
Yeah.
That's important, this is more for, board member Rockets, you understand. That's important because we want to maintain them when we contract. That is not an area we recommend contracting. And we spent 8 years building them. We don't want to.
Right.
Absolutely. Now, earlier today, there was some item that was tabled,
Yes.
for the coordinator of food counselor. Is this in there?
Yes.
Yes, that's in here. Yeah. Yeah.
I can tell you back to where 27th, is it to be put on separately?
We, the discussion we had, this was on the agenda to be approved before we had this discussion. But we had questions about these 15 positions for board approval that were going to be addressed by the presentation. So we will still vote the positions, but after we talk this year.
By the way, Super Ronald, that's on page 28, the very bottom of page 28. The coordinator school council.
The last one.
All right, so at this point, we've come to the end of 3. And we need to get some feedback for you, and we're good on time because really 4 is the big one. The last 2 will go really quick. Any feedback on any adjustments you'd like us to make? Again, we need to finalize for the 22nd. So any adjustments, this is the time. I'll hand it back to our board president so we can get some direction from the board on 3.
All right, well, I mean, basically, if there's something that is not sitting well with the person, you can propose not having it and see if you have consensus. That's what I would say. If there's something not sitting well with the trustee, a position, something on, and, you know, in a modification.
Right now?
No, we're not voting.
So you won't vote on this till the 22nd.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, no, we have to vote on the other thing.
The other thing, you're doing that later.
I have a question, 190,000 for the gang awareness, I'm not putting a judgment whether we need it, because we do. But what is that?
You want Saturday after, or do you want?
I'm 32.
Saturday, you got a position to get to that.
Yeah, I'm like, kind of cool, but I'm just.
It's super cool. So the Tariq Kamisa Foundation is a group that was started after a young man was killed due to gang violence. And they provide, we're looking at a partnership with them that would actually bring a person. We hire out right now for oh shit, what's the game?
Project Aware.
Project Aware, right? So we bring in people for Project Aware. This would bring a full-time person to each one of our middle and high schools. And so sort of our vision on it is that we've got our restorative justice people. And our restorative justice people will work with our Terry Kamisa Foundation staff. They're gonna also contribute a full-time coordinator from their funding. And we'll have a full-time person at every school site. They'll be able, like Project Aware, they will be able to work with identified groups of students and intensive, but they'll also be able to be out at those recesses and lunches and things, doing restorative practices, looking for students who may be, you know, having ideation and an interest in gangs and those kind of things. So it's not just training, it's actually gonna bring people who are just focused on that.
So I want to make a statement about this, because it's really important for the board members to understand, because there's so much complexity in this document. So one of the major points of feedback, and Dr. Olmsted went over that earlier, was SROs. And our SROs have been super successful in our school district. We appreciate bringing them back. And people ask for more SROs. Our recommendation tonight is not to add more SROs, but to add that level of support, because that directly addresses some of the symptoms that's causing it. So there's two levels of support we're recommending that in this plan that's new for this next year. One is this gang awareness that they're talking about, Sandra's talking about. But the second one is right now we have two restorative justice folks who have been hugely successful, by the way. That's like one of the main things that the principals and teachers tell us about. And we're proposing to have 4 next year. So there's 2 increases to address the need for more SROs. One is the gang awareness, and the other is to double the number of restorative justice.
I'm trying to think what line the gang awareness.
We'll let you know. We'll go on to the next one and I'll look for it.
Yeah, and really, if we wanna, we're talking about equity and reducing expulsions and suspensions, especially for brown and black boys. Although I would say black girls are harassed just as much as black boys in public schools. This is the route this is the missing piece, is to expand this program across all of our school sites and not just at a few. So
And, oh, I'm sorry, no, go ahead, you're first, for Amy. Amy here, she leaves. She just walk out. Well, maybe somebody has a question. So on page 41, we have community, and I'm just asking this because I'm curious. Community school counselors. And they're being paid out of assistance. Why are they not being paid out of our community?
That's a great question. Do you want to answer?
Wait, you're looking at community schools coordinator?
Community school counselor.
it's,
Oh, I.
Okay, so,
I know it is.
okay, you want to answer?
Yeah,
I
so
think either one of us.
we have to do as part of our community schools grant, matching funds in kind. These are in kind funds.
And we do that for other grants. It's very typical in California. So you basically, it's like skin in the game. You gotta put some money on the table.
Okay, that makes sense. And I think I have one more on page 44. So just to make sure I'm not doing this wrong, the expanded learning teachers are our after school group with AM PM that we're changing.
There's a couple different things in here. Are you looking where it says expanded learning teachers for elementary schools?
Well, I have the whole thing on all three of them.
Okay, so anywhere where you see it, like expanded learning teachers for elementary schools, that's actually the pay we're paying, the $60 an hour for teachers to provide the after-school enrichment. So that's different than the funding that you're seeing for Sherry's program.
And we're gonna also offer this to classified too.
Offer an extra hourly rate.
It's expanded learning classified.
We just can't change your hourly rate. Reagan will address, they can work, we just can't.
Yeah, this would be extra work. Part of the issue is that because of lack of staffing, we have other classifications that are coming in and working in those after-school programs. So that money would, cover that.
The current employees that are working. at
It could be that, it could be, extra overtime. A lot of
We
them
are gonna let classified.
They can work.
Yes.
They just don't offer the enrichment activities.
We
They're
can't,
there.
we can't
they're there
increase.
But they're there to help the teachers.
Yes,
Yes,
and they've been working this year.
Yeah.
We just can't give them more money because of the personnel.
We have a lot of new duties that are helping and.
Yeah.
So with expanded learning teachers, the hourly rate, can we, in the interest of Title IX and girls, can we pay our girls on the run coaches out of this fund?
Absolutely.
I think we are right now.
Not all of them.
We'll have to,
No, they weren't
the
paid
one,
in this
okay,
stuff.
the one thing that I talked to elementary principals about, at a recent meeting this last week, was to send me a list of everything that they're paying for out of their own site funds. And so we have a lot of schools using Girls on the Run or using, Sing Spanish, or they had like 10 different things that they were all funding out of site funds. So I asked them to send me all of those programs, and then when we meet again, we're gonna talk about collectively, are there ones that we want district-wide that we should fund out of ELO? So we'll fund those out of ELO directly, because it's $12 million a year.
Yeah,
for
when
that.
I went to training, they were very sad because that's going to go union payrolls.
We
and
will
they didn't
make sure that
Okay.
happens.
And I talked to them.
Well, good to know, thank
Okay.
you, because I thought they were paying out of ELO.
Do you have the names of them just when you have a chance?
Yeah.
Do the names.
Okay. Yeah.
Rena, gang awareness is on page 31.
Yeah, I found it. I was gonna say that gang awareness at $190,000, is that the number?
Yes.
I think that's a lot less than an SRO officer.
Oh, wait.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's very cost effective to.
And we can see how effective it is when they do it. Look at that.
All right, so
Before we leave, strategy 3, is this where, interpretation services?
No, they are in strategy 4.
I was kind of sure, but I just want to make sure before we.
Yep.
we'll be happy to
Strategy
talk
3.
about that too.
Okay.
So before we leave strategy 3, send somewhere to 2 and 1. Is there any adjustments you'd like us to make? Again, we have to finalize this for the 22nd. Any adjustments in the plan?
Well, that's what I asked for, like, there was something that needed adjustment or people weren't happy with, right? Well, that's what I said, if there's something in this strategy, speak now as they finalize it for this strategy.
Yeah, I think I came up with one that I found that I think is in the strategy 2, but, or maybe it's strategy 1. But it would be a simple one, and it
Can we
should,
go back to that though? Just so we
Yes.
get- I just want to get through 3 right now.
that's fine.
We will go back.
At the end, I'll write it, I'll make a note of it.
All right, so, yes, you're fine, trustee Smithfield, trustee Vargas.
I'm good, thank you.
All right, so now we're gonna move on.
Well, we're on to the maintenance.
So I think we need to, make a motion to extend the meeting.
Oh, yeah.
I make a motion that we extend our meeting
To 11:59.
Second.
I mean, we don't have to stay till 11.
No, we don't.
We don't have to think about doing it again.
Got it. Okay, it was moved by trustee Kelly that we extend the meeting to what time, trustee Kelly?
11:45.
11:45. Can I get a second? Second by trustee Vargas, all in favor of extending the meeting?
Yeah.
All in favor of extending the meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Does it matter?
The motion carries 5-0 then.
All right, let's move on. We're in strategy 4. We go on to management, obviously, because it's teaching and learning. This is where the language of the money of the focus on. Dr. Olson.
All right, so, read the description. So, strategy 4 is high quality learning and teaching, where we create and implement high quality learning and teaching environments using our core curriculum. And so, Riley, all of our actions and services here, like Dr. Doyle said, are the main event, the meat and potatoes. So, we have a action and service around our literacy instruction, math instruction, curriculum, and best first teaching with standard and learned materials. Strategies around STEM, our multilingual education, post-secondary success, special education, MTSS, professional learning, our comprehensive support and improvement plans that we need to do for our school site. Our visual and performing arts, and then this is where we moved preschool. So preschool used to be in strategy 1, now it's in strategy 4. Good right now.
I just want to take this opportunity for action plan and service 10 to point out the fact, thanks to Dr. Iglesias and his team, that this CSI project has led to both of those schools being identified as exemplary schools in the state of California.
This section.
Very impressive.
So when we look at our highlights, and there's lots of things we can highlight in here, but just picked a few. And so really, one of the things we'll be looking at based on the board goals that were written was a really strong focus on universal design for learning. That is really looking and planning for all students in your class, regardless of eligibility for other services, and how do you meet their needs based on their needs and interests. So that's a lot of the work we'll be doing next year with teachers and principals of what does universal design for learning look like, and how do we best implement that in our classrooms. We're also looking at analyzing, redesigning, and supporting our grading practices. You've heard some of the great work that's been going on already with the work that Nicole did with secondary and the learner portrait, and then what Lori did with elementary and the learner portrait. Expanding our A through G CTE pathways and making sure they're aligned to our local priority sectors. We actually are continuing to expand our partnership with the Vista Chamber of Commerce, so we have those internships available for our students. And then expanding our Seal of Biliteracy program. And I just want to stop and highlight that for a minute. So this year alone, we graduated 210 students with the Seal of Biliteracy. Since 2017, we've been implementing the Seal of Biliteracy program here in Vista Unified. And so far, we have 1,186 students who have come through Vista Unified with a Seal of Biliteracy. And I want to point out that this isn't an easy task.
Yeah.
You have to have a 2.0 GPA in all of your language arts classes. You have to pass the state assessment in grade 11 for English language arts. And if you've ever tried to take that assessment, it's pretty hard. If you've looked at the questions or done anything there, it's not an easy test. They also have to have a 3.0 GPA in all 4 years of their world language that they took.
That's
So,
probably the hardest class.
That's the hardest class to take, and to maintain a 3.0 in that class that's a B. That's hard to do. So really proud of the work there. Rafa and team were recognized last year by San Diego County Office of Ed and CADE for the work. We're pretty much leading the state in this area.
He's presenting your colleague.
Right.
Yeah.
So on that note, I mean, those high schoolers that did that, they didn't have the liberty or the freedom to go through a dual immersion program. They did that because of quality instructors at the secondary level, whether they took Spanish for native speakers at the middle school or took AP, Spanish, French, German at their schools. So that is a testament to the instructors at the secondary level. We will have more with the dual immersion program. That it'll probably double. It'll double, but we're gonna try to increase more money for that, or what does that look like? As you, it says, you know, you want to expand it. What does that look
So
like?
it's expanding our DLI programs. It's expanding, making sure at the elementary level, we're really promoting the Seal of Biliteracy. So we do a recognition at TK and K. We do a recognition at 5th grade. We do a recognition at middle school. So really celebrating the achievements as they progress. So whether it's a DLI that they're doing, so part of reclassification, if they're staying fluent in their mother language too, we're looking at those kind of things.
I have a proposal, because at middle school, if you are in remedial classes for whatever reason, you're not gonna have access to Spanish for Spanish speakers, I don't think. And bilingual doesn't just be for everyone, not just the kids that are high academically. So what are we doing to reach the students that maybe are struggling with, I don't know, reading, writing, and arithmetic or math? So that we don't subtract their mother language. What are we doing? That's what I want to know.
Rafa, do you want to address that a little bit? So that is one thing we're looking at right now, as he comes up, you can come up, Rafa. But we have been looking at our middle school programs, specific to what you're asking about, because we need more support in that area. So Rafa,
Maybe like an extra class before or after school.
That's what, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Thinking of.
No, absolutely. Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. So we do have, under our EL master plan, we have a class called Heritage Language, which is what we call the course that we offer to Spanish speakers who are already students who might be reclassified, and consider the fact that students who have not reclassified will have to take one of the ELD courses. We do offer also for our newcomer students in middle school and high school courses in primary language. So for the 0 to 24 or the 0 to 12 and 12 to 24, we do offer courses in Spanish as a transition into English mainstream. Okay, so we do offer that. Now, 2 middle schools this year offer Spanish classes for Spanish speakers. Our goal is that 5 middle schools next year will offer that as well. All our high schools do offer that. It is our goal that all 5 middle schools next year will offer that course.
What
for
two
Spanish speakers.
schools are offering the Spanish?
That will be Rancho Minerva and Roosevelt.
And they have a high percentage of English learners.
And,
Yep, correct, yep.
and are we making sure that all of these students are getting proficient in at least one language? If it's not English, it's Spanish.
Yeah, so their LPAC is what tells us their proficiency in English, and then Spanish proficiency is done through testing it, regular classroom assessment, things like that.
Because I think President Alvarado brought up a good point. About making sure that these students that are maybe not your passing students that are struggling, at least are proficient in at least one language.
I have a good, the notice access, you want us to make sure we expand access. to
Yeah,
the students.
because right now, and in many districts across the state, it's like bilingualism is, if the parents are lucky enough or proactive enough to get into a dual immersion program. But then many of the other kids just get lost in it.
Yeah.
And it becomes kind of like, I don't know what status, access, I really don't know how to put it into place. I don't think we're doing them, we are doing them a disservice because you need a second language to go to college. And there's so much, it's like, it's a tightrope, there's so much emphasis on, let's get reclassified, which is great, because then they have access to higher A through G classes, but at the same time, we're subtracting, so, I don't know. We just need to do better. I just think we need to do better.
Well, it's asset based, right? It's building on their asset. which is their primary.
Yeah. Maybe it's even like, well, I could see extended learning or an elective in Spanish, I don't know.
Yep, and we can look through our ELO funds, to see, I like your suggestion of what other opportunities could provide after school. So working with the middle schools to provide some more enrichment activities around heritage languages, I think would be helpful.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Most of the expenditures in higher expenditures within strategy 4 are for our curriculum adoptions. So you'll see $1 million in year 3, because we're either at the end of a cycle and have to renew the cycle. And so we've talked about this the last couple of months as we've done new adoptions. And so that's what you'll see is the major expenditures and strategy 4 are either the ongoing expenditure since year 1 of implementation of this cycle of LCAP, or because we've had increases in textbooks and adoptions that we need to do.
So why don't you highlight, because it's a theme that we've talked about, any new administrative staff strategy for, so the board can deliberate on it. And I think Ms. Smith wants to talk a little bit more about multilingual programs, some of those processes.
Well,
So,
okay,
where do you want to start?
what do you want me to do?
Whichever one you want to, I know you brought it up to me, so I want to make sure we address your. You want to start with the process or the admin?
Both of them, easy.
So this is,
Easier.
are you talking about what I think we need to do? going
Yeah, the
forward?
multilingual.
So now we've had a couple of years to do this, and I think we need to look at the people that we put in place to get the jobs across, and I think sometimes we put people in places either because they're our friend or because they say they want to do it, but really, the real reason they want to do it isn't because they just don't want to be in the classroom, blah, 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 blah. We know how all that works. So I would like for us to be very pinpointed on, we need ELDRTs and talk about what those qualifications would be. Because we shouldn't have an ELDRT that was scatteredly taught only a couple months throughout their whole career here and there. They should be familiar with the second language so they understand how that is. And I also think we need to support them by having our admin at the sites become involved with our ELD and the whole ELD designation, which are not going to get into now because you know that's great with my blood pressure. So, so for those areas, but I think when we have the right people in there, that's going to make a huge difference. The other thing is we have, our people that goes up to our DLI. If we're talking to people who are teaching second language learners from several grades, that person needs to have experience in several grades. You can't be a first grade teacher and tell a fourth grade teacher how to teach a DLI class. It doesn't work. They also need to speak the language because our DLI teachers who are second language learners are not feeling, they're not feeling it when they have somebody try to PD them that taught one grade, nothing like theirs, and doesn't speak the second language. And there are all the things that we have to. I mean, I've done this. Martha does it. You did this for this much. But you have to respect the people that are going to give you your PD and help you through these things. As opposed to it, oh, Julie's doing it because she just wanted out of the classroom and we'll stay here for this hour and we'll listen to her. And I'm afraid that's where we're going. Yeah, with all of this, because that's a lot of feedback that I'm getting. So in order to keep the success going, I think it's really important that we look at those things. The other thing is, Karen was right about the assessments. We cannot let these, we have got to get these teachers help during that assessment, especially our DLI people, because they're doing it in 2 languages. And so that's, I think we should have it for all the K1 classes because they have to do it individually, but we'll start with the DLI. And then also, and I'm not so sure we would have to do this at Alamosa because there's one teacher and they do their thing. But when you're in those other schools like Grapevine and Honolulu, they have double the amount of kids, double the amount of report cards. So that whole stipend thing. Like, I'm not saying we shouldn't report them, but I'm saying those people twice as much than the other ones. But the important thing going forward with this are the people that we have, the leaders.
What I hear you say is that we need a better model for our trainers for our dual language immersion program, i.e. experience across the grade level, or at least someone for the secondary, third, fourth, and fifth trainer, and someone for the primary, because they might have experience, or someone who's done it all, if we're lucky. They should have a B class, they should know what second, they should know the how language develops, they should be trained in a university with that. If they're gonna lead and expand our program at Vista Unified, is that what I heard you say?
That's what, and you would know better because you are a second language learner. I never could be, but I would give my right arm to be. And I've also been around how we used to do it, which was just not really successful at all. And yeah, that's exactly.
So for the position, if possible, make sure that we have the B class included in that trainer for the language immersion. What do you guys think of that?
Can you repeat that, sorry?
Well, I mean, this is for expanding the program, as we're expanding it to Hanalei and middle school, it'll go into middle school, right? And then Alamosa, that for these folks that are going to the TOSAs that are gonna work with this staff and even the principals, because the principal at Alamosa doesn't have a B class, right? So he's also gonna, she or he will also inform the principal. They should have knowledge and experience in a dual immersion program. They should have a B class. They should know what second language acquisition is, i.e. they have second language.
And they need experience.
Yeah.
They need to have that behind them, because you can't go and tell somebody how it's gonna work in the class and they've never been.
And what we're hearing from the two of you is that the job description and the expectation when we go through the hiring process has to include the characteristics you just outlined. So, and we can, Rachel, is there any reason why we can't do that?
No, we already have the outline of those job descriptions, so we'll just add those qualifications on it.
I think for Big Cloud, it's the same thing. They don't need to have that second language to teach the strategy. But it has to be somebody that's taught several.
Multiple grade levels.
Absolutely, you've done it,
You will make it. And that won't necessarily be in the plan because that's the hiring process. We will get them to you. We'll get them to you.
But if you do look on page 68, that's where we're talking about all these positions. So they're all on page 68.
I knew they were.
Yeah, so they're on page 68 and it just says, and we've moved things around. And so you'll see, we used to have 2 newcomer resource teachers. You'll see that zeroed out in 23-24. This is again a repurposing of positions. And so that now you'll see down second to the bottom of that page for ELD resource teachers to support the LAD and DLI implementation.
We're adding 2 more.
Yes.
Yeah, there were 2, now we're adding.
So we'll have 4 total, so we'll have 2 LAD and 2 DLI. And the goal would be 1 GLAD elementary, 1 GLAD secondary, 1 DLI primary, 1 DLI upper.
By primary, you mean like Peter first?
Yeah, because we're expanding, right, in our DLI to secondary. So.
Right, but so is that
K5.
primary? is K5,
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
then-
Correct.
Yeah.
I think that the DLI for the secondary would be more of a transition wrap for the
Right.
next 2 years, because obviously our DLI, our first cohort is 5th next year, and they're gonna wrap into 6, so it'll probably be more like a 5-6 before until we build out 6-8.
Yeah,
That's probably what we'll look like next year. Is they're gonna be working with 5th graders to get them ready to wrap into 6th grade, and then working with the 6th grade teachers to be prepared to receive them.
The other positions you have in here that we were talking about, position wise, is under action and service 7, that's our special education department. And so we do need to add an additional supervisor with the amount of students we have identified this year that needs special education services. And then would be our staffing, or staffing's not in here separate, but this is where we have the additional positions to support the needs of our special education.
Well, it's positive for a moment. Did we want Ray to take them up and explain why we believe the supervisor is wise to add? She's prepared to do it if you need her to explain it. All right, moving on.
I had something, I wanted to see if we could address what our speakers talked about.
The interpretation, so that was right after, no, that was not right after the reference page, so that's on page 69.
And I have information on professional development.
So, so Rachel, we've been working on this, since I've gotten here. I've been meeting with Rafa to look at the structure of this department, and it's something we're gonna really double down on this summer. To really look to see, efficiencies. And so what we're really looking at is efficiency, within the translation and interpretation, team right now. We know technology has come a long way, and technology can actually help us with our efficiencies. And so we're looking at some platforms right now that can help our translation and interpretation department become more efficient. So for example, you've all heard about ChatGPT. It's AI. We've taken the entire LCAP that usually takes a year to translate, and you can do it through ChatGPT pretty quickly. There's also software packages that allow us to throw this whole LCAP in English into a software program that translates the whole entire thing. And so instead of having to have word for word translation, which is what our translators are doing right now, you have a software program do it for you. And then their role now is to make sure that the translation comes out accurately, right? Because you have different dialects spoken and things like that. So you want to make sure that words are correct as they're going through. So those are some of the things we'll be looking at to help our staff to become more efficient before adding more staff right now. Because we need to look at efficiencies within that department. We also need to look to see how much our community liaisons are being utilized, because that is something that they can do as translation and interpretation. They are hired in with a level 2, and level 2 for us is interpretation and translation. What they're saying is they don't feel we've had enough training. And so they want more people trained at the level of expertise they're at. And so that's what Rachel will talk about, as the training component we'll be adding to it.
And so we were working on this late April, early May. I did report that to our labor management meeting, CSEA, with our speakers. And this was reported to them on the plan that we were bringing this back, because it was 2019 prior to COVID. We identified, there are 3 tiers. We identified what PD was being being offered, thank you, I knew it started with no. Offered to tier 1, and that's just basic, communication. Tier 2, we identified the 40-hour training. Tier 3 would do a 40-hour training plus a 12-hour IEP training. Liaisons, we added that to it, which they were very pleased with that, because liaisons have not received that same amount of training. They will also be included in the 40 hours. This is already in the works. The contracts have already been, we've already looked at it. We're working on that. Are we gonna have them on the June 22nd?
I think we're
gonna have the contracts on the June 27th board meeting. This was all reported in May 11, when we had our meeting. So there is a plan for this. It's actually a more robust plan than what we had back in 2019.
So will these community liaisons, and it's this, the staff we already have is gonna be, have the additional training, will they also be able to step in the interim?
Absolutely.
And relieve some of the pressure?
We have contractual language. Yes, we have contractual language in 2 areas. One is for a bilingual stipend for office staff. And we outlined that. We spent a lot of time this last round of negotiations for this specific area. So there's the office staff, they get a bilingual stipend, which, we're working on that. It's right now it's $40 and $70 a month if you do that work. And they would receive all of this training depending on what tier they're at. Then any employee can participate in extra work, which is tier 2, tier 1, 2, or 3. And then they will receive all of this training prior to doing that extra work. So let's say I'm an instructional assistant at a site, and I utilized my instructional assistants at Breeze Hill. They were qualified, they took the assessment, they had training. They actually would come in after school. They get out of, if it's not extra time, it's out of class pay. That's all outlined in the contract. Very fair. If the pay that you're getting for out of class is less than what you make, you can get 5% above your current wage to do that work. So that has always existed. And so what we're doing right now is really providing a robust, training better than what is before, including our liaisons that can get all the way up to tier 3. They come in at a tier 2 automatically as a liaison. So they'll all receive at least a 40-hour training, and that's called community. What's the 40-hour training? Community
Community trainer.
Community trainer, so it's how to interact with community and that, so there's a plan, it's already in the works, and it's been in the works for several months.
Yeah.
Are we still using the aides? Are we training them?
Yeah, anybody who is interested, and the nice thing is, you know, as we work on stipends and as we work on this training and as we provide those opportunities, we'll get more people to work on this and to actually do it. I know when I first came into the district, there was a little negative connotation to it as it just started and it was difficult. We're gonna provide opportunities. We're gonna, through our Vector Solutions professional development, we're gonna get that. They're gonna have pathways, badges, recognitions for like going through this training series. Yeah. And let as many people want to do this.
So last year, we didn't have this in place. We had no like training for any of our staff. We had none.
No, they were all trained. Everybody was trained. There were a few people that were starting to come in new. So we just haven't been able to expand the number of people that are qualified to do this work.
Yeah. So here's my concern. 2,125 requests. 23% of those requests were declined. I know that their chat GPT can serve a function with documents, letters, homes. But we're missing the mark when we have in-person events and we need a translator and we have no one there. We're missing the mark. So how difficult would it be to add, at least for 1 year, while we get this chat GPT thing and kind of just look at how we can better meet the needs of our in-person events, our in-person meetings, because that is 400, those are 406 meetings or events that we didn't have translations at.
Those were translations, not interpretations. So Rafa, come up for a minute. I think we should get this right. So,
And there are.
yeah, let me clarify a couple of things that are important in this. So there's translation, which are documents, for which it's mostly special education, because it's all the documents go alongside these. And then there's communications that sites and stuff. Most of the site communications are done by the liaison.
Right.
Sites are not done by the interpreter.
Right.
The interpretations, President Alvarado was correct on, those happen in the evening. Almost all of them happen in the evening. It's very rare they happen during the instructional day. And the interpreters don't do that. They work during the day. So historically, they've never been available because we can't make them go. So explain.
Now, one of the things that you can do, right now, their schedule, which we notify them of their schedule. Classified HR can notify of a new schedule, new hours, new days with 5 days notice. So right now, they all work 8 to 4:30. So if you wanted your interpreters to work in the evening, right now is actually overtime. They can turn down overtime. They do not have to work after hours. The only option you have is to change hours. So you shift, you have some work in an afternoon evening schedule, and when they're not, working at an event, they can be translating and they can be working that. So there are solutions for this, to see if we can mitigate those numbers.
So it's funny because I speak Spanish and I don't know the difference between interpretation and translation and the nuances of that, right? But I do still think we're missing the mark on meeting needs. There's been many meetings this year where we didn't have someone who was available to translate. Very important information was being given and shared. And when we don't have interpretation, it seems like we're being trying to be sneaky or to not give the community the information that they need. And it just doesn't look very well.
So-
It doesn't look good for us.
So-
It's really the community liaison that we have to tap.
Well, it's that.
Back in the day, I was the interpreter, so.
Yeah.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
You make it work.
Yeah, we identified a little hiccup in our system too. And so a lot of this is Rafa and I sitting down this summer and looking at the efficiency of our system. And so one of the things that happens is when a request comes in for translation, interpretation, and we need somebody to go out to an event after hours, they send out a thing to who they have on a list. And it's not necessarily our list of everybody we have possibly who can do bilingual, interpretation for us. So once they get all the no's, they just send a denial out to a school site saying, sorry, you're denied. Well, we have a mechanism in place when we have a no. We have an outside agency that we can hire to do interpretation for us. So once Rafa and I realized just a few weeks ago, like, why didn't that get fulfilled? Like, I could have called Rafa and said, Rafa, go do that. He can interpret. I could have called Narita and asked Narita to go interpret. I could have called Sandra and asked Sandra to go. I could have asked a lot of staff to go do that, but nobody asked. Nobody told us there was an issue. Nobody alerted management that we needed to provide a solution. So now Rafa is attending all of them as the backup, just in case, but we are using the outside agency and they have been flawless for us. They show up every time, we get what we need, and Rafa is there to, in case there's somebody not there. So we kind of saw where the hiccup was, and we're now using better systems.
He's attending which meeting? I'm sorry.
Asset management.
Asset
Yeah.
management. And I'm thinking that was one thing, but also,
RVP had an issue.
yeah,
Like last minute request, I think it's one of accommodate when you like find out the day before that you need an interpreter.
Yeah, but we have a lot of bilingual staff.
We have a lot of potential.
And so
We just have to rebuild.
we have to just reach out to more resources that we didn't realize when there was a no, that it was just a no. And then nobody like alerted management that we needed to step in and help get somebody, right? And so once we know there's a no, we can reach out to other people.
And must
that-
offer the work to our employees, which is
Yeah.
what they're doing.
Right.
The issue was it stopped there.
Yeah.
And do most staff know how to request an interpreter from the district? I mean, that becomes a challenge.
So they do, but that's one of the systems we're working on. Yeah, and deadlines too, you know, we can't, if you call us the day before, you may get a no, but if you call Rafa the day before, you'll get a yes, because we'll find a yes. That's the difference. So.
we're all gonna give your number. I'm just-
And we're like,
Yeah.
we needed this better this time. And then all of a sudden, a little bit later, Rafa comes in, already she did not need it, but anyway, what I was gonna say is I believe in our liaison.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think, we need to train them and let them do it, not just because they're there. But I know when I was teaching and I would call in our aide or our liaison to do it, they knew the kids, they knew the family, they knew the school. And they did an excellent job of translating. That's just my.
Question on that data, which 25% of them that were actually from the city.
We had a speaker today at the public hearing.
No, I heard, but I want to hear like the data, like, where is that 25% from? Is it from the IEP? Is it
Yeah,
from-
I mean, it's the translation, not interpretation.
So Narita and Rafa can both speak to this a little bit more, and come on up and say something, because just because they say that request went unfilled, it went unfilled by the department. It doesn't mean it didn't happen at the site still. It's just they put the request in, they couldn't do it out of the 4 of them, but it's still not filled.
So I'll give you an example. So say I'm a teacher and I have to schedule an IEP meeting next week. The parent said, I'm not available today. Let's reschedule next week. The teacher submits the request to the interpretation department. The interpretation might already have that day filled, or it may be that they're not there that day, right? But what happens is they propose, right? The teacher says, I have these 2 dates available. So initially they may say no, but then they'll email and say, this is what we have available. So the current system, what we've done is we've communicated to all the principals, and this was HR's department. They reached out to all the principals and gave them a list of their qualified bilingual aides that can actually do the interpretation, which are the QB3s, right? And so then we contact that person and say, are you available to do the interpretation for the IEP for next week, 2:30 to 3:30? Then that's where actually Daphne steps in. She will say, if you need the equipment, we can get it to you, that we have it so that we could be able to fulfill that. Going back to what Dr. Olmsted just communicated to us, we are still working on the system of when we reject no initially because they had to be rescheduled and we couldn't fulfill that date. We don't have the system of who actually fulfilled it so that we say got filled. So even though it said 2000 or whatever number it was, out of those, how many of those got rescheduled and fulfilled by other QB2s or 3s? And that's the data that we're missing. So we drop on it.
So we don't know if any of them did not get them.
Correct. We would, our goal, we were trying to be very aggressive. And I was gonna have like, let's contact every school site, let's go through the list and say, can they give us the name of who? But going back right now towards the end of the year and collecting that information is a little difficult. So that's why we're looking into what that system looks like, so that when it doesn't, yes, we rejected it because the date you gave us, it could be tomorrow, the parents say I'm just available tomorrow. The interpreters may be booked. So then we say, okay, you have one qualified interpreter at your school site that fulfills this need. And so that's when that person steps in. And then we also have to look at their schedules, right? Before semesters. Then they get the additional funds that Rachel was talking about.
Yeah, so, the system that we are working for next year is to absorb the translators and interpreters from the special ed team into our units. So it will be now 4 district interpreters and translators that would have the opportunity to take on any of the assignments at this point in time. Right now, we do have 2 from the special ed department and 2 from the multilingual department. Now it's going to be for allocated for any assignments given, could be IEPs as well. Now, the next thing is that, when this comes to our district level, if we can fulfill that, we will follow through. If we are not, then we'll follow with the next level, which is the QBS 3s. Those are specifically trained staff members who can interpret for any IEPs or any function that is at district level. For meeting, hearings for different aspects, right? So all those things will be taken care of over this summer with the personal development plan that we have in place. So we're trying to expand and to allocate, the resources that we have. Now, we do encourage our sites to have the level of support where they can actually translate or interpret any function that is not related to, for example, an IEP. So anything that is a parent-teacher conference, any SSTs, or any other translation of documents, we do have a QDS 1, and we also have QDS 2. These are staff members who can do that. Community liaisons are QDS 2s automatically. That means that they can interpret and they can translate documents. Again, take away any documents like IEPs and so forth, but they can do that at the same level. And we do encourage our sites to utilize the resources at their sites, and then leave the district interpreters and translators to do specific, work related to the district staff. Right now, we're working on that system, and we hope that we can strengthen that, with professional development and other areas.
Thank you. All right, any other final things that you wanted to go over?
In strategy 4. So just, there were just highlighting a couple of the staffing things that we had talked about, when we had our meetings with you. So one of the things was lost it. Increasing, so we have 3 currently teachers on special assignment, 1 elementary, 2 secondary. The 2 secondary are pretty much part-time right now. We'd like to bring them up full-time with the expansion of different adoptions we've had. And we're proposing or recommending that we hire 1 more for elementary with the expansion of all of our adoptions too. So that was in there. And then if you look at action and service 11, this is where all our Prop 28 funding is. And so you'll see expansion of positions here because of Prop 28 and wanting to expand our digital programs. So those were the major ones there. Prop 28 is on 92-93.
And a breakdown of all positions, new and repurposed, are in that beginning. And I can answer any questions. Where at the very beginning, the 4th tab in. Those are all the positions. Gray are positions that exist. Blue are Prop 28, purple are repurposed, and then green are our new positions. And I can answer any questions on this.
What page is that one on?
It's the fourth tab in. But
Yeah,
it's one tab,
and so-
and then it's got the three colors. Yeah, so that's just a summary, and they are all in order by strategy, and then will align with the book. So as you're looking, you can go there, and that's kind of your summary. It also breaks it down by classified staff, classified management, certificated and certificated management. Now, the numbers might have changed, some of these adjustments, so those are approximate, but this was just to kind of give you a general idea of all the staffing in one place.
But this information is identical to what we had in
Yes.
your 2x2.
Right.
It hasn't changed.
No, he said.
Yeah.
And so these positions that are on this.
Yes.
Are very here.
It's portion of the positions that are in the color document.
Yes, yes.
They were positions that we felt would be hard to fill in July. Administrators come back to work earlier than TOSAs and teachers would. And so a TOSA or a teacher position or even a classified position would get hired in the month of July. Administrators, when they come in after July 1, what they do is they've actually lost work days and they don't get a full year of surge credit. So they have to make those days up, and sometimes it can get pretty difficult to do that. So that's what the hope, but there might, still it's hard to find.
So,
Sometimes we have to find these.
so are you gonna come back to us like, the June first meeting of the CD?
With the rest of it, yes.
Well, and again, even the ones that you were hoping to approve tonight, they wouldn't be hired until after the 22nd.
Understood.
Well, they could be on the board agenda.
Yeah, they would be on the
Second,
board,
but
sure.
we would not offer any positions, we would not do any of that until they are board approved. And if they're not board approved, then we won't move forward with those, but the hope is to get those in by June 22nd, so they can have a start date for July 1.
They would be hired.
Yeah, sorry.
You would approve on the 22nd.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Do you have a question?
I did, from 28, building staff and culturally relevant, is that?
Monday.
And we did post several different variations of different culturally relevant kind of. So we just wanted to see what was out there, and we did get some interesting applicants, but so we just posted in different definitions. To see what was there.
That's an important one, and again, I know we're running late on time, but so if we think about just for a moment.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the money action program. And so I specifically line item funding for culturally relevant. But here's the interesting thing about the money action program. Vista High actually has a growing money action program. It's small, it's not as big as RVD, but it still has it. And there's like 4 different staff members across our district that are like Clarissa. Clarissa is the teacher now at the money action program at Brentwood High School. And so our goal is to bring all those people together. Because we've got a counselor at Vista High that's currently in Mariachi. We have a parent liaison at also Vista High that's currently in Mariachi. So the idea is to build on all their strengths. So it's not just one teacher. So some of that funding would be to help pay them additional funding, so that they can support the program as well. That's the big idea. And then the other element of it is, and I would imagine we want to grow this over the years, is to talk about other artistic elements of being culturally relevant, right? Dance is an example, a whole variety of other things. So I think we're just getting this aspect started as a component of our equity board policy. We'll see how it plays out for next year.
Yeah. Well, that's for staffing. Well, how can we get this to have some uniform? From staff to staff?
We will work on that.
Yeah.
We will make sure that we find funding to make that happen. They will have practice.
Right, because the other night they performed and,
Yeah.
RBB had beautiful clothing, and we need to get this high, beautiful clothing.
Yeah, that might be something that we want to add to the blueprint, so I haven't noted that, so later when there's consensus. Is there consensus right now? Because I can just add it right now, to add a little bit more money for resources and materials, which include uniform.
That would come from the Prop 28 funds, wouldn't it?
Well, I have to look at the.
To see what
line items.
because 80% has to be spent on staffing, so we need to see where we. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I would want to do is make a line item in the budget on resources supplies for the culturally relevant.
Okay.
Is there a consensus? So I can work on that. That'll be a new part.
And but I'm gonna add conditions, just other, but there's other. Not just stuff, yeah.
We'll just go through relevant resources and class.
Okay.
Including, uniform. Now, just for the record, just so you know, there's no confusion later, the kids wouldn't be able to keep those. They would remain at the site, just like our band uniforms, don't go home.
I'm wondering if we couldn't even see if some of our fashion students could.
Create a uniform.
One other kind of feedback. Are we preparing for the ethnic studies high school graduation requirement?
Very good question. So we had a discussion with secondary principals about that, I think 2 months ago. And we've identified Dr. Leah Riel to be our lead principal to help us through that process. And so I'll be meeting with him this summer. He has the document, the ethnic studies model curriculum that he's reviewing. And what I asked him to focus in on are the various pathways we can choose when it comes to ethnic studies. Because you can actually develop lots of different courses for ethnic studies and not just to have the current course we have, but we can expand on the courses. So I've asked him to be the lead on that, and then we'll be working on that next year.
Any final, adjustments aside from the one we just talked about, any other adjustment strategy for that we should be? And we're gonna make the adjustment to the application process for the DLI and the others. That will be outside of this, and we'll turn that around to you within a week.
And we're working on that, so we can put that in a Friday to go.
So just to be clear, the Prop 28 is for all schools. They're gonna share these 7 teachers for or any type of visual performing arts. All elementary schools will get them, all middle school, and then our community schools will get. Is there money for even extra teachers there, or is it just
So
for social workers?
community schools at the elementary level are adding an additional social worker or additional counselor and liaison.
Mhm.
And then at the secondary, we're adding at most of the sites, a teacher on special assignment for community schools.
Yeah.
And then an additional counselor or a social worker.
So it'll look different for every, it'll look different
Based on the
for,
need of the school.
right, on their D score and whether they've been identified as a community school or not.
Yes.
So when will the board know how that looks, how that will be implemented at each school site?
The model.
A model for getting the kids the extra art, the extra that, and then getting, is it like a wheel again? It's a wheel and every school site, they get to decide how they use these teachers or what is it a performing arts teacher? Is it a visual?
So you're
arts
talking
teacher?
about how we're going to utilize the staff we're hiring for Prop 28 funds?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm all over the place. Wanna help me?
So you're talking, I think, about
Collaboration.
what's the design of the elementary collaboration cycle that's being proposed with the Prop 28 funds?
I think so.
Okay,
Yeah, or in the interest of time. We get to hire these teachers. But in here, it says they're designated for collaboration. Fine, but I would like to have a discussion with my other 4 board members on that going into next year, and we can't do it tonight.
And is that piece, the teachers that you're talking about are in strategy doc?
They're right here too.
Yeah,
It said
they're on,
new
these
staff
positions.
is
They're on the duties.
Yeah, should include 7 collaboration teachers, which means they're already designated for collaboration teachers. And I think, like we talked about, so top down, taking the whole thing, I would like for the 5 of us to have that knowledge. Is there which page you want? I'm right, I have to work, you know.
He's on the duties.
And 4.9.
I'm not talking out, but I was going to check for the rest.
But
So-
to answer that though, because these are elementary conversations,
Right.
just briefly tell them about the Prop 28 and middle and high, that's different.
Yes.
Prop
The Prop
28,
28
the
and
user
middle and high.
funding at middle and high is different than elementary. We'll talk about elementary, that's the one that's more complex. Just briefly tell them about that, too. That's important.
So our Prop 28 at the secondary level will be an additional FTE. And then the principals can provide extra sessions or sections in their master schedule on the content that they choose at that
The
site.
site is determining. And the idea is that right now it's one, we're waiting for the language from the state, because it likely will become 2 FTEs. But we can't shift to 2 FTEs until we get that language from the state. So we decided to start with 1, we've already met with the principals, they're already moving that forward, and that will be determined by the site.
And so the middle school and the
High school.
high school get to determine it themselves.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
However, the elementary schools were given this, told how they're gonna do it.
I understand your point, I just wanted to take the middle and high off the table so we can focus on
Yeah.
elementary.
So I would like us five, Martha, to have this conversation.
Okay.
Not tonight.
Okay,
Yeah.
so in the LCAP, under strategy 5, there are 8 staff, members that are tagged for the collaborative model. And so what we're saying is we're gonna keep those in the LCAP, the 8 staff, and then have further discussion on the structure of the collaborative model.
Okay, so if you put that in here like now, do they have to be in some sort of collaborative?
No, they do not.
No.
So just to be clear for the board, we're not, we have more intention of trying to pull
Right.
past.
Right.
We would just, what we're proposing to the board is that they approve this plan so that we can identify the people. And if the board wants to have a more deep conversation about the structure of the collaborative model and the use of the Prop 28 student, teachers, we can do that. That's not a problem. We can do that in July, you can do it, next week, you can, whenever you
Well, I
like.
think July is kind of late.
Whenever you like.
They need to get it ready.
We can do it on June 22nd.
Yes.
We can do it on June 22nd. So that's not interfering with our ability to finalize the LCAP. You guys can always do this correctly. Yes.
The due diligence.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
And we'll even change the language in there so that because you guys will get a new booklet when we're finished with it, that will say the final, and we'll change that language in here, so it's not confusing.
So one of the things on this staff, these 8 staff members came out of the 43 learning support teachers. And so I'm actually on this, but it's, yeah, I'm on this document, but it's 551, so I can tell you what page number. It's just a little easier to look at, but so 551 is on page. So 551 is on page 109.
We go to 109, because that's the actual LCAP.
Yeah, so and we're gonna go over a couple of pages here. So on page 109. You'll see that, remember when we started with 43 learning support teachers? And so you can see that in 21-22, you can see that in 22-23. We even added a couple more in 22-23, and that was to help with the elementary collaboration model. We needed a few more people. So what happened this year was we split that off. You want to wait a second?
No, okay.
Okay, so we split that off and we took 8 out of the 43, and we put them on your next page, 110. In the middle of that page, we have provide 8 additional certificated staff to expand. So we took them out of the learning support. All the sites that had 1 learning support teacher, remember some had 2, they all went to 1, and then 8 of those, they were the second learning support at every site, at certain sites. Those went into the wheel. And they have gone and they had 6 sessions this year. They have traveled around the entire district throughout the year. And then there are 2 leads, basically, that have worked with them, that have coached them, that have set, done lesson plans with them and created the work that the students have done in the classroom. So that was the work this year. So the idea, and we can go into this later, is we took those 6 days that they had this year and made it weekly.
Is there built into this time for our teachers to just collaborate with themselves without having a leader, just like,
That was on the early release and late start Mondays. That is no longer there.
Okay. So we need to.
So this year
That's
should be
very
called
good.
collaboration. This is not collaboration. It's the way you have it.
I guess it would be a professional learning community. It would be a PLC. It would be a PLC.
it's for an hour and it's directed by the admin.
It's.
Which we can go into what you
I
know.
can do it.
Yeah, when we talk, we'll get.
If you'd like, before we talk, we can put kind of an update on the Friday update about what we've discussed so far and what kind of the structures we're starting to develop, co-developed with principals. And so we can kind of give you a summary of what we've been discussing and what's in March. Yeah.
Do you want, would you like them to do like a 2-minute overview of what they've done, or do you want to have a completely separate, I'll look into the board president, or do you want to have a completely separate meeting so we can focus in on this topic?
So what they've done this year using this collaboration.
No, what the proposal is.
For next year.
Yeah, go ahead and present it. Right, 2 minutes, just 2 minutes, and then we're gonna put it.
Really fast.
An option.
And then we may want to.
No, we already have a meeting.
You will.
We already have a meeting.
We'll give you an overview.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, listen, y'all, listen,
So-
now you know what she's gonna say for the next meeting.
We have our 3 board goals with our leading and lagging measures that we have to accomplish. I can't read with those on. So really the goal of our professional learning community model that we're developing with principals is to have time weekly to get after the board goals we're looking towards. So for example, one of the things we're working on is connection and engagement with our students. And so a topic for collaboration for a month could be on what are you doing towards connection and engagement? We've developed a group of principals who they volunteered and said, anybody who wants to be part of developing what these topics could be, what this looks like, come to a meeting. And so we've had one meeting besides the meetings we have on a regular basis, and then we have another one coming up Monday, where they're co-designing what the topic should be that they're going to lead their sites through based on our board goals. And so usually in September, you want to start with connection and belonging, right? We want kids to feel safe at school. We want them to connect with their teachers. So I was over at Leadership Academy the other day, there talking to Kim and we were talking about what could this look like and what is it, what can we do? And we talked about this connection and belonging. She said, oh my gosh, let me show you what I did last year. And I said, tell me what you did. Showed me what she did, had great success with it. And like, this would be a great thing that you share with the other principals. Say, this is how this worked at my site around connection and belonging. Here's an idea. You want to borrow what I did? Here, why don't you do this with your staff? And then the next week you come back, oh, we tried this together. Here's how it worked. Here's how it didn't work. Here's what we're going to do next week. And you create little learning targets and cycles of improvement as you do this. It's a true PLC model of feedback and growth, and you're constantly evaluating. The next month you look at, what do we want to focus on now? Well, universal design for learning is in our board goals. We'll give a basic understanding of universal design for learning because it's not hard to learn. And then you say, go try this week. Go try universally designing a lesson. Let's come back next week and talk about how it went. And then that's what this cycles look like week by week. So topics, then kind of what it looks like by grade level with site leadership kind of supporting the implementation. That's what this is going to look like. So it's kind of a loose tight model, right? So if you're familiar with loose tight is things that are non-negotiable. So tight is we will implement the board goals. Tight is we will have a consistent structure across all 14 sites. So we don't have equity issues about this school's getting this, but this school's not. Tight is ensuring that every teacher and student has equitable access to what we're trying to do. So those are some of the tight things, and then the loose comes into, as a site leader, you know your staff best, how is this going to work with your staff? And so that's where we're at right now. That's what we've discussed, and so we started these discussions in March with elementary. Spent a lot of time with elementary on this, and the ideas were put on the table, an hour, 2 hours, every other week, those kind of things. But as you look at doing it across 14 sites, you have to say, well, at this site, 2 hours a week might work because they have less students, right? It's a smaller campus, it might work better. But as a larger campus, if you're asking for 2 hours, you can accomplish that in 2 days. It's going to take you 3 days to do that in a larger site. Now you've just created an issue. Now this principal is out of their principal duties 3 days instead of 2 days or 1 day or whatever it might be.
And the
So we
teachers
have-
aren't getting the same.
Yeah.
time with each other and the students aren't getting the same access. So we even had individual meetings with principals and peers. We met with them and had lengthy conversations with, things that came up, their thoughts on all of these items. That was way back, like actually, the third meeting in March.
Yeah.
We had those one-on-one meetings, and from there, they just kind of progressed through the planning stages.
We kind of said, start with what you want to offer as you, have teachers come out for a professional learning community. What would you want students to be doing? Well, that group of teachers is meeting, and that's what they're designing. We said, start with the what, then we'll place the who, right? Then we'll decide, is it the Prop 28 teacher that's going to do that? Or is it the collaboration, how we're labeled them in here? Going to do it? Is it the learning support teacher who might provide a small group of kids during that time?
They were given a list of options.
And it was an idea brainstorming. And now we're currently in that kind of iterative phase of what is this going to look like?
That's the 2 minute.
That's the 2 minutes. That was maybe 5.
That's awesome. Board goals, we need to have a consistent implementation of the training that will support us serving our students using our goals. Is there a possibility to give the teachers the site like autonomy on 1 week where they can collaborate with what they think they need at the site in lieu of always being directed by the principal?
There's probably lots of things we could explore and discover together that we're not thinking about. Because right now, we're just in kind of that discovery of what does a weekly professional learning community look like and what topics would you discuss? So I don't see any issue with having some flexibility.
What are the new, because my concern is because we don't have the Mondays anymore. What are the new curriculums that our elementary teachers are responsible for implementing and learning?
This year is science.
Okay, so it's a new science program.
Oh, yeah, I mean, language arts, math, social studies, and science, within the last 4 years, they have 4 new adopted curriculums.
Yeah, okay, so we'll talk about it more, but I'm gonna put this out there right now. There should be some autonomy at the school site for one of those weeks that is not directed by the principal, it's directed by the grade level team and what they feel they need to learn after they all have consensus. I feel that would serve each site, especially with navigating new curriculum so much every year. It's great that we did it because we were working with antiquated stuff that wasn't Common Core based, it wasn't recent, wasn't relevant, but also we're gonna put that on top of it. We give them all this new curriculum. We give them deeper learning with Michael Pullen. We're giving them PBIS, restorative justice. We don't want to burn our staff out. We need to give them some level of autonomy. I don't know how it's gonna be structured, but 1 week where it's directed by the grade level and not by the administrator, in my opinion.
So just another thing, I was chatting with Kim Morton the other day, and we were talking about like different topics and things like that. She was telling me she's so excited about her STEM teachers that she's had as part of their rotation cycle that they've been doing, but that teacher is going back to teach 4th grade. And what that 4th grade teacher is already doing is creating units of study aligned benchmark and project-based learning. And I said, Kim, that is an exact topic that meets our board goals that we need to be collaborating about. That is something that you would bring into those weekly meetings with your teachers and give them time to work on it, celebrate what they're doing, share ideas, create your resource folders, whatever it might be. So Andrew at Madison and I had this conversation too. He's like, Christine, I don't know how this is all gonna work, but I want to focus on neurodiversity of my students. And I said, okay, you want to focus on your neurodiverse students. So when we talk about a board goal of universal design for learning, does that meet the needs of neurodiverse students? Well, absolutely. When we talk about a board goal about culturally relevant and responsive teaching, does that meet the needs of neurodiverse students? Well, yeah, absolutely. Okay, so what I hear you saying is you want to make sure your school focus is on neurodiverse students, and that's what you want professional learning of your teachers to be about. Yes. Okay, can we embed UDL into that? Can we embed culturally responsive teaching into that? Can we embed positive behavior intervention support into that? The answer is yes to all of those things. And so how he does that with his site and what they need is how he will lead this, like, towards that. I hear what you're saying, they need then some time to practice their own practice teachers, maybe without some administrative support that week.
That is some prep time for elementary school teachers during that time that the kids have their specialties.
So elementary teachers get 40, well,
30,
30,
K three,
eighth grade.
TK three get 30, and then 4, 5 they receive 90.
Yeah, compared to the secondary, it's not
Right.
fair.
And many of the sites, some sites were had fooled around with, lining the prep time up. Some didn't want to do that because the prep was so very different than what was happening in those, and that was their choice, whatever they could make that, work out to be. So maybe it was just like, maybe they had their prep separate, because sometimes it did not work within the schedule to have that prep time brought into that rotation.
But I think what I'm really hearing you say as a board is not to be too tight with what we're doing in developing this and making sure that our teachers have time to collaborate amongst their grade levels. If we're giving them a 60-minute period a week to be able to do that they have some autonomy as grade levels to work on board goals. And that some of these sessions are also co-led by their principal.
So that's what I said, but y'all.
That's exactly what I was. Exactly what I like that.
What do you think, trustee Kelly?
I agree.
Because I know we're gonna talk more about it on the 22nd, but that way they can start
We
kind
can
of
start getting
planning or what it can look like, trustee Vargas. What's your feedback on this?
I mean, like looking at our, what goals, outcomes, if it's helping them become better instructors, social support, MDS, EIS. So,
No, I understand what we have to talk with them about and what we need to meet. The setup doesn't sound to me that it's in the best interest of everybody. I think maybe exploring a little more of the time issue, how we could have them for a longer period of time. We also have to go back and address collaboration, because what we let happen with them for that, all their collaboration time off the table. And we all know that it's been proven over and over again, and those of us said it. To be successful, you have to have true collaboration time with your teachers, and we are not gonna have that. And then my other part is what the wheel's gonna look like, but we can save that for the next time because, I think we need to delve into that because all schools are different and we have some principals out there that have some really good ideas of how to do the wheels and they don't like see any of that, so.
And we'll have they were still working on their schedules and we kind of just said, pause and get through the last couple weeks of school before you, and so they're working on that right now.
Kind of like their directive of what they have.
No, what their guidelines.
This is, it says, it's the school, so it says the week of August 27th.
Oh, she's looking at it, so they decided that they only wanted to hold the weekly collaboration on full weeks. So we identified, those are the weeks, there's 33 weeks in the year that are full weeks.
And then on this one, it has like Bogey or Foothill, you're gonna lose your learning support teacher.
Those are suggestions.
This
Yeah.
is it.
Very general.
Those are just ideas as they were starting to
Some
build.
of these, it's like,
Yeah.
not best for kids.
No, yeah, and like when you look at,
That's super generic.
when you see where it says library with learning support teachers.
I'll summarize, just so we're.
And it's late, so I get that. That's why-
Yeah, where are the weeks? So here's the thought. For the president. We have a session next Thursday, the 15th. And we could bring, because I think we're missing some principal voice in this conversation too.
Yeah.
We could bring some principal and talk about it. But I think for now, I think we're way too far into the weed right now, and it's a little too late. And I want to reiterate that, because I want the board to think of trying to pull a pathway. We have that from our own energy. We simply are trying to get this plan ready to go so that you can approve it on the 22nd. And the structure of the comprehensive plan is not driven by this approval process. You, the board can continue to give us feedback on that after the approval process or before. That's not the purpose. So for the purpose of us getting the main plan ready to go, sounds like we've got some feedback from you about the application process and the qualification process for Narcosis. We're good on that. Sounds like you're comfortable with the staffing that we've done so far, but that we need to dig into the collaborative structure and make sure that it's more site-based and there's more flexibility. That's what we're hearing from, I'm hearing. And we will set up we can do it next week if you like, I can set up a separate meeting, we can all come together if that's what you want, or we can do it on the 22nd. It's really up to all of you.
Don't we have a workshop this week?
We do, I've done this on the 15th, that's what I was mentioning. Now, Mark won't be in town, but we can do it on the 22nd if you want.
Dr. Olmsted will be here.
On the 22nd? No,
Yeah, I want to do it when we're on here.
the 22nd? We just have to prepare.
If it is that board meeting, the one that's.
No, this is the long one.
Okay.
The 22nd is past.
I just want to book till 9:30, you guys. It's 11, so.
Yeah, long way. Well, I want to consider. So for strategy 4, there's no official corrections. We duly noted that we're gonna make adjustments to the criteria and everything else you gave us.
Yeah.
But no official corrections. Or am I district? Okay, let's go on to strategy 5.
All right.
If we do not perform, this will go quickly.
And this is
5, 6, and 7 are fast.
Yeah, because we already had the conversation about collaboration. Okay, so, these are our actions and service, and they basically focus on 4 things: recruitment, retention, onboarding, certification pathways, and then additional staffing to support sites. So that's basically how our actions and services run. So, our items in the blueprint basically focus on a lot on induction. Induction has become quite a large group of teachers. So we have typically in the past, when we had a coordinator before we did our budget cuts, we had about 50 to 70 teachers that went through induction. We had 110 this year. We actually put in the budget for 130. So back then we contracted with SDCOE, which we still have a contract with right now. But at that point, the coordinator wages were the same as what the cost would be for SDCOE. We've surpassed that. We've almost doubled it. And so as far as the supports for the teachers, we are still providing a lot of that at the district level. We provide all the PD, all what the county does is do the paperwork, and we even pay our mentors. So we do a lot of that work. And so that's why it's proposed here to bring back that coordinator of HR. We would have to work with the state to bring induction back to our district while we continue to work with SDCOE. You are paying for all of the teachers. You're paying the full cost for SDCOE because we wanted to pay for the teachers' costs. Back then, we thought one of the things was that SDCOE, the teachers would pay SDCOE, and that's what many districts do. It's a big recruitment piece to have induction for free. It's huge. When we go to recruitment fairs, and they're like, oh, induction doesn't cost anything in your district. And so we actually recruit quite a few people, but it is getting to be very large, and I don't foresee that lessening in the next several years, because we have staffing shortages, we have new teachers coming in, they're all going to need induction. So that was induction is a big piece. We've also brought on the system for tracking professional development, Vector Solutions. Wow, it has so many possibilities, and we've only scratched the surface with it. It's the way we're going to provide certification pathways for teachers. It will help with our recognition, even classified. We're working with pathways for instructional assistants. The MOU for the after school program will be in there. Everything can be there, but we're barely at that point. And that would be another thing a coordinator could do, is oversee that, not just for HR, but for the entire district. They could coordinate with all the different departments, because we're all kind of like, who tracks this?
learning support teacher team servicing all the schools. So now we do have learning support. That's where we have the extra staffing, the 37 learning support teachers that are in there. And then it also talks about the potential collaboration model a little bit down there. Reducing combination classrooms at elementary level and to reduce specific class sizes at the high school level. How we've been doing that the last few years is basically they've been overstaffed, right? Because enrollment is less than what was projected. And so they're overstaffed. So then we shift that funding to concentration funds, which we have to have, what's the percentage?
15% additional funds going on supplemental tax.
And that is forever. That's a requirement. And so you have had us reduce combination classes, which we have done. And this year already, I think we're at 7. We're able to keep 7 teachers at sites. I have the specific sites here. And then we have the rest TBD because we don't know what that will look like at the beginning of the year. It could be that when we, they might have more enrollment, so we create more, add more teachers, so there are no combo classes. So that's happening. And the high school levels, what they're doing is they're basically overstaffed, so they're getting to lower class sizes. And we're also focusing on math to try to bring those numbers down as well. It has the elementary teacher collaboration there, which is through the 8 staff members, however it looks. That's the 8 staff members there with the 2 that will help lead. And then the secondary teacher collaboration, we've met with secondary principals a lot. And the consensus was that they wanted a bucket of money to provide hourly options for teachers to collaborate. And then the increased work hours for specific classified, that was the MOU, that was about 2.4 million. And that was increasing those positions, those classified positions, and offering those incentives. And then I think there's one more. That's it, okay. So any specific questions on any of strategy 5?
So do they still have to pay if we do the induction?
No, if we have the coordinator doing it here, they never pay. The only cost you have is the cost of the coordinator.
And the provider.
And the mentors. So right now, we are actually paying, yeah, so the county, it's $1,000 to do through the county per person, and then there's $2,500 that would go to like a mentor. So we have brought the mentor fees back already, we're already paying for it, we're paying for all of their costs. And so what you end up saving in the long run is that $1,000 per person, and you end up having our person would run that program.
Like $120,000.
But yes, but we do have to go back to the state and get the program back aligned, and but in the meantime, there's lots of fun things to do.
So I have you on this, I'm gonna plead with you.
Okay.
The last time we did this in the district, we were just so overboard with it, it was so wrong.
I totally understand. Got it. There will be a good balance. And we also have had so many probationary teachers. We had 256 this last year. They did not get enough professional development, and so we need to plan more, and not just for the induction teachers, but also for everybody.
Put together when we're trying to figure out.
Right. Absolutely. The great thing is, we have over 100 teachers that are interested in being mentors, that are actually sending out, responding to the survey. So that's amazing. That's, I mean, our director was very excited about that when she saw that.
Okay, so just because I'm mindful of the time, is there any more questions about strategy 5? Any adjustments you would like us to make before the 22nd? Good? Okay, moving on, the next one, the last two will go fairly quickly.
All right, strategy 6 is our performance frameworks, page 111 in the blueprint, if you want to follow along. And this is, we will design and implement a monitoring and feedback system that promotes our culture of continuous improvement. So this is all the work we do around implementation of the performance framework. Thank you for the waiting. And so highlights there is designing and facilitating our assessment and grading practices that support rather than hinder students. So that's working on our progress reports, working with our secondary staff on grading for equity, and then transferring assessment practices into competency-based personal learning, personalized systems. So similar to what Rachel's talking about with the kind of micro-credentialing of our teachers, kind of exploring how do we move that to students, right? And actually having kids earn badges and digital portfolios and those kind of things.
Tell me a little bit about the playbook, the last bullet, and you're working on the playbook in secondary.
Yeah, so the progress on achieving the learner portrait, looking at creating kind of rubrics that students can use to self-reflect on the various elements of the learner portrait, and then giving teachers a playbook of strategies and supports where they can say, you know what, I'm not seeing my kids make a lot of progress around connection and belonging. And so here's some activities I can do to help enhance connection and belonging in my classroom. And so that's what the playbook will do. And that Nicole did a lot of work on that and will be leading that with us. Yeah, it's really good.
So there's actually
There's very little changes, I think, every day.
little thing. Any feedback on 5? It's pretty similar to last year and the year before.
6.
I mean, 6, sorry, 6. And then the final one, again, very little change here as well. You know, we were very successful with the career for highway. We've added a number of career pathways for CPE, and we're going to add more in the future. That's doing really well.
Really looking at expanding at the middle schools too.
So these are some updates here. We're expanding personal learning opportunity and scaling up school choice. That was the direction the board has given us. I don't know if you're aware, we've already had 4 meetings at Grapevine. Eric, Gayla, and I and others have done 4 meetings, and they were all very well attended, talking about Grapevine and the magnet school considerations. And we've been having preliminary meetings with our 3 secondary principals of the magnet school. So we're already making progress in that area. But this one has very little change as well. It does have 1 staff member, 1 new administrator. That was a request from the board to go over that.
So this new administrator in here would be a director of school transformation, and this would be a temporary position over the next couple of years to help us expand our school of choice or magnet school program at our middle schools, expand our DLI program of choice as well, and then help with some of the work we're doing around personalized learning. And so that's what that position would do, but we only need it for a couple of years, and we see being able to remove that position as soon as we scale up.
And so whoever we would hire would know that.
They would know that going.
Dr. Shigale is a great candidate for that. As we always do, we're going through a process. I do fair that, and he's very well. We've conveyed that. Any thoughts or changes suggested for this area? Yes.
I think this is where this feedback would reside, and I'm curious to know if there's any consensus from other board members. I think we're all aware that Mission Vista re-articulated its pathways this year, and they did so in a way, you know, like having been a Mission Vista parent for many years, I wish I'd had that. I think our other schools need that. I think our middle schools need that.
Yes.
I've heard anecdotally that it's like you need to know.
Yep. See the path.
To be aware of what electives are available and when and how you can take them. So I feel like I'm nodding.
Yep.
Is it in here already?
It's in here. So it is in here. It's part of the professional learning that's in here. Both RBB and Vista High have started their matrices that you're talking about that Mission Vista did. So we've got a great model from Mission Vista already, and the other 2 schools are already working on putting similar structures in place.
And what about the middle?
And the middle schools will be building theirs out too. Yep.
Next year or after the high schools get theirs going?
We'll start with middle schools on exploration of how would we put this together, because they're still developing their learning engines with some of them too. You know, art learning is Roosevelt's right now, but they may be switching what they want to do. Andrew coming into Madison this year, they may be switching up what they're doing, so they're taking some time to really look and see.
I would make the point that middle school students are only there for 3 years, so they need, it's a short runway to figure this out and articulate to today's kids
what's going on.
How to dial in, because speaking from the perspective of a child who just graduated and has no earthly idea what he wants to do in his life. I would like us to get way better at this.
Starting earlier. Yep, that is part of the plan.
On that note, is there provisions in here for principals to be doing collaboration with each other, both horizontally and vertically?
We do that in principals meetings already, and part of the work we'll be doing next year is making sure that there's more opportunity for vertical articulation in our principals.
So that way they can identify, identify students so that pathways can be created of, like, even in elementary school, you know, we recommend this is the middle school you would want to go to and this would be the ideal high school, of course,
So there is another position in here too, because we do need help with this and we only have one person doing it right now. So we are proposing another teacher on special assignment to help us move faster. Because right now it's one person trying to do all of it. So if we provide more support, we think we can go a little bit faster.
Okay. All right.
Any thoughts or feedback on 7? Should we make some adjustments? Remove any items? I have your feedback there,
Yeah.
and that's already embedded into it.
But you want to see more evidence of
Yeah.
movement on that, yeah.
Well, like even with the article learning, like people ask me what that is, and I can't even tell them.
Yep. So we're looking at that.
All right, so I think,
So no adjustments, I think we're done with this section, we can move that.
so
You
that's
got
what
it.
we conclude
You have to end the.
the public
I
hearing.
have to do a few pages legally, but we'll do it really quick. We'll do it legally and we'll do it really quick. Okay. No, so we just went through the development of the blueprint, right? All of this, what we just did, transferred into the state required template called the LCAP. This is what we have to show you. The LCAP consists of the plan summary. And that's the computer, engaging educational partners. Keep going. Our goals, actions, and services, what you just saw in the blueprint, are then transferred into these tables, and Kelly back there spends hours and hours and months and weeks doing this work.
Same information.
Yeah, so the same information. Next one. We have to include our increased and improved services to show that we're meeting the needs of our top 3 English learners. So we have to put expenditure tables in there. And then the budget overview for parents, so parents have an easy access to see how we spend all of our funds.
We have all these documents in English and Spanish on the website.
Yeah, they're all translated. This is where we show the difference that Amy talked about in our supplemental concentration funds, and so how we're gonna use them for carryover. We have to explain that. Our blueprint for learning just shows how we allocate per strategy. This is, Amy talked about a lot of this earlier, where we're gonna hit this funding cliff possibly, and here's the reasons why. Next slide.
This is the slide that I think is important for Rachel to explain, because this expansion and contraction, we are planning a contraction. And the good news is, actually, we have a really good opportunity for contraction that will hurt nobody in the process. So I know it's late, but it goes in the slide.
I'll try to focus. So on the left side of the slide, we have our CERT history, that's the early retirement. And so we have data back to 2008 up through the current year on when we've done CERTs, what were the total number of employees that participated in, and what's the average of non-CERT years. And so we've had them in clusters over since this time, 2, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then 16, 17, and 18, 19. The big one was obviously, the first one, and then they did one very close to that in hopes of, kind of saving some money and being able to move forward with the budget. On the right side, these are our current employees. We have 2,391, they're broken down by certificated and classified. Our retirees at this point are a total of 75, which is a good number. And because we're 4 years after the last CERT, and they're not really, some of the employees they're ready to retire. So this slide on the left and the right show 2 different scenarios for a CERT or for an early retirement. The left is the typical requirement, 55 years old with 10 years of service. Typically, a classified employee might retire at 55, but a certificated might wait until 58. So we truly have to look at those numbers for certificated of 58, because our certificated staff will get us the most money from CERT in savings. And so we have the total number as of June 30th, 2024 for both 55 and 58, and then June 30th of 2025 for both 55 and 58. The numbers are very similar. There's not a whole lot of difference between who's 55 and who's 58. However, we circled 2025 because we've talked about all the funding sources, and we've talked about what do we do when the funding sources leave. That is the time that you contract. That might be when certain programs are ending. Our hope is that we put so many systems in place that we can retract multiple, some of these administrative positions, some TOSA positions, people go back to the classroom, we'll have such a high number of retirees that we won't have to do a layoff. And once those funding sources end, we just retract and find positions for everybody. And that's when some of these resources would go away because we're 2 years outside of the pandemic. And we're hoping that all of these structures will be in place at that time. So that's why it's circled. If the funding, ends in 2024, it can happen as early as 2024.
If you look at it in 2024, it's like 428, we have to look at the 58-year-olds, not the
Right.
55, because it's going very few.
Well, classified typically is 55, correct? Classified is sometimes 55.
Yeah.
The sweet spot's 58, right?
Yeah.
Getting
We
lost.
can actually save more money. If you look at the green, 428. The problem is if we do the search too early, then we're not gonna have the staff, because we'll still have a lot of funding for that. So we have the time to serve, and when we have to contract, so it happens. And our, based on the information we have, it's actually June 30th to 25. That's what it is, 24. And we use the administrative certificate of management as an example, and we have some new administrators, and then we want to contract with administrators. There's 11 administrators that are in the window of retiring. They won't all retire, but you'll have a solid 5 to 8 that will retire. So eliminating positions is not going to be difficult.
And the regular attrition.
For contraction, just by virtue of so many people that are ready to retire. And I think I mentioned earlier, the reason this bubble is this big is because the class size reduction that happened in the mid-90s. So now the people are ready to retire. We expanded in California, and now we have this huge bubble. And it's throughout the state, it's not just our district.
And just another example, I just want to emphasize from a staffing perspective, if our funding continues past 2024, which that's what we're projecting, and we did the SERP at that time, I would have to fill all these positions with all these programs that will go 1 more year. And then the funding ends, and then we would have a massive layoff. So that's why it's really important for that alignment piece, at that time, because this is that's a large bubble of employees.
Yeah, we have to be mindful because this is the first year that our credential candidates in the state of California have declined. I read that today, that it's from the Department for Teacher Credentialing. It's the first year that the amount dropped substantially in the state of California, so we have to be very mindful when CERT is going to be up there.
It's gotta be a call of timing, we got a timing. So last 2 slides, this will go quick. Yeah.
For time and
Yeah. Now, the good news is this has been really good, regional department about attracting, we're one of the most popular districts in the county to hire. And it's horrible, right?
When I came here, our lines were long. Went to school here, we wanted to come back to work here, a little shorter, but our lines are still longer than others.
Okay, so let's briefly go over this concept. We're almost done. We're literally almost done. There's 2 slides. And so I talked earlier about this concept of expanding and contracting. And we are ready to have that conversation. And we just showed you that our staff is fine in terms of contracting. There'll be plenty of people that will take early retirement, I guarantee you. And now we just have to think through, and this is where the board will weigh in the coming year about, okay, so what do we want to contract? And these are just buckets of contraction. And ultimately, it's similar to what we did a couple of years ago. The board has to weigh in and decide what do you want to maintain, what do you want to reduce over time. If you look at the triangle on the bottom, ultimately, we need to, between 23 and 26, have strategic scaling back in staffing, services, and resources. And Christine, you can go over the buckets, but these are just general areas that make sense for us to think about.
Yeah, so when you think about how many staff do we have support staff wise, one of the things when you look at scaling back is not cutting as close to the classroom as you can. And so would we be cutting support staff and at what level if we don't want to cut to the classroom level? The resource teachers, all the TOSAs we have out right now, what would the need be to put them back into the classroom if we have a lot of teachers retiring? That's a way we can put people that we're having right now do a lot of things to get our system moving in the direction we want to go. But do we need all those people, 2 years from now? Administrative support, right now we're having discussions about adding some more administrators to help move us faster And so, 2-3 years from now, we may have to contract that again. The good thing about administrators is you can lay off at any time, or teachers, you have a contract and, there's different things there. Professional development, not one thing I like to cut, but sometimes that's what you have to cut when you're looking at reducing budgets.
A good example of support staff we talked earlier about is the expansion of duties. So we wouldn't eliminate duties, but we might eliminate the expansion of them, which is more than $1 million.
Supply of resources, we have a lot of stuff. And so when you look at staff and stuff, you might want to keep more staff than stuff. And so, if you're talking about keeping kids engaged with adults, you might want to look at cutting more stuff than stuff. Technology and facility improvements, how much do we need to spend? Arts and athletics funding, we are investing heavily in this area right now. As we build this up, could we retract a little bit there as we start getting things in place? And then all the hourly rates we pay for extra pay for attending professional development, or for cutting professional development, you're not gonna have hourly pay to pay people. So just different things we can look at as we have to move into those discussions without scaling up.
All right, and I think that brings us to the very end of the process.
All right, before we go to close. Rachel was taking notes. Was there anything that we missed? Because we have to go back to the item on the agenda for the position.
I had one thing, on strategy 1. We need to recycle this out of the schools.
Okay, we can make that. All right.
Rita's looking for one for all our people.
All right.
I'm always looking for recycle bin here.
There are most rooms that need to be seen.
Yeah, there's three desks.
Okay, we're good to go.
Amy took them all in her office, so she was proud of her leg.
If you have a few extra.
There you go. Oh, okay, now we know. Now we know.
Order. Trustee Morgan.
Good.
Trustee Smithfield. Trustee Kelly. All right. Thank you, Dr. Doyle and Dr. Olmsted, for your presentation. The public hearing on the 2023-24 LCAP blueprint is now closed. All right, so the next item on the agenda was one that we postponed for later in the agenda. It's 4B, it's approval of these new positions to be added to the 2023-2024 budget.
I move that we approve the positions to be added to the 2023-2024 budget.
Second, so it's moved by trustee Morocco, seconded by trustee Kelly. Any further discussion?
I had, I said, I moved.
Okay. I'm thinking. Right. All in favor of approving item 4B, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I don't know. What I'm gonna do. I guess I'll say yes for the team, but. I will say, I told you so.
Any abstentions? The motion carries 5-0. And the next item on the agenda is just our next regular board meeting that will be on Thursday, June 22nd, 2023. And that is all. I will adjourn this meeting at 11.
Thank you.
Get us a little bit more earlier. We had like give questions like every subsection. And this is the only one.
Yeah.
Right. No, the next one, we did a separate meeting. Oh.
Right.